and even...
The motion is on the heels of the 16 days of activism on gender-based violence. Now, the Nigerian Senate has thrown out a bill seeking to amend the Electoral Act to allow political parties nominate or replace validly elected candidates in the event of death, resignation, or vacancy of seats of serving state or federal lawmakers. The bill, sponsored by Senator representing Kogi West, Sunday Karimi, suffered a major setback during Wednesday's plenary as his colleagues did not allow it to pass second reading. In his late debate, Senator Karimi had said the bill is necessary as it puts an end to necessary expenditures in rerun elections. According to him, various Supreme Court judgments had also indicated that political parties have the sole right to produce candidates for elections, which is why party logos are printed on ballot papers during elections and not the candidates.
From the onset, the purpose of this bill is to eliminate waste in conducting by-elections by INEC. This bill that I'm proposing is not a new thing. It's what is happening in other climes of the world. In America, where we borrowed our presidential system from, what is in place there is that when a candidate resigns or during the tenure died, you don't go through another election. The candidate is replaced by the
representation. In a heterogeneous society like Nigeria, yes, the ticket is for the party, but the vote is for the candidate. And policy representation. We are here, all of us has a particular thinking and belief which he is here for.
In putting to rest any further discussion on the bill, Senate leader, Senator Okpeyemi Bamidele, lamented the inability of the sponsor to present copies of the lead debate to lawmakers to see.
Very specifically provides that the debate shall be on the merits of the bill. To begin with, the first fundamental error was the fact that even the sponsor of the bill, unfortunately, did not present us with a lead debate. A lead debate that should have stated the merits of the bill itself was not present. And more importantly, Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, I believe our procedure here should be with respect to both constitutional amendment as well as proposed amendment to the electoral bill.
In spite of the fact that we did not see the lead debate, but we have a general idea of what the proposed amendment is all about. Those who are in support of further steps being taken on this proposed amendment say aye. Aye. Those against say nay. Nay. The nays have it.
Now, a coalition of the Yoruba Youth Network has called for a review of recent court rulings in Kano governorship elections to ensure justice is served and rule of law upheld. Addressing a press conference in Lagos on Tuesday, the group led by Comrade Razak Olukayode stressed that upholding the integrity of Nigeria's judiciary is a necessity for democracy and justice to thrive. Now, they maintain that by re-evaluating the evidence and also legal arguments presented, the Supreme Court could rectify any potential errors made by the Court of Appeal, thereby restoring public faith in the judiciary. Now, the group argued that the review of the rulings is necessary not only to rectify potential errors, but also to reclaim threatened integrity of the judiciary. They also urged President Bola Ahmed Tinubu to act as a true statesman and renowned Democrat by upholding the principles of separation of powers, particularly the independence of the judiciary.
The controversy surrounding the discrepancy between the judgment read out by the courts and the content of the certified true copy of the judgment in the Kano governorship election raises serious doubts about the transparency and integrity of the judicial process. These discrepancies have led to confusion and speculation among the public, further eroding public trust in the judiciary. Through review of these rulings, the Supreme Court have demonstrated its commitment to upholding the rule of law and ensuring justice for all. By rectifying any potential errors and ensuring that justice is served, the Supreme Court have reaffirmed its commitment to upholding the rule of law and maintaining the principles of justice and fairness within the Nigerian democracy system.
Moving on the news brief, market women at Tejo Show have been urged to make the most of simple technological tools to scale up their businesses and accelerate growth. This advice was given during a She-enabled sensitization program organized by the Enterprise Growth and Opportunities Foundation at Tejo Show Market in Lagos. Details in this report.
Nigeria is experiencing inflation, and most women are depressed and struggling with their businesses. They are helpless, and most of them are victims of mismanagement due to lack of proper financial management. So it is apt that these young people from the Ego Foundation take time to distribute multilingual pamphlets on the importance of maintaining and reading or computerized records of their sales and stock.
And this is what I know I'm able to make. These are the things that we want to teach you.
I sell this thing.
Well, back here at this hall, women listen with rapt attention on how they can be financially included with the help of their mobile phones. The session is interactive.
I think they will charge about 800 and something, let's say 1,000 naira.
Then how do you reach out to those kind of group members?
Roland Ajetomobi is a serial entrepreneur. He is here to share knowledge and insights with the market women and entrepreneurs on the best way to go.
At the moment you are able to have a mobile device and you can subscribe to that device with internet and data, and you also have a bank account, you can use that device to make money.
Toluwaṣe Olaniyan is a convener. He shares the idea behind desensitization and also speaks on plans to extend the program to other markets.
And for us, it is instructive at this time, right, and very, very important, helping women, supporting women through becoming better at their businesses. Mostly around where we have large markets and on the South communities. So we've been to Alimosho, been to Mushin. So the next stop will be, we're going to Ikorodu, we're going to, Fai, Egbeda, Badagry. Places where we can harness a large number of businesses. It's almost natural for women to be excluded, financially. A few people feel it's expensive. Few people feel it's for the high class. So what we're trying to now do is to take it to the inner roots and help them understand the essence of this and how this can become a lot better.
This petty trader is overjoyed about the knowledge learned. She, like other women, are speaking with one voice on how their horizon have been expanded.
I'm happy because I know that the various women that comes here will be benefited.
You need to meet to have people they can afford what you are selling on your status. In your group or your WhatsApp, your Facebook.
I'm not limited to these shop things of a thing. I can easily broadcast it online, and how to also reach out to other group members.
Felicia and Olajumoke are just few out of many who have benefited from the She-enabled program, which aims to help women improve their trade, showcase their businesses on digital platforms, upgrade their bookkeeping skill, and at the same time get connected to advisors and global funding opportunities.
Now on to other parts of Africa. While the Niger at a giant South African platinum mine failed ascending an elevator into a precipitous fall that killed 11 workers and injured 75. The operator said Tuesday, as Impala Platinum said 14 of the injured workers remained in critical condition after the disaster on Monday, as the elevator brought the miners up after the end of their shift. All operations at the Rustenburg mine northwest of Johannesburg have been suspended while an investigation is started, as company's chief executive, Nico Muller, said in a statement. Now, Mueller said the devastating accident at the mine was the darkest day in the history of the company, which is known as Implants. Now, there were 86 employees in the third-level lift when it unexpectedly reversed direction and also began descending back down through the shaft, Implant said in the statement. South Africa has the world's deepest mines, and many have lifts that can carry more than 100 people at a time. Now, plant spokesman Johan Terren told the media that a winder mechanism at Rustenburg went into reverse and accelerated, causing the lift to plunge at speed.
It's concerning, especially when the accidents are repeatable accidents. As I've said earlier on, that as AMCO, we've made a clearing call of the amendment of Mine Health and Safety Act, that these bosses of this mine must be fully accountable and be punished in terms of the law. But I hope and trust that this incident and this inquiry won't be just one of those inquiries that are normally happening after people has died.
The family to the operation by council, our HR teams will look at the mental health, the trauma that comes goes with, and we will make sure that we walk the path.
And now moving straight out to South Africa, a new group of Israeli hostages were set to be freed Tuesday in exchange for Palestinian prisoners as Israel and Hamas embarked on a two-day extension of a truce that has paused the devastating Gaza war. Now the temporary cessation of hostilities and releases of captives were hailed as a glimpse of hope after 7 weeks of conflict sparked by deadly Hamas attacks that prompted an Israeli military offensive in the Gaza Strip. Now, the Palestinian Islamist movement, Hamas, told the media that 10 hostages held in Gaza would be freed in return for 30 prisoners released from Israeli prisons on Tuesday, and they forced exchanges under the truce extension. Now, the truce paused fighting that began on October the 7th when Hamas poured over the border into Israel, killing 1,200 people, mostly civilians, and kidnapping dozens. And straight to business, presidency on Tuesday has expressed support for the banking sector consolidation initiative of the Central Bank of Nigeria, saying it would help the country to grow the economy to a new height. Now, this came barely 5 days after the CBN said it would ask banks to raise new capital. Now, according to the presidency, it has become important to consider the capital adequacy of Nigerian banks in light of the projected $1 trillion economy in 8 years. Now, representing President Bola Tinubu at the 40th anniversary celebration of The Guardian newspaper in Lagos on Tuesday, the President's Special Advisor on Information and Strategy, Bayo Ananuga, said there would be a strong need to revisit the capital adequacy levels of banks. And on entertainment news, Nollywood actress Iyabo Ojo has sued her colleague Lizzy Anjorin over some allegations made against her. We recall that Lizzy had in a series of clips on the internet accused Iyabo of dating singer Naira Marley. She also made different allegations about Iyabo's daughter and her lover, Paulo. However, Iyabo Ojo, through her lawyer, Olumide Alake, has written to Lizzy to demand an apology and also payment of damages in the sum of 500 million naira. Lizzy was also given 14 days to respond to the lawsuit. And straight away to sport news, the defending champions were on course for their first European defeat at the Etihad since 2018 when Luis Openda took advantage of Shambalik defending to score twice in the first half. Alan reduced City's areas before goals from Phil Foden and also Julian Alvarez secured the top spot in Group G. Now, despite having already secured their place in the last 16, Pep Guardiola still needed a strong side with his focus on winning the group. And that's the news brief. For more stories, please follow us on Facebook, X, and Instagram, and do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. You can also view us from Limix on Limix.tv and Glow TV apps anywhere in the world. I am Emmanuel Olubobokun. Many thanks for watching.
for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
It is not the hope of this feature to blame anyone for the never-ending tension between police and the citizens. However, it is certain that there is always a tension with most people when they approach a police checkpoint. Many factors are responsible for this tension, including not knowing what to expect or do, seeing the police as the enemy, or even being guilty of an infraction. Many issues that go wrong at a police checkpoint can be linked to lack of proper communication and understanding on the side of the police force and also on the side of the citizen. Here are some tips listed by the police force about comporting yourself at a police checkpoint. Endeavor to slow down your vehicle. It shows that you're not reckless. It also douses suspicion that you're a criminal and may want to speed off. Turn down the volume of your car stereo. Courtesy demands this. Besides, you are able to hear each other better. This simple act will help you win the confidence of the security operative. Keep your hands visible to avoid unnecessary suspicion or fear by the officers that you're attempting to bring out a gun or other harmful objects to attack them. Turn on the inner light of your vehicle while approaching the cops if at night. It readily sends an unspoken message that you have nothing to hide.
That's the nature of your job, officer. Don't worry. That's the nature of your job. Everything will be fine.
Be friendly and cheerful. Commend the officers, especially when you see them working under very unfriendly weather conditions such as rains and harsh harmattan conditions, excessive heat, cold or sunshine. We know it's their job, but a little kind word from you will do a lot of good. Remember, when you smile at the mirror smiles back at you.
Officer will not come down. Let's see what you do. Don't mind this. We won't come down.
Endeavor to be polite when answering questions put to you by the officers. Don't dare or challenge an armed security man to a duel. Oftentimes, you hear people say things like, "Shoot me if you can." Note that this is a recipe for disaster. It is a very provocative and unnecessary call for war. So please, play safe, more so as you do not know the state of mind of the officer concerned. Also, don't go into a physical fight with an armed security officer. He may resort to the use of his weapon to defend himself. Avoid unnecessary arguments with armed security personnel. There are 1,001 ways to seek redress where you feel your rights have been infringed upon. Never try to touch an officer in an unfriendly manner. He may suspect you of trying to disarm him. If you're a regular traveler or road user, make sure you have the police emergency phone numbers of the route you operate. You never can tell when an emergency situation could arise and you need the police to come to your aid. Make sure you have all your relevant car papers and desist from actions or inactions that constitute either a criminal or traffic offense. Such infractions of the law provide a veritable grounds for possible charges and other forms of adversarial contact with the police or other law enforcement agencies, including unnecessary arguments. Don't give the impression that you're unhappy to see the officer on his beat or that he's wasting your time, but in manner. Seek an audience with the most senior officer at the checkpoint if things are not working out smoothly. Politely insist to be taken to the police station if your complaint is not properly addressed. Hello and welcome to What Are You Saying? Hashtag Ways, where we talk about topics in the news as it affects us all. I am Chinelo, and I know your delectable host. And of course, in the studio with me this evening, our ladies' night, I have Diola and Mary. And it's a blue affair, apparently. Wow. I didn't even know that.
Blue Tuesday.
I know, right? Tuesday blues. Hi, ladies. How you doing? Diola, how are you? How's your day?
It was good, thank you.
I haven't been on the show, Mary, in a while. So, yeah. Oh, yes.
On Friday.
Were we together on Friday? Oh, true. We were together on Friday. That's true. That with Omolola. You're right.
Yeah.
You're right. You're right.
Yeah.
Hi, Mary. How are you? Oh, please.
I'm okay. I'm just being tired. But yeah, we're pushing through.
Yeah. The year is almost ending.
I can't wait.
I know, right?
Can
It's
we
like everybody
fast
has
forward to,
shut
like,
down.
February?
What?
Why?
No,
please.
no. We
I want to
celebrate
I want to celebrate
December.
December and January, actually. Anyway, here's what we found as today's codes. If you must travel this season, travel light. For people that don't know, they are going for 2 days and they will pack 7 years load. This is for you. If you must travel this season, travel light. Jenna, when you travel, do you travel light? That's a no. Don't worry.
No.
Mary, when you travel, do you travel light?
Hell no.
No.
I always have overweight.
Yeah.
Really? Okay, I must applaud myself then.
You travel
Because I
light?
literally, yeah. Do you know what I do? If I'm going for maybe a weekend or something, I literally write out what it is. I make the notes and I'm like, okay, so Monday or rather Friday, this and this is what I was wearing, my shoes, Saturday. So I never carry what I should not.
So you don't have
be
just
carrying.
in case.
Yeah.
There's usually just in case, maybe
And then,
one
like,
or two, but
skincare. So my
just skincare alone.
last
Yeah.
trip my skincare
Kit alone.
It was as if I moved my whole house with me inside the box. It was so
That's why you
embarrassing,
should
though.
get like those travel.
Yeah.
Anyway, you know
I
what?
got the
We're
travel
going
cubes.
to.
It was
And
the
what
travel
happened?
cube that was still heavy, so I had to put it in my friend's box because my load was too much.
Your look was already too much. The festive season is gradually upon us, and this period in Nigeria is predominantly known for celebration and travel. A video we saw earlier today brought our attention to the state of insecurity on our roads and important safety measures to take note of. It's our ladies' night out, and Diola, Mary, and I are here to discuss the topic: travel and safety measures for this festive season. And when we open our phone lines, we'd love to hear what you have to say. But first, let's take a break to have the news.
Businesses in Africa can be very challenging. In Nigeria, it is particularly intimidating, and successful builders have learned how to navigate a hostile environment to unlock opportunities. But one major challenge businesses face is how to filter through the noise and identify where their ideal customers exist. Get insight and practical steps from industry players and captains of industry.
You're still watching Ways. World Compassion Day was established in 2012 by Pritish Nandi, an Indian poet, journalist, and activist. The idea of the holiday is based on the concept of ahimsa, an ancient Indian principle of non-violence applied to all living beings. Compassion. It's very important to show compassion, because I don't know how people even go by the day without learning. I know today is also World Giving Day or something like that, right? And these days go hand in hand, because what's compassion without actually being able to give? Sometimes it's not even about how much it says you have to give, but showing that concern, that I love you, I see what you're going through, being empathetic, and all of that. Mary looks like she has something to say.
I think of recent I've just been too burnt out to give. Yeah, so I'm just like,
and that's fine. Really.
Yeah,
that's okay.
In my own space.
Yeah, of course, there's sometimes that you're like, see, right now, I beg, before when I come out of my junction, they're usually like this
children that would hang around, and I used to feel so led to want to. But nowadays I'm just like, please, I see you and I see that you're a child, and I really feel that compassion towards you and that empathy, and I'm like, this child should probably be in school or something. Because guess what? You would offer those children education and whatnot, and they would rather beg on the streets. So that goes to show that, whatever it is that they're getting. But I think outside of that, this also covers like your domestic staff, people that work for you in your office. They're doing something very interesting in my office, Secret Santa. And I'm very excited. It's your first time experiencing it? No, actually, I have experienced Secret Santa before, but in this office, maybe because I know that they have money. So
I'm just never interested. I don't know.
Really?
Like a downcast.
No, I actually want to hear you.
I'm just not interested in the Secret Santa thing. They've done it once in my office, and I was just so.
You were disappointed.
But eventually, I think I got a good gift for whoever it was, but then, I think mine was like this, like, it's not like it was a junior staff, but it was cute and the effort put into it, but.
Maybe it takes a lot to impress you.
I think so.
It takes a whole lot.
I
can tell that it takes a whole lot to impress you. It is well. But then, what did you find for us in the news?
Okay, sadly, it says 4 friends crashed to death while waiting for a towing van in Abuja. Someone's car broke down around Lokogoma yesterday. He called his friends to come and assist. On getting there, while waiting for a towing van, another car ran into 4 of them, killing them all. It's really sad. Like, would we say, were they destined to die now? Like, as in, no, because the friends that came to help out, it's just sad.
Things like that.
Really.
That's part of what we want to talk about today. Actually, sometimes these things are out of our control. It just happens because it has to happen. So even if they were not going to, go to help out, it could have happened any other way.
Sure.
Right.
Okay, so I think this is also part of what we're going to talk about today. EFCC warns Nigerians against ATM card swap fraud. Now, this is usually when we go to POS terminals, we go to bank ATMs, and then sometimes we're in a hurry, or sometimes, we're distracted, you just give your card, and then, so there's been a lot of cases that has been reported to EFCC. So it's more like a security breach where they give you another card. That has actually happened to me.
They give another card back to you?
Yeah. And you won't...
But they would have looked at you taking your pin, putting in your pin.
Exactly. They would have, so it would just go like, they clone your card. Of course, the card that they've taken, they already know the password. So in a blink of an eye, they would clean out all your money. That happened to me actually. A store that I went to buy, I usually don't use that place, And I was on the phone, so I just got distracted. When I punched in my PIN, they would do all that, then they would. So when they gave me back my card, they gave me together with the merchant's copy. And then I didn't even check, I just put it in my card wallet. And then I got home. I don't know what I was looking at. And then, what is this? Honestly, and then I went back there. Luckily for me, it was within my neighborhood. I went back there, and then they were trying to be funny. Oh, madam, no this, no that. So somebody was shopping and also said this same thing, that they're running a racket there. You know that? Yeah. So since that time, I just stopped going there.
So you never got your card back?
Oh, but of course. But of
Of
course.
course. Don't be whining me.
But of course. No. In fact, that day I said to myself, I'm going to find myself on Instablog. I don't care. Like, I really, really do not care, because I was so livid, and I think it was because they were trying to be. I knew
they were trying to play a smart one.
Yeah, I knew I came straight from my house to that place. I didn't go anywhere else.
If not, you would have been very confused.
Yeah, I would have been so confused. Oh, where did I go? Where did I, So now, if you see me go shopping, so what I did after that time was I got an utility card.
Yeah.
So if I want to go out, I want to do shopping, I just transfer them exactly. I don't use my card like my.
That's the way to go actually. Just get a utility card. God help us. Okay, my story it's funny, but it's not funny. Passengers recount ordeal as Lagos Abuja bound flight lands in Asaba Delta. See, I cannot imagine. Anyway, some passengers who boarded a plane from the Murtala Mohammed Airport in Ikeja, Lagos, have recounted their ordeals after the plane, which was meant to carry the passengers to Abuja, landed at the Asaba Airport in Delta State. The incident happened on Sunday and threw many passengers into confusion, as some of them said upon landing at the Asaba Airport, the crew still announced to them that they had arrived at Abuja. So one of the passengers, who gave her name as Thelma, said she thought she was dreaming, and she had to take pictures of the airport like, am I sleeping? What am I seeing here? I'm seeing the Asaba Airport and you're telling me that we've landed in Abuja. And I'm like, this just goes to show the amount of carelessness.
Yeah, that's very careless.
Very, very careless.
So is that on the part of the pilot or on the part of the
pilot?
Yeah, because they must have given him a flight plan.
On the part of the pilot, on the part of the airline. And traveling by air is not like traveling by road.
Yeah.
Because if you say you are going to Agungi and they're taking you to Yanoworo, you can tell. You will know. You can see it's not from your environment. You must be looking out the windows.
No, the crowd here is the one that
I saw one comment, and the person was like, "But we couldn't be shouting, oh wow!"
I mean, must have been a mistake from like the control.
From the control.
But then, I have a friend who was really defending that. Oh, won't you know the routes and everything?
No, I think it's very navigational. They just.
Oh God. I have many questions to ask because first of all, so it means that the pilot himself did not know where he was supposed to be going to. He thought he was.
Are you saying they know the routes the way we know?
No, not the route as far as the roads. Of course, you can't tell your way through the clouds now. I'm saying that you're flying over certain places.
Yeah.
So you fly over Ibadan, you fly over Benin. You know where you're going. So you cannot be going to Abuja and then you know where you're flying over and it's not making sense to you.
Maybe the pilot is not.
And there was nothing he could. Maybe he just had to land in Asaba.
Yeah, and then maybe.
And he got to the man and said, "Welcome to Abuja." Didn't you get the story? The crew literally said, "We have now landed at Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport, Abuja." That's why the woman was like, but I'm seeing Asaba. So how is it that you are saying welcome to Abuja? So this is one of the travel and safety measures for this year. See, make sure that they are not taking you to the wrong airports. You go and say you are going to take you to Owerri. Go and learn the names of all the airports. So that when you see Sam Bakwe, you know that you are not at Nnamdi Azikiwe. A word is enough for the words. This festive period often comes with increased social gatherings, travel, and celebrations, which can inadvertently lead to heightened safety concerns, from personal safety to property protection. As we approach December, staying safe is essential to ensuring a joyous and worry-free holiday. So tonight, we're asking, what are the travel and safety measures to take note of during the festive season? Please let's hear what you have to say. Remember, you can join the conversation. Send us an SMS or WhatsApp to 081-803-84663. See, I don't even... Okay, you know what? Let me ask you, Jola, first. What are some of the safety measures that we should be taking?
Okay, so I don't think this is the time you want to go anywhere without letting your loved ones know, like being accountable. Just let someone know where you are going. I think it's very important. I also think that one needs to be mindful of where one goes to, especially at this time. I sometimes say that don't stay out too late, but nightlife in Lagos, especially this season, is unavoidable. But but I'm always saying also that really, I mean, alcohol and driving, not at this time. It's just know your limits, and then once you are buzzing, just don't drive. Or make sure you have someone with you. It's very important, And then the third thing I would say is don't be loudmouth. Don't go anywhere in the midst of people just mouthing off, this deal, that deal, and all that. Because again, in gatherings like this, you never can tell who is who, and this is about the time people are quite lax. With security, different people come and visit you, so you throw parties at your home, and then you just don't know who is who, so
Absolutely.
yeah. So
Maybe before I come to you, I want us to take a short break because there's a video that we're going to see before we continue the conversation. Let's take a short break and see you shortly. If you are just tuned in, it's our ladies' night out and we're discussing travel and safety measures for the festive season. Please let's hear what you have to say. Remember, you can join the conversation. Send us an SMS or WhatsApp to 0818-038-4663. Yeah, we're also talking about travel and safety measures. There was that video that we saw about the man who was talking about how you should save your money.
Yes, sir.
If not, you are going to use your money to bail yourself. No, that thing is funny, but it's not funny. And it's very real. I was having a conversation with my uncle 2 days ago, and I know that usually he would always travel. I mean, even if he would maybe put his family members on a flight and tell them to go, and then he would drive. And he's like, he can't try it anymore because of the insecurity. And he was telling me a story about how his friend had traveled, and it was even policemen that literally relayed his friend on the way. And how they collected money from him, stripped him of every valuable that he had, and the guy couldn't do anything about it, and then told him to go.
What will he do? These guys are trigger happy. Have you seen them when you're traveling out of Lagos? There was one time a friend of mine was having a wedding, so I'd never been to the East, so I said, okay, you know what, I'm going to go, since we're all, I mean, these are grown-ups and all that, so we went in a convoy. So it wasn't a case of young people trying to have fun on the road. These were grown people, and people with their families in the car and all that. So we set off. Oh my goodness. It almost felt like between Lagos, maybe Benin or a road. I'm really not too familiar with these roads, but we're going to Enugu or thereabouts, The amount of policemen on the road. And then we got to this particular checkpoint, and the guys there were... I said, in my life, I don't care who you are, I can never, it is not possible.
So they're like, I'm going to get married.
My darling. My darling.
Wow.
If it is not in Lagos, and if I can't fly there, I'm sorry, I cannot come. I was shaking because I thought they were going to shoot at us over an argument of this is how much, and it is scary. And you see that video, I'm sure sometime before we, finish the show, they would find it and all that. It was a case of bring your phone. So you see all these transactions that you keep on your phone. It's so risky. And I don't take SMS notification. Oh, really? I had to go to my bank, stop this rubbish. I don't want it. Again, because you hear all these things, and then you in fact, one can't just be too careful in this country. Sure. That's just it. That's just it.
Mary, let me come to you.
On safety measures.
Yeah. Stay in your house.
That's what Mary said.
Sit down in your house. Don't go anywhere. Where are you going? Where are you going? Sit down at home and pray. Pray that you are going to enter the new year in good health. So sit down at home.
Mary, practice what you preach.
I'm going to be home.
Okay.
I'm going to be working. So,
wow.
Yeah.
Even while working, driving to work, coming back from work.
It's just 5 minutes away.
Okay.
We just can't get you.
It's
Can't.
a closed network.
Okay, so you're saying other people should just sit
fly
at home and not.
helicopter to the mainland to see my mom.
You're just a joker, man. Honestly, that's just what you're.
Okay, so
a joker.
when you fly the helicopter to the mainland, is it going to be
directly
in the house?
She has
My
the
house
helipad.
is close to the airport now.
But you still have to drive.
Ajoy State.
Oh, but you will still have to drive.
Yeah, it's close now. It's like 5 minutes from the helipad to the house. It's close
Mary.
to proximity. But prayer first and sit down at home. That's my advice. Prayer. Just pray.
Jokes apart, guys.
Yeah.
I think that
And always have cash.
well,
Yeah.
actually, that's very
That's
important.
very
That's very important.
Yeah. And a
because-
small balasa phone. Because they can beat you if you don't have phone to give them. Yes. So just have one small balasa phone that you know that I
Do they
can't.
still sell Palasa phone?
Oh yeah,
Yes,
they do.
So if I wanted to buy now, where would I buy it?
You go
Just
to Sakati.
Yeah, go to Sakati and buy
That's
it.
fine. Is there no online service for?
Mary, please.
I can go to Sakatinubu now for
Sakatinubu is just
phone.
there here now.
No, I need premium service. Can somebody bring it to me? If there's any online place, I can order it.
As I was saying,
Slots, go to slots.
travel
Okay,
and
yes,
safety
slots.
measures to practice in this season, like Jola has rightly said, you know, be very careful. If you know that you need to get on a trip, as much as possible fly, although now even the flying they can carry you to a wrong place, but still it's better to fly. And even if you're going to fly, start buying your tickets, because I know that in December it really goes cray, and at some point you might not even be able to find a flight. So start planning your travel as soon as possible. If you have to go by road, maybe set out as early as possible. And I won't even advise people to even do those trips now because of the insecurity, because of what's it called, even the cost of fuel now is a whole lot. So I can't imagine what traveling in December is going to be like for those transport companies. It's
But
going to
can
be
you
a
see
whole
that
lot
how you have come
expensive.
back to my?
I'm not coming.
my
I'm not
point?
saying sit at home.
No,
So
but-
even when you
but
are in Lagos, you can still
I'm
go
not
out.
trying to tell you that. You know,
Mary, please.
my point is actually valid when I say sit at home. You know,
You
spend
can-
some family time.
Yeah, very, very. That's
And if
that's
you don't
a
have
cool
family,
idea.
spend some solitude, alone time.
Yeah.
If you're going to go out as well, if it's necessary for you to go out, especially if you're going to go out at night, please be careful when you're drinking. Don't overshoot your limits. Especially if you're going to drive. Or in fact, don't even drink and drive.
Yeah.
Just get an Uber or a Bolt or InDrive or whatever ride-hailing company it is that is preferable to you,
But do the,
as
the
opposed to
cab
drinking
hailing
and
services,
driving.
do they work in the night? I'm
Oh,
a bit-
yes,
I'm a
okay.
bit skeptical.
Oh, they
Exactly.
do.
So that's another
To
thing.
be honest.
Oh,
You want to even
Yes, like
turn
when you're
on-
going out in the night, I don't think. First of all, I don't think I would feel safe taking an Uber at that time.
Yeah, someone
Right.
you don't know, it's a
Yeah,
stranger.
so I mean, if you have no other choice,
don't go out alone. That's another thing.
yes, don't go out alone.
Try as much as possible to go with a group of people, right?
Yeah.
And then, if you're even going to go, if you're going to use the ride-hailing service, like you rightly said, you can share your live location with people. Share your
Absolutely,
location. I think these apps now allow you to share your
Yeah,
ride.
that's
Yeah,
with
all of
other
them,
people.
all of them can
Yes,
do that.
just
Yeah.
so that if anything happens, people
Yeah.
know your last where you were. And also, please, as much as some people like to do coded movements, please find one trusted person to tell where you're going, especially those the babes that are hanging out with the IJGBs that are bringing back their dollars and their pounds. We know now. See, please be very careful as well.
True.
Be wary of strangers. I mean, strangers are first strangers before they become friends, right? Of course. But then be very, very careful. Be vigilant about what's going on. Your drink. I hear that that's something that is happening
The spiked
now.
drinks now.
Spike drinks,
Yeah.
drink, please. If you leave a place and you leave that cup there and you go out and come back, please don't drink from it anymore. Request for another cup, and because crazy things are happening. Drink from a fresh cup at all times.
or carry the glass with you.
Oh, exactly, or carry the glass with you, even if you're
Very
going to the
true,
bathroom.
very true.
That's also very, very important. But then, let's open our phone lines. And We cannot wait to hear from you. So our phone line is now open. Please call us on 0702-5007-749. The number to call is 0702-5007-749. Joy, let me ask you very quickly.
Yes, please.
Where were you? December last year, were you in Lagos?
December last year, no.
You were not. Okay, but what was it like for you?
It was good. I mean, I spent it with family. Family is, for me, is the whole of my December. You know, the whole of my December belongs to family and then loved ones. And I don't go out as much because I have this phobia. I'm very terrified of anything happening to me in December because I always say, it's very weird, but I always say, oh, Father, if anything is to happen to me in this life, it should not be December. When everybody's happy and then my family is sad. No. So I'm extra careful December. If you invite me for things, I always like to be in situations I can control. Anything that is very, very much out of my control and I feel like, okay, I really don't know what's going on here, I try to stay out of it, you know. So, but most times, again, I spend December just, thinking about the whole year, just chilling, really, drinking, chilling, all that. Then, I mean, I when you were talking about, safety measures, I remembered something. When I was growing up, I remember that when families are traveling, they used to split families. You remember, and then they'll say the two kids go with grandma, or one kid goes with, just so that, okay, if anything, the whole family. Exactly. So I don't know if people want to, I think it makes a lot of sense, I think so.
I think my father says that and I look at him weird.
Why?
Because
my friend in school,
you need to have some survival.
Yeah, my friend in school, in secondary school, he's the only person his whole family, they all died on Christmas Day. They were traveling. He had measles or something. So he was in Lagos. He was the only one.
Since I was a child, my father will never
put everybody together.
In and out of this country. Everybody travels together. Never. You all can't get on the same trip at the same time. Is that he lets my mom maybe go with us and then he joins us, or he goes first with somebody. No, everybody can't be on a trip at the same time. And anytime he says it, I'm like, oh, why? Isn't it fun for all of us to actually travel together? I never understood it, right? But I think now that you've said it again, now that I'm thinking about it, especially with the rate of insecurity that we have right now, I think I actually understand it better now. I think another area we haven't touched is in terms of shopping. So if you're like me, that enjoys going to Balogun, and unlike Mary, I don't like online shopping because every time I'm very unlucky with online
me
shopping.
too.
Every time I order something, it's always what I ordered. So no matter where it is that I order, I shop from. When it comes, it's never my size. Is it that too big or too small, or it just
doesn't look
fit,
like,
or it doesn't look like what
it looks like.
Do you get?
I think I'm also getting comfortable with the fact that you might always have to fit your clothes to your standard size. So I've noticed that there are just some people that the clothes just seem so fitted, and I'm just like, and my friend told me, babe, I have like heap of new clothes that I buy, and when I'm ready, I'll take it for them to fit. Because some, with like a shirt like this, it will have an extra fit, and I'm saying, but I ordered a size small, So yeah, I'm getting comfortable with the fact that I would always have to fit my clothes to my size, and then with the different brands over time you would know. So like sometimes I look at texture as well. Like if I'm ordering from like Zara, I would look at the texture of the material and see, is this something that's okay, can pass through? Should I order a bigger size? Because it's always safe to order a bigger size than a smaller size. So then because you can always adjust to it and stuff. So I just manage myself. I still have clothes from Zephans that I bought last Christmas that I've not been able to adjust.
Let me not talk about
that came and it's too big.
Do you know that it's either, like I said, let me not talk about that brand, because that brand annoys me a whole lot, which is why in most cases now, do you know what I do? More than half of my clothes now are made. Because I just realized that it's either they're not making clothes for curvy girls like me, or they feel like if you're curvy, then you're probably pear-shaped, so you're probably small up. And in my case, that's not what it is. So when I go and then I want to buy those, or I order those clothes, they come. True, they're size 14. But then in size 14, the up is not my size. It's too small. Maybe the boobs area is too small. Or maybe like the hip is not my size, or the waist is way too big. And I'm just like,
It's absolutely ridiculous.
So in most cases, in most cases, I'd rather go to the market and find, although now that's another problem, because even in the market now, you don't want to see the things that I buy. It's like they're not making decent clothes anymore. At all. That's why, honestly, that's why I started making my clothes, because I was looking for a dress to wear for a wedding, and for the life of me, I checked everywhere, and I was seeing all this Amaka dress, Nilo dress, they were ridiculously expensive, and I'm like, it just doesn't make sense for a dress that I just want to wear for this wedding. And I said, let's go to the market, and that was the biggest mistake I made. I said, no jokes, when I was telling my friend, she did not understand. I was in that market for 3 hours, and believe me, I didn't find one thing to buy. I had to settle for one dress that was, anyway, that's not the bone of content. What brought me to this market talk is, so if you might not even be close to your shop, you're probably going to shop for gift items for people, it could be anything that could take you to the open markets. Please be very vigilant. We used to hear then that they use razor blades to tear bags and all those things. It's not a lie. They actually pick. This one I'm telling you about. Do you know, one woman had to alert me and tell me to remove my phone from my pocket. That one guy had been following me from behind, because she was behind the guy. So she walked up to me, and she made sure that the guy didn't know she was trying to speak to me. And as soon as she was like, keep your phone. That guy don't they follow you since? And I'm like, what? I freaked out, and that was my cue. So I'm like, wait, what am I looking for in this market? Please let me just go before it becomes another story. Do you get? So please, if you're going shopping, very vigilant. Jola took a story this evening about the ATM cards. I know we're going to be doing a whole lot of,
especially in the market.
Please, all these POS points that we go to use our cards as well. Let's also be very, very vigilant and careful. When you're putting in your PIN, make sure that you're very discreet about it. Make sure that you are going through the receipts, because that's another thing.
And make sure that you only do POS with people that will give you receipts. That's very key. Because if you don't have a receipt, there's nothing for you to say. You can't prove anything. So some of them will tell you, oh, I ran out of paper, please move along, find another person. And make sure, please, some of them, when they use, I don't know, there's some POS machines that when they put the amount, you know, you don't see it, and then they give you to put your PIN. Never. One woman did it for me at Yaba.
Wow.
3,000 became 30,000. Yeah. I'm telling you.
You have too many experiences.
No, when I'm being extra careful,
I can't blame you.
Because I don't get SMS notification.
So you won't even be able to tell. You see, that's why SMS notification is important.
I went to the market. Luckily, the guy I bought something from, he's my very good customer. The guy left his shop. He said, this woman wants to embarrass me. Because he was the one who went to call her. You want to embarrass me, madam? What kind of mistake would make you press extra? Okay, so when you saw it, at least you
Do you know the one that happened to me?
Which one?
I pressed less amount. So me, I'm even the person at fault.
Oh.
The client had gone.
So what did you do?
He came back. I didn't even know.
Oh, how kind of
I had no idea. He came back and he said, I just noticed that, like, what you did tell me and what I thought this thing was, and I was like, this was going to be like 200k or 300k. I said, thank you.
Like, you should be thanking him actually, because not many people will come back to do that.
And then always count the money they give you.
Even when you collect money from the ATM.
Things are happening.
Yes. I used to think that thing was overrated before. I kid you not. When you collect money from the ATM, please
sometimes
count
it's not
the money.
So some ATMs allow you to do 20,000. There was a woman that was before me one day, and I just noticed that she was just screaming. And you know, usually when you see things like that, you're always like, oh, what's wrong with people? Like trying to just create unnecessary. But she was just screaming. And she was like, what is this? Are you trying to turn me into a mad person? I'm counting. I'm like, madam, what is happening? So some guy told her, okay, you know what, let me try it. And then the guy, 17,000. How? From and that's the thing. A lot of people don't count.
Yeah, because like
a lot of people don't count. And so I don't know why we have to make everything so
to check and balance everything. Check and balance every single thing. You can't take anything for granted. Another area I wanted us to touch on is I wanted to, you know, pick your heads on this, or rather pick your brains on this. Self-defense, right? What do you think about things like the pocket knife, things like the pepper spray?
I'm afraid because we live in Nigeria. If police catch you with pocket knife, they can turn it into something else. But again, I mean, these things are there to help you defend yourself. We all know how porous Lagos is. I mean, especially now, somebody walks too close, somebody tries to be overly smart with you and all that. At least, maybe not pocket knife because you can even enjoy yourself, but at least pepper spray. Or
you won't be scared to use pepper spray on somebody.
No.
What if it turns around and they use pepper spray on you?
How can they use it? Me, I will use the pepper spray and run away now.
And run away to where?
Wherever. I can run.
Do you know, I've always wondered, because I have never had to carry any of those things before, right? But maybe again, because of these wild imaginations I have in my head, I'm like, maybe someone's trying to attack me and then I have a pepper spray in my bag. And the person is trying to find what's in my bag. The person opens my bag and brings out the pepper spray. They use it on me before I'm able to use it on the person.
How would the person use it?
Is that not me setting?
The person collects it from you?
Your bag. Isn't it going to be in your bag?
Okay, so I feel that sometimes if we're sensitive enough, we have the first hints of danger. I feel so. So I'll give you an example. If I'm walking home, if I have a pepper spray, if I'm walking home, maybe there's just some place I feel uncomfortable or I feel, what I would do is I'll take out my pepper spray out of my bag and I'll put it in my pocket or I'll hold it. Because I feel that, okay, if anything was to happen to me, it would probably happen in this, you know, within this space and all that. Okay, at least I have something that I can use to defend myself. So that's what is in my head. Okay, is in my hand, and then I run, or at least you know. But again, I mean, I don't know. I won't. Not many shops carry it in Nigeria, so it's not even something that you can readily buy.
Available,
Yeah, and me, I'm always very afraid of Nigerian police, honestly, because it can become a big issue.
Yeah.
Just having it alone.
Yeah.
And I was going to even say that another tip would be to have your car papers complete at this period. So that if they're stopping
give them any reason.
You know that is out of your goodwill that you want to give them something. But you know, when they find something wrong with you, you know, you faulting in something, they would ride on that.
I'm really thanks for mentioning that because my roadworthiness is expired.
And even always
and it's almost 1 year now. I've renewed the papers. The problem is this carrying the car for
inspection. Yes.
I don't understand. It's in Oshodi.
No, I hear there's one. My driver told me that there's one.
I don't know why. Maybe the one you start with, that's where you need to go. I don't know how to do the transfer. And it really bugs me because usually my papers are always complete. That was how my mom taught me that
you don't have someone that can do it for you.
I've done it. You need to carry car for inspection. It's that inspection that is the problem.
And guess what? The longer it is that you stay without it, the more.
The last time I paid 60k now, maybe as it's getting to 1 year, now maybe I just wait for the next year so that it will be 120k. I beg, I'm tired. But yeah, please try and get your correct car papers so that you know you're not explaining anything. The confidence I have when they stop me, because me, I'm always driving at night, and the first thing they ask is license. I mean, I'm already giving attitude like, okay, here's the license. And for the license, my mom taught me something, which is I carry a photocopy around, so I don't give them the original card. So I just go into my glove compartment, pull up the photocopy paper, look at it, you can see that it is, and they're like, oh, okay, anything for us, nothing for you. Bye.
And then please always go out with an ID card. Very important.
I agree. That's actually very important. Always go out. See how we're dishing out all these tips. I hope you have your pen and paper and you're jotting something down. Where I told you, have your evidence so that you don't need to shalaye so much. When they stop you and they ask you for those things, just show it to them so that they have no reason whatsoever to keep you back. And then you are justified. If they keep you back, you're justified, right? If anybody asks any questions, you're like, I don't understand why I'm held down here, yeah? Okay, so we're talking about self-defense, we don't talk about eating. See, it's very important too. Because I know people, things like food poisoning, to be honest. If you know that you have a very sensitive tummy, don't go about eating just anywhere. Maybe you're laughing, but it's funny. I don't just want to share this experience. But it's not even just food poisoning. Diarrhea is a real thing, and it can. If you have diarrhea, trust me, your entire holiday is ruined. Because imagine you being very pressed because you've eaten the wrong thing. You don't want to go about looking for a toilet where you should actually be enjoying yourself. It's not going to be funny at all. Or stuck in your house taking Imodium when you should be out there partying and enjoying yourself. This experience has really hooked. It has though. Best believe that it has, and I'm speaking from the bottom of my heart. So when you eat carefully, I don't know why we have. Everyone was mentioned. Yes.
Overeating is a big problem. Don't overeat. Everything you still eat. Eat rice in the morning, pepper soup in the afternoon, cake, everything. Calm down. The food is not. You're not going to die if you don't finish it on Christmas period. I understand that you're trying to show that you have, variety, but please eat in moderation. It's very important. You now come in January and be planning how you're going to do a liposuction. After you finish eating all the...
What kind of shots are you firing? What kind of shots are you firing like this now?
It's the truth now. New year now is everybody's like, go
to the gym now.
I'm going to the people going to the gym already. Some of them have at the back of the mind that surgery is the way, but let's put up the front that is gym. So in order to just be on the safe side.
If very short is fired at you, I'm sorry.
Eat in moderation.
I'm sorry, please just forgive her. If this shot she's firing is hitting you in one way or the other, please don't hold it against us on this show. Thanks and God bless. That being said, so we've given you a whole lot of tips on what safety measures, even the ones that seem like a joke. Trust me, it could actually go a long way. But then before we go, any final words, ladies? Any final thoughts?
Just for me, I would say that you owe it to yourself. To keep yourself safe. First and foremost, and you can't take anything for granted. You can't assume as well. You have to deliberately, consciously, intentionally, think safety, So.
Okay. I think we have a caller. Yeah. Hello. Good evening.
Hello.
Good evening. Good evening.
Yeah, this is Loma from Abia State.
Good evening, Loma. Nice to hear from you.
Very by what you quickly just put up on the screen.
Yes.
The safety measure. Let me just tell you. Okay, let's ask ourselves, why is it that every year road safety will line up themselves on the highway, so we still have accidents here and there? Because number one, they don't take the right thing. Once you give them money, if your tire not good, they will allow you to pass. They will collect. You don't give them a good day and they will allow you to pass. Thereby, they don't take those things that they're supposed to take. If we are to make sure this festive season that people will drive home safely, let that name, road safety, live up to its name. Because for the time I've been watching them over even this time, Even when I'm traveling, you see that they don't do what they're supposed to do anyway. They will just wave you, carry one big stick, wave you down, they get you. They will not look if everything in your vehicle is normal or they will just straight up your hand, collect from you, and allow you to go. At the end of the day, you will see somebody with a bad tire. The gear is not normal. So at the end of the day, you still have to get an accident. So I beg our road safety. Let them make sure that this festive season they reduce the carnage on our way. It is too much. A lot of people are going. A lot of people are going through accidents. So let the road safety do their and let drivers do their own. Some drivers are so reckless. Let them do their own. Do your bid, let government do their bid. You will see things will be normal. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Norman. Very well said. So it just also ties to what Mary also said, right? Just make sure that everything is okay. And then he has even warned the road safety people, please, people should have mercy. Norman said they carry big stick on the road.
Well, if the road is bad, even if your tires is 100% original, a bad road will still damage your
And even make sure that that even reminds me of something. Make sure that your car is actually in good condition, or whatever vehicle it is. If you're going to be traveling with your vehicle, make sure that it is in good condition. Check everything before you get on the go. Spare time, very true. Even all those things, the caution signs, and also that even if anything happens on the road, right, you know that there's something to actually to prevent collision of vehicles and things like that as well. There's one thing very important thing I was going to say, and now I've lost that train of thought actually. Anyway, I'm sure that we've given you very, very helpful tips on how to stay safe during the festive period. But then before we go, do ensure you follow us on Instagram at Wayshow Africa. You can interact with us further, drop a comment, and most importantly, follow all our social media engagement. Remember to like, share, comment, and invite your friends and family to watch us and follow us. Thank you so much, Diola. Thank you, Mary. It was great having you ladies on the show tonight. Unfortunately, I don't think we're going to sit at this table again till the end of the year. I mean, us together like this is what I mean, not Wayshow. But then if you missed today's quote, here it is again. If you must travel this season, travel light. See you tomorrow at 8 p.m. as we bring another great conversation to your screen.
Today, I am visiting Chinasa and Akanimo, two good friends of 8 years. Their friendship is the kind admired by people who know them. These two ladies share their friendship journey. They weren't so close even though they work together.
First of all, friendship is a blessing, especially if you're living in today's world. You can't just peddle everything that is happening in this world. You need someone else that probably sees the same, through the same lens, have the same values, and not just in front of people or in front of the cameras we are today, but behind closed doors. Someone that would not really push, but is patient enough to wait till you come around. Funny thing is that someone has asked me, especially concerning our friendship, I said, what if tomorrow, NASA turns like a sour grape? And my answer had been that I would forever be grateful for the times that we were friends, because they were excellent moments.
So friendship for me, to your question, is trust, respect, the ability to be yourself. And I like what Ike said, when I knew that we're doing this interview, I was thinking about it, like, you know what? In truth, like, nothing in life lasts forever. We do hope that this friendship continues for as long as God tarries, as they say. But I think that what I have also been able to categorically tell myself is that should this friendship go the other way for some whatever reason, I can't imagine what that reason is, we're no longer friends, I will be grateful for the opportunity of this kind of friendship. And I say this because in a world where people can't even trust, the people around, not even family members, to find this kind of relationships, I'm just like, we're thankful to God that you can be honest and truth, you can get the truth from them. You can feel safe, like a safe space. That's what friendship is to me.
So there are a lot of things that we don't agree on. There are a lot of things, we have different tastes in different things. But at the end of the day, the core remains the same. So knowing, just as she said, the core, everything else we can take.
We haven't actually had a time where we've not been talking. And if it has happened, maybe it was just me thinking, I'm not talking to Ike and she's not aware. Like, she's totally oblivious. I probably called me. I mean, sometimes I blocked her on WhatsApp. Like, I'm not talking to Ike. And then people were like, don't worry, it's not both of you. But even that was as a joke because, again, it's the genuineness of the relationship. Like, I can be a total, for lack of a better word, I can be a jerk sometimes. But I also know that she gets it. Like, she's not going to label me and say, oh, NASA is just this annoying person. Like, she's like, NASA is in one of her moods. And so I think with that appreciation, you're like, okay, yeah, I can always talk to this person. It doesn't matter. I don't feel a type of way.
It's a good thing that she's annoying, because sometimes she is annoying.
Oh, but she is too.
We did not like ourselves at first. So it's not
it wasn't love at first sight.
Now, if there's anything that our friendship has, demonstrated, is growth, gradual growth. When you see something is organic, this friendship is really organic, in the sense that it just grew from seeing that this person and we kind of have the same principles, and the journey has been slow and steady. There's no forceful attempt to make either of us friends. So it's not like sit down and tell me everything about your life, if not so this friend. So we can become friends. So we catch up on it. Yeah, and as we go, we take it every day. And till today, I'm still learning some things about NASA. Mm-hmm. She has friends from different circles that probably know more stories than I do. Mm-hmm. You get, and the same thing, vice versa. But, there's that steady growth. When it comes to personal development, we've been on journeys together.
Absolutely.
We're always seeking it, okay? Starting from, just wanting to be better at public speaking. So we've gone on Toastmasters journey together. We've done our MBA together. We're going to start French sometime together. We're going to do our project management together. Yep. And these plans are, so it's not like we sit down and think about it. But we just know that we want to be better women.
The foundation of this friendship is being our shared development goals, personal. We're talking and like, I want to do this. Like, public speaking started with, how did I even start? I think
we said we were going to be, preparing to next level.
Yeah, where we're going in life.
Where we're going to in life, and we need to be prepared so that it doesn't take us by surprise. Moving from, moving to mid-management and then senior management, and being career women. We're like, we need to be prepared for this. No, we can't start preparing in the battle.
Or some people. So we said, let's go and start Toastmasters, and we started that journey together, and then there was MBA, and then she had a mentor that she was gracious enough to share with me, and we have this one mentor that probably just thinks that these girls are crazy. But so I'd say it's the shared goals that's also one of the glues of this friendship. Like, we know that we're going in similar direction, so it's easier to sort of cultivate. So the people that are struggling with friendship, like I said, understand, first of all. So first, one thing AK said, you know, what are you, first of all, understand, who are you yourself, right? And do that self-assessment, be true to yourself. That's the only place that you can, that's the first place to begin. And then with that, you can attract the kind of people that you want to attract based on your own true self.
I think there's a reason why the Bible says love your neighbor as yourself. And she just buttressed that point. You have to understand who you are. Accept yourself. Then know that friendship is not about modification.
Yeah.
Friendship is different from followership. If you want to be a leader or a boss of people, then go and gather people and pay. You know, maybe you have a company or followership. But once you come to real friendship, you must learn to coexist. Human beings are not perfect. You must give an allowance for that, and you must take time to build that bank of trust.
Yeah.
You keep depositing into it, and you must build that. It takes time. Don't rush it. Don't force it.
Don't force it.
More importantly, be a happy person. Be
By
yourself. By yourself. Be what you can attract.
Yeah.
Be sincere, be true, and it will come.
Damilola Owolabi is a life coach who believes that friendship can be great, but explains that humans need to be intentional about being the right kind of friend before seeking real friends.
Most of the people that I deal with have challenge with friends, understanding them in their critical time and state. So when they come to me, we deal with the issue from the angle of, okay, before we start bringing your friend in, your family, can we deal with you first? What have you done to merit that friend? In our own or in his or her own time or downtime, what have you done to help him or her? Now, the painful part is if they have been loyal, if they have been good, if they have been supportive, and when it now gets to their time, they got stabbed at the back, you know, got condemned and all of that, it can be more painful, and it adds more to the trauma they are going through as at that time, and it helps them, it costs their healing to elongate.
Good friendship embodies empathy, compassion and concern for other people. It requires time and work, and could transcend race, culture and national boundaries. By valuing and celebrating friendship, we foster selflessness and gratitude, and these individuals share what friendship means to them.
It's a form of companionship, a union between two or more people, like do things together, play together, eat together.
Friendship is about sacrifice, it's about tolerance.
It's an affliction you have for one another.
Someone you can rely on, call upon, be dependable to, like someone that can be there for you.
Happy International Day of Friendship. Be kind to everyone you meet.
Happy International Day of Friendship.
Happy International Day of Friendship. Happy International Friendship Day.
Happy International Day of Friendship. Be kind, be true, and be you.
Furniture is one of the most important home accessories. It adds style and elegance beside their primary functional designs. They contribute to the beautification and aesthetics of a place. The world production of furniture is estimated at over $350 billion, out of which the Nigeria's market share is 50 billion naira. The furniture industry has improved in Nigeria from just the roadside carpentry to the creative arts of combining wood, metal, cushion to give glamour and beauty to chairs, tables, wardrobes, cabinets, and other household furniture. The market for the furniture industry would always be in demand because everyone needs furniture for countless reasons. In Lagos, there is a furniture market where you find all types of artisans materials, and tools for furniture making. The market is well coordinated with a chairman and organized rules.
Wà láyé ọjà wa yìí ó mọ̀ lọ bí 70 bí 70 ọdún tí mo bá wò dáadáa ọ̀nà karùn-ún níbi tá a wà yìí a ti kọ́kọ́ wà ní Watchtower ní Ṣómólúrí wọ́n ń pè ibì kan ní enípákó ní onípànù ńbẹ̀ yẹn àwa náà lè nípákó tá a wà ńbẹ̀ nígbà náà lọ́hùn. Lẹ́yìn ìgbà yẹn a ti tún wà ní ilé epo Ajib tó wà ń Fàdé ibi tí bíríìjì ẹlẹ́sẹ̀ wà ń jọ sí. Lẹ́yìn tá a kúrò ńbẹ̀ la ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ wá lọ sí Káyọ̀dé níbi táwọn onírin wà nísìn. A kúrò ńbẹ̀ ní 1977 la wọ́ sí bíbá yìí. Ká tó wá dé bíbá yìí ilé kiri pé kí ọjà ó dìgbà tó bá ń yá kán ní ká kúrò lórí ilẹ̀ àwọn ọlọ́dani tó fún wa ńlẹ̀ tàbí ẹbí tó fún wa ńlẹ̀ ló mú kí àwọn bàbá wa àgbà náà lọ́hùn kí wọ́n gbé ìgbésẹ̀ lórí ká gba ilẹ̀ lọ́wọ́ ìjọba ìpínlẹ̀ Èkó láyé LSDPC. So àtìgbà yẹn la ti wá béèrè fún ilẹ̀ tó jẹ́ pé ó jẹ́ àyè ibi tíjọba yà sọ́tọ̀ fún kátàkárà tàbí iléeṣẹ́ ìdí tó gbé wa débì nìyẹn. So ìjọba Lagos State ló fún wa níbí láyé LSDPC. Èmi lálága karùn-ún àwọn alága tán ti lọ ẹ̀yẹn la ní John Oyè bàbá dàgbà wá sọ́jà mọ́ ó di mẹ́ta bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn gbà tí bàbá dàgbà tán wá sọ́jà wọn ni Ṣùbẹ́rù Àkànó nánà wà tún bọ́ síbẹ̀ àwọn kú ní April 2016 gbà yẹn ló ṣẹ̀ wá kan èmi Isiaka orí oyè títí dìgbà tá a wá wà yìí kì í ṣe pé a lè lé 105 èèyàn yìí táyìn lóyìnbó ń pè ní 500 jù bẹ́ẹ̀ lọ ní omi ò sọ pé 500 jù bẹ́ẹ̀ lọ àtẹnírà àtẹníntà a lè 105 lọ́kùnrin lóbìnrin a kà wọn ọmọọṣẹ́ ẹ̀kọ́ṣẹ́ o tó yẹ pé ń kọ́ṣẹ́ furniture upholsterer welder oríṣiríṣi iṣẹ́ tó jẹ mọ́ building materials tó jẹ mọ́ nǹkan kọ́lé torí níta base lé lórí gan nìyẹn àti pákó plywood oríṣiríṣi nǹkan kọ́lé tó dédé páànù cement kọ́kọ́rọ́ ìṣó gbogbo nǹkan kọ́lé àwọn kan wà tán tó ń kọ́ lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ báyìí àwọn kan wà tó yẹ pé ibi náà ti kọ́ ibi náà tún wà 105 ti tiẹ̀ ní àjùbá ń lọ àpọ̀ lórí tẹ environmental tó sọ wàá rí i pé ńgbà tí wọn náà débi láàárọ̀ yìí ò lè wọlé a ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ environmental láago 7 a parí ẹ̀ láago 9:30 tó ra nígbàgbọ́ nú Ọlọ́run tá a bá dúró láago 9:30 yẹn kò sẹ́ni tó gbọ́dọ̀ tajà hàn ní tàwọn ò ní rà environmental gbogbo ọjà ti mọ́ so mùsùlùmí á gbàdúrà àwọn ẹgbẹ́ ní àjọ nígbàgbọ́ àwọn náà á gbàdúrà ìyẹn ló máa gbé adago 10 kálukú tó padà sẹ́nu iṣẹ́ gẹ́gẹ́ bí ètò tíjọba filẹ̀ bọ́jà wáyé ṣe tó àti bó ṣe rí o lè ríbi tán gbé ń ta ọtí ń bì tó dẹ́ni tó ti mu tí yó ó lè hùwàkíwà àgbà kéèyàn ó jalè ẹni bá ti jalè a máa lè kúrò lọ́jà ni àdẹ̀gbà kéèyàn ó jà gbogbo nǹkan tó wù kó lè rí bó ṣe bí ẹni tó wá fẹjọ́ sùn alága tó bá ti dọ́dọ̀ alága pe àwọn ọmọ ìgbìmọ̀ agbọ́tọ̀tún agbátòsí tó bá yẹ ká fi ṣàtúnṣe bẹ̀ á dẹ̀ ṣe a lè dẹ́lòmíì lẹ́jọ́ pé ókè lọ gbélé ọ̀sẹ̀ 2 ẹni tí ń tajà ojoojúmọ́ tó mọ tó ń rí lójúmọ́ ta ni kó lọ gbélé ọ̀sẹ̀ 2 ọ̀sẹ̀ kan tó bá padà dé sẹ́mọ̀ para àárọ̀ n tó mú jà wájọ́ sí tírú ẹ̀ bá ti ń bọ̀ á mọ̀ pé kó ń lọ fẹjọ́ sùn ó ń lọ́nà àbáyọ so ara àwọn ètò tán bàbá rẹ̀ ti làálẹ̀ nìyẹn ó dẹ̀ wà bẹ́ẹ̀ títí dè ní ìní àbí ó dẹ̀ ṣe máa rí lọ náà nìyẹn àgbà owó àgbà pọ̀ lọ́wọ́ àwọn èèyàn bí kì í ṣe pé irú ilẹ̀ nísìnyí ìdọ̀tí tán bá lò nígbà bá fẹ́ sanwó lọ́mà ṣe mọ̀ pé ó di dandan so à ń gbà yẹn lówó tí ò ga àwọn èèyàn lára tó jẹ́ pé kò tiẹ̀ ní wọ́n lára ńgbà tí a ti wà bá a ṣe fi wà yẹn kò sówó kan tá à ń gbà kọjá owó ìsọ̀tán bá rẹ́ǹtì tán sanwó ẹ̀ lọ́dún kò sí owó túláàsì kan tó ìnájà kan àbẹ̀wọ̀n ìrajà kan bí wàá lè sọ pé wọ́n gbà lọ́wọ́ àgbowó car park àgbowó ilé ìgbẹ́ ilé ìtọ̀ gbogbo ẹ̀dẹ̀ la ní tó yẹ pé tí ọ̀gán bá tiẹ̀ débẹ̀ wàá fẹ́ lè sùn bẹ̀ pé ṣé bí náà dẹ̀ lẹ pé nílé ìgbẹ́ lẹ pé nílé ìwẹ̀ nílé ìtọ̀ tá a tọ́jú gbogbo ẹ̀ gẹ́gẹ́ bí nǹkan tí Lagos State fẹ́ gbogbo àdẹ̀ náà wá ń yẹ̀ wá wò Lagos State yẹn wọn yé wá wọn wá láti Aláùsá wọn wá láti local government ẹgbẹ́ nípákó ní Lagos State gan àwọn gan tún wá tọ́ra jẹ́ kókó kan nínú ọjà tó jẹ́ ọmọ ẹgbẹ́ Lagos State Building Materials and Building Materials Association ajẹ́ kókó kan so bá a ṣe ń tò díẹ̀ díẹ̀ nìyẹn tọ́lọ́ndẹ̀ fún wa tó challenge ta ní pọ̀ díẹ̀ ó kàn yẹ pé bórílẹ̀-èdè wa ṣe fi ń lọ ni tí gẹ́gẹ́ bí wọn náà ṣe rí ńgbà tẹ wọnú ọjà àwọn iṣẹ́ tó ń jáde níbí báyìí ọ̀pọ̀ ẹ̀ ní tán bá gbé dé ta tán bá sọ fún wọn pé wọ́n import ẹ̀ ni wọ́n ní jiyàn torí aláwọn òṣìṣẹ́ tí wọ́n kájú ẹ̀ anything furniture bó jẹ́ ìtàn fi irin ṣe bó jẹ́ ìtàn fi gi ṣe bó jẹ́ ìtàn fi bọ́ọ̀dù plywood ṣe ṣùgbọ́n ọ̀pọ̀ nǹkan tá à ń wí ló nídìí ọ̀pọ̀ owó materials tá a dẹ̀ ń lò jù local materials ní tó yẹ jẹ́ pé tán bá ṣe finishing ẹ̀ tán tiẹ̀ tún dájú tìlú tán gbé alátòkèrè lọ irú ẹ̀ tí wọ́n ti kó jáde láàárọ̀ yìí wọ́n náà pàdé nǹkan tán jáde lọ nígbà tí wọ́n ṣí géètì tá a pàdé environmental lẹ́ẹ̀kan so gbogbo orú àwọn kan báwọn yẹn ṣùgbọ́n kíjọba ó gbégbèsè àti kún wa lọ́wọ́ kí nǹkan yẹn lè di tí ó kárí gbogbo Áfíríkà tí ò ní mọ Nàìjíríà nìkan bọ́jà wa ṣe fi rí yìí láti Àbújá àwọn kan wà tó yẹ pé ní showroom wọn ibi náà ti wọ́n produce sales wọn ọjà tó ń tà ibi náà ti ń ṣe tán lọ kó sí showroom náà báyìí ti tan náà sí adúpẹ́ lọ́dọ̀ Ọlọ́run Ọlọ́run fi ń pọ́n wa ló dẹ̀ fi ń yìn wá so tíjọba bá kún wa lọ́wọ́ nípa pé kán finance wa béèyàn bá ṣe lówó ṣòwò mọ́ ni a ṣe jèrè mọ́ bẹ́ẹ̀ náà dẹ̀ ni a ṣe rágbéga lẹ́nu òwò yẹn tó wò ní nìyẹn wàá rí i pé ẹni tó ń fi 1,000 ṣòwò èrè ẹ̀ ò lè dàbí ẹni tó ń fi 10,000 ṣe ẹni tó ń fi 1 million ṣòwò a lè fi ẹni tó ń fi 50 million ṣe béèyàn bá ṣe lówó ṣòwò mọ́ náà lè rí ẹ̀ ó ṣe pọ̀ tó náà dẹ̀ ni ayé á fi mọ̀ ọ́ sí.
Well, I've been in the business for a very long time because I started the business with my dad around 1985. I'm still in secondary school then. At earlier stage, I have the mind of be a first man, but my dad said he want me to go into business because he have a lot of achievement that he made in doing the business. And as time goes on, I later joined my dad in doing the business. I later have interest in doing the wood business. I give glory to Almighty God because the business is a good business, and if you can try to have interest in what you are doing, at least I know that you never regret in doing whatever you are doing. We have a lot of different type of woods that is even uncountable, most especially in Southwest here. We get wood from different states in Nigeria here. Starting from anything from Ijebu, the Shagam, Ore, Bini, Ondo, Idori, Owo, Ifon, Sobe, Agbanikaka Empire in Onwa, all that kind of we get wood in many different states in Nigeria here. Just for example, we have mahogany. Mahogany is a redwood and they're used for furniture wood. Just like bed, shelf, door, architrave and so on. They're used for many things. We also have black afara, we have Mazonia, we have teak, we have Abora, we have Idigbo, we have Eku, and so on and so forth. And that's what we are even be using for a very long time in Nigeria here before they started bringing the imported board and all these things. The wood serve more longer than the board. The board have different type. You have the one that lasts longer, and which we have the one that don't even last longer. But I still prefer, due to me, I still prefer the wood than using the board. If at all, if I'm doing anything in my house, I always prefer using the wood. The difference there is not very much, but difference between the local one, the local board and the wood that we use here, the wood lasts longer than the imported board, and most of this imported board, they process the wood here, which they even take down to that place to go and made as board, and they'll still bring it back for us here. That due to the government, because the government supposed to even work on that, which if at all, if something will even happen like that, what we have here, they're supposed to produce it here. Not that they will take it over there and then later do the processing and then later bring it for us here, which is not even an idea. I didn't even support that. We encounter a lot of challenges on that because bringing the imported boards down to Nigeria make the wood business to go down, which at least the way we even enjoy doing the business, the wood business before, is quite different from the way we enjoy it now. In Nigeria, yeah, some people know the quality of the wood, which they still patronize us. Most especially, some of my father's customers that they are in old age, they normally even tell their children and most of their colleagues and family that if you want to do something like this, it's even more better for you to go for wood, because now people are now coming back to get the wood and to use it for whatever they want to use it than before that. Everybody just faced the imported material that this was, but because what they see that they gain a lot, and the time of using the Nigeria something here, they see that it's even more get lasting than using the imported wood. Under the normal procedure, you're supposed to learn whatever you want to do. Probably because if you don't even learn, you will not be able to go far in doing it, because along the line, you see people that they will tell you that they want to supply you wood. At the end of the day, they will just collect money from you, and which the something will not be done. But once you learn what you want to do, after all, if anybody even want to bring what is not supposed to bring into the business, you say, no, that's not the way I'm supposed to go. This is the right way I'm supposed to go. It depends on how the person have the sense and the knowledge of learning. Because some people may even be there between 1 year, they will capture whatever they want to capture about learning about the wood or to do a wood business. But some people, they have a dull brain. Maybe they will use about 3 to 4 years.
Wàá rí i pé mo sọ ọ́nà ọ̀rọ̀ mi pé à ń tà à ń rà ni. Àwọn ọlọ́dàn ni tí wọ́n wá rẹ́ǹtì ṣọ́ọ̀bù ń bí ọ̀pọ̀ wọn ni wọ́n na pàápàá àwọn ọmọ kéékèèké ìsìn ìmíì parí ní polytechnic, àwọn tó parí lọ́fà, tó parí Yaba, tó parí káàkiri tẹ́ pé bíi náà tí wọ́n á ń ṣiṣẹ́ wọn. So àwọn ọmọ yẹn ń gbé sórí social media, but àwa gẹ́gẹ́ bíi bàbá ọjà tẹni ó lọ́jà, àwọn ò tí ì wọ social media. Tó mọ̀ pé ayé jọ́sí ńlòbí ń sọ fọ́mọ pé iṣẹ́ ìdandan ni kò kọ́. Níbi tí ayé dé nísìn iṣẹ́ tó bá wu ọmọ láti kọ́. Nígbà tó ọmọ báyìí ti sọ fún ìyá àti bàbá ẹ̀ pé iṣẹ́ yìí ló wu òun kọ́. Àwọn tó mọ̀ wá ń bí báyìí tán mọ irú nǹkan tó ń jáde ń bí. Àwọn náà mọ̀ wá sọ́dọ̀ ọ̀gá tí wọ́n mọ̀ tó ń ṣiṣẹ́ lábẹ́ àkóso ọjà títí wa. Tírú ọ̀gá yẹn bá ti wá gbọmọṣẹ́ yẹn, á jẹ́ káwa tá a já lákòóso ọjà ó mọ̀ pé ọmọọmọṣẹ́ kan wá fóun o, iṣẹ́ báyìí tó fẹ́ kọ́ rẹ̀, iṣẹ́ tó fẹ́ ṣe rẹ̀. Á dẹ̀ fàdúrà sí pé kán máa lọ ṣe. Irú àwọn bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn pọ̀ tó jẹ́ pé ńgbà kọ́ṣẹ́ tán, ibi náà náà ti tó ń ṣiṣẹ́ yẹn náà. Tán bá ti kọ́ṣẹ́ yẹn, èyí tó bá ráyè síbi á dúró ń bí, èyí tí ò ráyè, bọ̀tọ̀pọ̀ wọn gan-an dúró ń bí torí wọ́n mọ nǹkan tí ibi ń bí. Ẹ sì mọ̀ pọ́rọ̀ ṣẹ́rè kò èèyàn mọ̀ tán. Bọ́n bá kọ́ ṣiṣẹ́ mi tó bá dàbí pé ó fẹ́ pa wọn lórí, asáré lọ fún bọ́ọ̀gá tó kọ́ wọn. Àwọn ọ̀gá tó pọ̀ mí, sọ́mọ̀ pé ọ̀tọ̀ lọ̀gá, ọ̀tọ̀ tún ni ọ̀gá. So wọ́n pọ̀ mí báyìí bẹ́ẹ̀. Ìgbà tí state government fún wa nílẹ̀ ń bí ọ̀pọ̀ nǹkan náà máa fún wa. Ṣùgbọ́n nígbà tán tiẹ̀ ti fún wa nílẹ̀ tá a ti ń rí bí tajà wa rajà wa, àwa náà ò béèrè mọ́ òbọ̀ tó bá gbé wa lọ́la à ń retí ẹ̀ o. tó dáadéhùn wa ni kí wọ́n máa fún wa ní transformer tó máa fún wa níná ìgbà tán ò fún wa àwa la lọ rà fúnra wa wọ́n láwọn ò fún wa ní tar road àwa la mọ̀ bá ń ṣe ń ṣe ọ̀nà wa ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ tóbi dórí omi but bí náà ṣe ń wá ìgbà tí nàìjíríà ń rí bákan láti ìgbà kan tí náà ò déédéé ọ̀pọ̀ wa láti ra generator ọ̀pọ̀ àwọn oníṣẹ́ ọwọ́ yẹn torí ń gbé yẹn bá gbaṣẹ́ níṣẹ́ tí nepa fún wa níná tó dẹ̀ lásìkò tó dá fún eníṣẹ́ ò ní fẹ́ gbọ́ pé iná ni ò sí ó mú kápọ̀ wa ra generator gbogbo àwọn ọmọ táwọn wí gbogbo àwọn ọ̀gá wọn yìí náà ní generator tán fi ń ṣiṣẹ́ wọn.
The furniture market is not without its challenges. The unavailability of raw materials and the constant lack of power supply does not just affect the furniture industry, but the Nigerian manufacturing industry as a whole.
Challenges pọ̀ gan-an níbi iṣẹ́ yìí. Ìgbà míì wà tó yẹ pé iná máa disturb wa. A ní rí iná ṣiṣẹ́. Generator tá a dẹ̀ ń lò kò powerful bí iná. Ó ti yé yín. So àwọn challenges tá a máa ń face tá a máa ń dojú kọ lórí iṣẹ́ nìyẹn. So táwọn oníṣẹ́ bá dẹ̀ lọ́wọ́ fẹ́ gbéṣẹ́ kò dẹ̀ sí nǹkan tá a lè ṣe ju pé ká wá means láti fi parí iṣẹ́ yẹn. Iná generator náà la lè lò.
Nípa bá a ṣe ń sanwó gẹ́gẹ́ bí olórí àti ìgbìmọ̀ ẹni bá ti múná nínú wọn torí gbogbo wọn kọ́ ló ń lo ná ìbá àwọn tán ń lo ná nínú wọn àti ní levy tí a fi wọ́n sí orí ẹ̀ wọ́n dẹ̀ ti mọ̀ páwọn láti sanwó yẹn a tún wá ṣe débi pé ìjọba ní ká máa lọlé láago 6 tá a bá lọlé tán àwọn ìgbìmọ̀ kan wà tí a ṣètì kalẹ̀ hàn tó bí hàn 8 àwọn èèyàn ní lọlé láago 6 wọ́n á yí ká gbogbo ọjà a dẹ̀ ṣe àwọn ṣúìsì kan síta tó yẹ pé òun ló control gbogbo nǹkan téèyàn ń lò ní workshop ẹ̀ tó ní on and off so àwọn ìgbìmọ̀ tí wọ́n máa patrol yẹn gbogbo nǹkan tí fuse tán ṣe síta yẹn tó ti ní on and off yẹn náà máa wò tán bá ti rẹ́ni tó gbàgbé tiẹ̀ ńgbà tó ń lọ lé ó wà ní on ńgbà tó ń lọ bóyá ó pẹ́ kó tó palẹ̀ mọ́ wá ń sáré jáde lọ pé kí gbìmọ̀ ọjà máa mú òun kò rántí pa àwọn gbìmọ̀ 6 8 yẹn àná máa lọ wọ́n máa pa àwọn èèyàn kúrò lọ́jà nìkan bíi 20 or 6:30 yóòjúmọ́ dẹ̀ nìyẹn àfijọ́ Sunday nìkan tá a bá wá yóòjúmọ́ là ń ṣe yẹn gbogbo wọn yẹn náà n tó ti ṣe wá rí ó jẹ́ ká gbẹ́ burú ọ̀rọ̀ kámọ̀bàrógun iná mọ́ ni adẹ̀dúpẹ́ lọ́dọ̀ Ọlọ́run láti gbà náà ti pé bóyá èèyàn dẹ̀ ń jalè a lè pọ̀ tó yìí kámọ̀ mọ́ rí ọmọ ẹ̀yìn 12 péré ni Jésù ní tí Júdásì ẹyọ kan ya nǹkan mọ́ lọ́wọ́ kámọ̀ àṣọ bá a ṣe pọ̀ tó yìí bá a bá tiẹ̀ wá gbúrò orú ẹ̀ àwọn olè pé kọ́mọṣẹ́ ó jí bọ́ọ̀dù ọ̀gá kó jí ṣó tàbí kó tọ́ bọ̀ àpò ọ̀gá àbí wọ́n fi fóònù síbì kan ó wo bí kò réèyàn kankan ó mú irú àwọn olè bẹ́ẹ̀ ni tán bá rẹ̀ ti lè mú lọ́sàn-án bẹ́ẹ̀ tán mú wá kò sí rẹ̀ lóru torí àwa ò sí lọ́jà mọ́ ọ̀dẹ́dẹ̀ ti wà but lọ́sàn-án tán bá ti mú wá bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn á pe àwọn ọmọ ìgbìmọ̀ òfin ti wà bí mo ṣe sọ lẹ́ẹ̀kan pé èèyàn gbọ́dọ̀ mutí lọ́jà wa ń bì èèyàn gbọ́dọ̀ jalè èèyàn dẹ̀ gbọ́dọ̀ jà so ẹni bá ti jalè òwe tá àṣà táwọn ń dá fún ni pé ó ti di irú ẹ̀ kalẹ̀ ó ti fòṣù kálé rí kẹgbẹ́ ó kàn gbèrú ká sì síta ni ẹni bá ti jalè ń lọ ni bẹ́ẹ̀ lẹ́ni ó bá mutí.
The sector needs to be empowered because it has a great potential to provide not just employment but contributor to internal revenue for the country.
See what we want to see, only to save us from pain.
My name is Banke Mishidolawal. I'm a makeup artist and I started doing makeup because it was the next thing to do.
Our common sense to find we're struggling.
Today I'm going to do the makeup for a bride. I'm going to take you through the process from wearing of the coral beads to the ashoke, and I'm also going to tie her gele. The gele is a head wrap. It's a traditional head wrap worn by women in Nigeria for during occasions or ceremonies. I understand the emotions a bride goes through on her special day. I've worked years in the wedding industry, and I know that everything culminates into today, the engagement day. My job is to present, is to pack all those emotions and present the bride in a fantastic way. She's coming out, she wants to come out beautiful, but I also want the groom to recognize her. I don't want her parents to think, oh wow, what's this masquerade alighting? From the mix of my eyeshadows to the way that I press pigment onto the lids and apply the lipstick or lip gloss or the blusher, everything is a process that I'm very passionate about. Working on a bride on her engagement day, I think I'm drawn to it. I'm very passionate about it. I love it. From the way I do my eyebrows, from the way I apply my foundation, I prime the skin. I want to make sure that the foundation is brown and it matches the neck and it doesn't wear off. It lasts long. The bride is not concerned about mopping her brows during the ceremony and wiping off everything. So in as much as the makeup is going to look beautiful, it has to be long lasting. Those are some of the secrets of my makeup artistry. I do makeup that stays on and on and on, and even though the bride will sweat, because of course it's humid in Nigeria, the makeup still looks fantastic 10 hours later. The BM Pro Signature Gele is the fan style. I think it flatters many many face shapes. It slims the face, it gives you a little lift if need be. It's known to sometimes be too tight, but I believe that's the cross you have to bear for looking beautiful. I'm trying to infuse the colors of what she's wearing into the style of makeup that I do. She's wearing white, gold, and coral, so I'm taking elements of those colors, and I'm also pressing pigments, glitter pigments onto the eyelids. For the cheeks, I'm going to contour it a bit, and of course, her skin is very nice and brown, so I'm going to enhance that. I worked with designers, I worked in editorial, beauty, and fashion magazines. I worked a lot with Tiffany Amber, Odiomi Monet. I was drawn to working with models, but these days I find that I work mostly with brides. I do a lot of weddings, destination weddings, weddings locally, and even I take one-on-one makeup classes for people who want to learn how to do their own makeup.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. I'm usually inspired by client feedback. Whenever I've worked with anyone, whatever they say to me about the service afterwards, those are some of the things that keep me going. They dictate or determine what I'm going to do next.
From Adamawa State, northeastern Nigeria. I attended an introduction course in conservation biology, and I realized this was what my passion was. After I completed my master's in the UK, I knew I wanted to come back to my country. I knew I wanted to come and work for conservation in Nigeria and nowhere else. Before WCS took over managing the ranger activity, about 10 to 20 elephant carcasses were recorded, killed by poachers annually. Since poaching, I think my first day in Yankari.
It was almost fading, only the name was existing, but the actual reserve was just a shadow of itself. Poaching generally is a very big problem for us in Yankari.
I realized there was lots of grievances from the surrounding communities. Sometimes they would send huge complaints and huge threats that they would kill elephants because elephants have gone out to destroy their farms, destroy their crops.
a duk gaba ɗaya je kore su amma da kai dai mai gona je kore kayansa ko yana damuwansa ne kuma lokacin ma mutane ba su da yawa ba su yi gonakai da yawa a kusa dajin kamar yanzu ba.
We believe a couple of elephants were killed in the past because of the problems with crop reading. Then I got the opportunity to do the CLP program with WCS Nigeria. It has a very good collection of very passionate people working for the same cause, and it's been very great experience for me.
Before NACHA came, we didn't have any conservation outfit per se. But when he came, he put things in order, he put the rangers in proper perspective.
Working with Yankari Rangers has been really a great experience for me. It took me a while when I took over to understand them. So I got closer to them, spent more time with them, visited them in their homes, ate the same food with them, brought them so close that I was able to understand what are some of their needs, what are their problems. So when we took over, we were able to work with our partners, get them some firearms, some ammunition, uniforms, boots, kit bags.
My boss is a moral man. Enjoy staying with him and enjoy working with him.
Over time, the number of elephant carcasses went down, the number of patrols increased, and we can see poaching going down. I identified the 6 communities that were most affected by elephant crop raiding. I went around and had meetings with the chiefs and told them about the initiative, and I told them we have funding to have 2 people from their communities who would work with us as elephant guardians. So we trained those people on safe and effective ways to chase elephants away from the farm. Yankari has the last viable elephant population in Nigeria. The last elephant carcass we recorded in Yankari was in 2015 in May.
Yankari Game Reserve is an endowment given to us by God, and we are trying to protect it and preserve it. The glory is coming back, and this will be attributed seriously to NACHA's foresight and dedication.
I look at the Rangers sometimes, the success stories we have, it's one of the driving force I have that keeps me going. I said, if in such a small time we've touched this number of lives and we've made these changes, then I cannot give up. It's something that is so dear to me. It's something that I've sacrificed my life, I've sacrificed so much for.
NACHA is Yankari and Yankari is NACHA.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408, or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
And a warm good afternoon. I am Emmanuel Olubobukun. This is News Update. Now, President Bola Tinubu has presented his first budget to the National Assembly since taking office in May 2023. The budget was revised to 27.5 trillion naira after an increase in oil prices and a lower naira exchange rate. The federal executive infrastructure in areas such as power, roads, water, railway, and health. The National Judicial Council may on Friday send the names of 11 successful candidates to President Bola Tinubu for appointment into the Supreme Court. It is also gathered that 22 shortlisted justices were screened on Tuesday after the committee room of the NJC in Abuja from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. One of our correspondents learned that the screened justices were divided into priority and reserved candidates. as the Apex Court was reduced to 10 justices following the retirement of Musa Dadito, as his retirement came after that of Justice Amina Oge on September 22, 2023, and the death of Justice Chima Inweze on July 31, 2023. Now, the 10 justices at the Supreme Court fall short of the 21 stipulated by Section 230, subsection 2 of the 1999 Constitution. The House of Representatives Committee on Health has reviewed that not less than 5 wards with about 150 beds have been closed down at the Lagos University Teaching Hospital in Idiaraba due to a shortage of health workers. The chairman of the committee, Dr. Amos Magaji, explained that the 5 wards are to be shut because there were no health workers to operate them despite the large number of patients received at the institutions on a daily basis. Now, while lamenting that the institution was under threat as a result of brain drain, the Health Committee's chairman stated that many health workers in Louth, especially nurses and doctors, had left the teaching hospital in search of greener pastures. Now, speaking with Newsman shortly after an oversight visit to the teaching hospital, Magaji noted that the alarming rate of migration of health workers was becoming a national embarrassment to the country. The Minister of Interior, Olubunmi Tunjojo, on Tuesday said that the automation of Nigeria's passport application is 99% completed. Ojo, speaking in an interview, said the automated application will become operational in a week's time, and noting that after completion, Nigerians will only go to immigration centers to do fingerprint biometrics for their passports. He further revealed that with the new system, Nigerians can upload their passport photographs and other supporting documents from the comfort of their homes. And still on the news update, the Nigerian government has been urged to restructure and include talent discovery in schools' curriculum to aid their students promote skills and discover their talents. The advice came during a skill and talent discovery program organized by an educationist and also school proprietor, Favor Idogun, in Abeokuta, the Ogun State capital, yesterday. Now, Idogun fought to the nation's school curriculum and advised the government to revolutionize the curriculum to include skill acquisitions and also for students to unleash the untapped talent in them.
Our schools are run by curriculum. The curriculum should be revolutionized. The curriculum should be overhauled to include talent discovery in it, whereby we promote skills that will help students maximize and unleash their potentials. So we need more of technical schools that are working.
Meanwhile, the co-organizer of the talent hunt, Miriam Idogun, stressed that stakeholders in the education sector should support the government in promoting technical education in Nigeria, adding that schools' attention should not be focused on academics alone.
Sincerely speaking, not just government work alone, even different schools, they should imbibe talent skills in their academics, because it will help those kids to have this other ability to be able to do other things. Like for example, the school should not just focus on academics alone, because in the world out there, at the end of the day, some people that do go to school, it's not as if they use their certificate to it. But if they have this, if they have this consciousness in them, and they know that they have so talent in them, it's always going to help them. It will help them to be a dependent person. Sincerely speaking, not.
And out to other parts of Africa, Save the Children has reported that children account for almost half of the 57 million people in food crisis in 12 countries in the year 2022 due to extreme weather events, including drought and floods. Now, Ethiopia and Somalia were home to almost half of the 27 million children facing food insecurity. Now, the charity is calling on the COP28 to address climate change, recognizing children as key actors of change and addressing other causes of food insecurity, such as conflict prevention and strengthening health systems. Now, the Save the Children estimates that 1 in 3 children worldwide lives in poverty. Now, winding gear at a giant South African platinum mine field, sending an elevator into a precipice fall that killed 11 workers and those injured 75, the operator said on Tuesday. Now, Impala Platinum said 14 of the injured workers remained in critical conditions after disaster on Monday, as the elevator brought the miners up after the end of their shift. The oil operations at the Rustenburg mine, northwest of Johannesburg, have been suspended while an investigation started, as the company chief executive Nico Muller said in a statement. Now, Muller said the devastating accident at the mine was the darkest day in the history of the company, which is known as Implants. Now, there were 86 employees in the three-level lift when it unexpectedly reversed direction and began descending back down through the shaft, as Implant said in the statement. South Africa has the world's deepest mines, and many have lifts that can carry more than 100 people at a time. Implant spokesman Johan Tarren told the media that a winder mechanism at Rustenburg went into reverse and accelerated, causing the lift to plunge at speed.
Concerning, especially when the accidents are repeatable accidents. As I've said earlier on, that as AMCO, we've made a clear call of the amendment of Mine Health and Safety Act, that these bosses of this mine must be fully accountable and be punished in terms of the law. But I hope and trust that this incident and this inquiry won't be just one of those inquiries that are normally happening after people have died.
The standards to the operation by council, our HR teams will look at the mental health, the trauma that comes goes with, and we will make sure that we walk the path with our employees.
Now, straight to South Africa, a U.S. military aircraft, a CV-22 Osprey, has crashed into the sea off the coast of southern Japan, killing 8 crew members. Now, the aircraft disappeared from radar at 2:40 p.m. local time and was found with deployed lifeboats. Now, the aircraft's left engine appeared to be on fire as it went down into the sea near Yokoshima Airport. Now, the U.S. forces in the region are still gathering information about the incident, as the hybrid aircraft, which can take off and land like an helicopter, but can also rotate its propellers and cruise like an aeroplane, has a troubled history with fatal crashes. And straight to business, the presidency on Tuesday expressed support for the banking sector consolidation initiative of the Central Bank of Nigeria, saying it would help the country to grow the economy to a new height. Now, this came barely 5 days after the CBN said it would ask banks to raise new capital. According to the presidency, it has become important to consider the capital adequacy of Nigerian banks in light of the projected $1 trillion economy in 8 years. Representing President Bola Tinubu at the 40th anniversary celebration of the Guardian newspaper in Lagos on Tuesday, the President's Special Advisor on Information and Strategy, Bayo Ononuga, said there would be a strong need to revisit the capital adequacy levels of banks. I'll move on now to entertainment news. Music executive Diddy has reportedly taken the hard decision of temporarily stepping aside from his role as chairman at a revolt following recent lawsuits against him. According to reports, Diddy decided last week to temporarily move, aiming to prevent accusations from destructive Revolt's mission of sources. Now, Revolt is currently celebrating its 10th anniversary and doing well under the leadership of CEO Aditavio Samuels and Chief Brand Officer Dion Graham. Now, since Diddy quickly settled a lawsuit brought against him by his ex-girlfriend Cassie, who accused him of sexual assault, abuse and human trafficking, 2 additional lawsuits have now been filed against him. And in sports, Nigerian winger Samuel Chukwueze scored his first goal for AC Milan in their UEFA Champions League match against Borussia Dortmund in San Siro on Tuesday. Now, Chukwueze leveled the results for Rossoneri in Nocereni on the night after 37 minutes with a spectacular solo effort, dribbling past 2 Dortmund players before smashing a loose shot right into the bottom corner. Now, former Super Eagles captain Austin Okocha had earlier backed Chukwueze to succeed at the club despite his low start to his Rossoneri career. Chukwueze, 24, joined AC Milan over the summer after 5 impressive seasons with Villarreal in Spain, but has been slowly integrated into Stefano Pioli's team so far. And
I left Nigeria back as far as 2012, and it was a very funny story. As you can see from my social media pages, my best food is amala. So I worked after work. I'm a medical doctor, full-time doctor. After work, I went to this famous place in Oshogbo where they have amala, just next to my hospital. So while I was there, I sat down with the food, and then I saw this newspaper advert saying doctors needed urgently in Saudi Arabia. So I abandoned my plate of amala. The rewards were just amazing, and I couldn't believe my eyes. You know, free accommodation, free flights. I was earning, you know, I was going to earn like times 20, you know, of what I earned at the time, in dollars as well. So I packed my bags, went home, packed my bags off to Lagos. I was at the Ikeja for the interview. Like immediately? Immediately, I left the amala, went home, packed my bags, and off I went to Lagos. The next day I went for the interview, did the interview. There were loads and loads of people there. Did the interview and got picked, and I was on my way to Saudi Arabia. So from Nigeria, I worked in Saudi Arabia for 2 years, and then I walked around the Middle East, Dubai, Oman, Bahrain, and from there, while I was working, I was writing my exams to work in the UK and the Republic of Ireland. So from there, I got a lecturing position in the UK, and then I was able to pass my exams within that time. So I got my licenses to be able to practice in Europe. So at the moment, I can practice in Europe, I can practice in New Zealand, I can practice in the Middle East, and of course in Nigeria as well. So my journey hasn't been straightforward. My journey has been from Nigeria, scattered around the Middle East, and then Europe. The first culture shock I faced was I landed on a Thursday and obviously Friday, but it didn't click that Friday was a day to be respected in the Middle East, in the Muslim society. So I got up, was looking for food. I got out of my house, and after walking for like 5 minutes, it still didn't click that I was the only one in the environment, okay? So after walking about, say, 500 meters, I suddenly saw a car just drove in front of me and blocked me, and then I saw all these guys in beards just came, and of course I didn't. So the guy just came and said, "What are you doing out here? It's Friday. You're supposed to be praying." I'm like, I paused, and then he says, "Okay, are you a Muslim or a Christian?" "Yeah, are you a Muslim or a Christian?" I swear I didn't know whether to say Muslim or Christian because I didn't know what was going to happen. If you say Christian and they start flogging you, if you say Muslim, why are you not in the mosque? So I paused, and the guy said, "Bring out your Ikama." I showed him my Ikama, which is like a resident permit. That shows your religion, so it shows I'm a Christian. And then he said, "Where are you coming from?" I said, "I just got into Saudi yesterday. I don't know what's going on." Then he said, "Well, today's Friday, Jumat. You have to be praying. If you're not praying, you respect it. Stay in your house between this period." So I said, "Okay." He said, "Everywhere is closed. You can't even get food." So I said, "I'm sorry. I will walk back right now." And then another one that was amazing, even though I was a doctor, I couldn't speak to female patients. So if a man comes in with a woman and the woman is the one with the problem, you cannot talk face to face to her. You cannot ask her. You have to ask the husband, say, "Okay, why have you brought this woman here?" And then the husband would. So my first experience, I spoke to this woman who had a breast lump, and I was talking. The husband was just looking at me. So when I finished, he was answering me. And when I finished, the guy just lost it. "How can you be talking to my wife?" I was like, I'm not toasting your wife, guy. You know, calm down. So the medical director had to give me an education, you know, yeah. So we were able to just placate the guy at that time. So that was one culture shock for me as well. I've traveled a lot of countries. I've seen 50 different countries now. I would say that in Europe, okay, so some very interesting ones. When I got to Europe, I was in my house, just sitting on my own, and friends said, "Come, there's this birthday party happening, let's go and eat." Birthday party? Oh yeah, let's go now, where's the venue? So I went to the venue, we ate, we ordered, ate everything, finished. Birthday party. At the end of the day, the celebrant came and said, this is the bill. And in my head, I'm thinking, bill for what? I should pay that you invite. I was in my house. I was in my house. You invited me. I came to it. Now I have to pay the bill. So that was one. The second one was, of course, driving. In Nigeria, you're on the left side, but in the UK, you're on the right side. So that was another culture shock for me in Europe. Okay. It's important to state that I always talk about the way to live legally within the legal bounds without violating any international laws, which is opposed to what people do, most people do. And if you notice very well, people live, it's upward movement. You're living from poorer countries to rich countries. And interestingly, it's not as if the people who leave their countries illegally, generally speaking now, are not the poorest of the poorest when you put the standard of their country into context. They're not the poorest of the poorest. But because they're looking for better opportunities, they're looking for a place where they will get, larger finances, a better standard of living, education, good access to health. That's why they're leaving. So they don't care how they do it. So long as the promises, they've been given good promises, then they just take that pathway. I always use my social media handles on Instagram, on YouTube, Waka Waka Doctor, to tell people of the legal ways. And the reason why people most times don't want to follow this pathway is because I would say it's inherent laziness, because you have to do the work. This illegal pathway, they're possibly going to say, pay this amount of money, we will just move you across the border. But they don't consider the consequences that come with it. This way that I preach involves a lot of work. You have to do a lot of work. So it means that you have to do research, you have to make applications, you have to pay little amount of fees, and then get the end result. So if you're not open to working, I give tips, I point you towards the right direction, but if you're not open to working, then it becomes a difficult task for you. So the easiest way is to keep educating ourselves. We keep educating these people and passing the information across. And I mean, this is one thing I'm doing now, and it's one thing I've been doing for the last 18 months, using Instagram, Twitter, YouTube to pass the information across. If someone comes to you to say, okay, I'm going to take you to Europe, you're a cake baker, I'm going to get you scholarship, there are documents you want to see. There are documents you want to see. You have your original passport. Have you submitted a statement of motivation or a letter of intent? Do you have a visa? Have you submitted documents to help you get an original visa? Do you have a work permit? Have you seen an original work permit? Have you called your employers over there to confirm that I have a real job and I'm coming to resume? So that again brings me to my first point, that people are mentally lazy. They don't want to do the work. Because when someone gives you documents and say, oh, this is your document, we're going abroad, you should say, give it to me. Let me confirm if it's real. Let me confirm if it's original. If it's a work permit, I'm going to call my employers to see if this job is real. If it's a school admission, I'm going to ring up the school to find out if it's real. I told you behind the cameras, I said, people have this mentality that, things work outside just the way it works in this country. It's wrong. If you pick up the phone and call an admissions office, they will talk to you. If you pick up the phone and call an employer, they will talk to you, just looking for information. And if the information is real, they definitely get it. So, like I said, the first way to help with spread of information, help curb this is spread of information, educating people, and that's what I've been doing for the last 18 months using my social media platforms. Nothing good comes extremely easy, okay? You have to be patient. I tweet sometimes, I say that, I say, when you travel abroad, your life changes, your skin becomes fresh, your smile is different, okay? There's peace of mind, things come to you easily. You can actually actualize your dreams. You can live out your dreams right in front of you because there's a system that supports that. So my advice is, when you go abroad, be patient, keep working hard, don't stop, don't relax, you know, have a vision, write it down, allow your eyes see that vision, you know, consume it, and continue to work towards it. It's simply as basic as that. That would be my advice. Save, and always call home, because one of the downsides to going abroad is that it can be boring sometimes. And that's why you should call friends. Don't cut people off. Call friends. You know, always call home if you miss home. Like, I'm home now because I missed Amala. I missed all those things, so I came home. So yeah, that's my advice. Keep working. Keep your head down. Of course, keep your connections back home so that you can always come back to them. This is a huge subject. It's a huge subject, and it's not something I can share in 1-2 minutes. So I'm going to say that the first thing you want to do is open an Instagram account if you don't have an Instagram account, and look for me, Waka Waka Doctor, because I give tips. Now, there are job boards across Europe, across Asia. You cannot streamline your choices and say that, oh, I just want to be in Canada, I just want to go to the US, I just want to go to the UK. There are 195 different countries in the world, so you have to say that I'm open to any one of them. And most of these countries have job boards, okay? Websites, different websites where you can submit your applications. You go through rigorous interviews, you submit documents. If you then succeed, they are able to process your work permits and employ you. Now, some people will say, oh, I've tried the UK, it didn't work out, so they give up. But there are different countries in the world. There's Turkey, there's Lithuania, there's Kazakhstan. I know teachers that I've spoken to, in fact, 6, 7 of them in the last 4, 5 months who have left Nigeria to Kazakhstan, right? They teach English. They earn at least $1,800 in Kazakhstan, which is much more than what they will earn in Nigeria. So there are 195 countries. I post them, I mean, almost every day on my Instagram channel. So you can watch and see some of these job boards and apply for jobs. Some basic truths and facts is not every doctor can leave the country. So even if doctors are leaving, more doctors would graduate and you still have doctors around. But doctors are leaving in their large numbers every day. So the future of medicine in Nigeria is very bleak, because you have the extremely intelligent doctors leaving, going abroad, because the system abroad is extremely encouraging. The system abroad gives you opportunities to become greater than what you can ever think or imagine. People keep writing their exams, people keep going for interviews because the system allows it. So the advice straight up I'll give to the Nigerian government is, first and foremost, create a platform that encourages us as doctors. Facilities, give us things we can, it's not as if, you know, things we only see in the books, things we can see and work with. Pay us money. I worked in Osun State. My salary in 2011 was 90,000 naira. I was doing 2 jobs and I couldn't earn 120,000 naira, 2 jobs. When I went to Saudi Arabia, salary was $5,000. Look at the discrepancy, it's too huge. And they were owing us 6 months. You owe someone 6 months. How can, I was seeing 200 patients in a day. 200 patients. How, I mean, the first 10 patients I see would get the best out of me. The other ones, the truth, it's just the truth. The other ones would be people, that's it. It doesn't work that way. Create a good culture, a good environment for doctors to work. Pay them properly. You know, give them, you know, standard remuneration that they can compare with their friends and colleagues abroad and say, okay, yes, we you know, it's commensurate to the work we do. Nigerian government really has to improve. The future of Nigerian doctors, sadly enough, is abroad, and countries are asking for them. Like, the PLAB exam is an incredibly easy exam to just write and pass. So people are writing it and moving, you know. So If Nigeria cannot improve these parts, payments, facilities, then it's a poor tale. I would end on this note to say that this is a popular theme that I've always passed across, to say that travel is not necessary of money, but of courage. And the reason is because it takes courage to decide to leave a place you've been for many years and go to a place that's brand new. You're going to be leaving your friends, you're going to be leaving your family, you're going to be leaving your job, you're going to be in search of ways to make money, search of better career. So it's often very difficult. The first step is the most difficult one, the most daunting one, saying, I want to move. It's very difficult. But I would always encourage you to take that step. When you start, you will get to the end. Don't wait, start now. It's another year, it's 2022. My aim is to get at least 2,000 people abroad. So if we can do that, we've succeeded. Okay? There are better opportunities out there. If you're attaining this level right now in Nigeria, if you go abroad, you'll be times 20. That's it. So start now, make the move. If you're in town, if you catch me in any of the cities abroad, you can holler at me and I'll be there. Traveling abroad, migrating abroad is not age specific. Age is not a limitation. Even if you're in your 50s, you're in late 50s, you can still go abroad. I always talk about academics because academics seems to be the easiest path. But even if it's true career, like I've said earlier, you can go search for these job boards that will give you employment. Again, experience counts. I'll give you an example. Places like Australia are in need of people with huge experiences in different fields. Whether you're a cameraman, you're a technician, you're a chef, if you have 5-10 years, electrician, 5-10 years of experience, and you apply for jobs in Australia, they'll take you. Estonia, Lithuania, these are places that are in need of vocational, you can do vocational studies. If you're not a skilled worker, so to say, these are places that are in need of you. So age is not a factor. So even if you're 50 and you have 15 years of experience to back this, they're looking for you.
Chef, bather, diaper changer, provider, housekeeper, launderer, comforter, listener, spiritual advisor, doctor, nurse, friend, playmate, teacher, mother. On today's edition of Our Voices, we honor the women who raised us and made us the women we've become. I'm Ayan Bior, and here with me are my colleagues Haiti Adams Fitzpatrick, Hadiza Kiari, and Ariane Itangi Shaka. Thanks, Ayan. It's often said that motherhood is the hardest job in the world. And in this episode, we will share our personal experiences as being mothers and daughters. We'll also take a look at the joys and the challenges of motherhood in Africa and in the diaspora. But before that, I'd like to introduce you to my own mother. In journalism, we try to avoid interviewing family members, but I could not imagine doing this show without featuring my mother's own voice. My mother is the kind of woman who has remained indestructible despite immense loss and unimaginable challenges. She's dodged bombs, walked hundreds of miles to get her children to safety, and crossed an ocean in hopes of finding new opportunities.
This picture taken in 1976 of my mom, when she was 16 years old, is a rare glimpse of her teenage years when she felt she could become anything she wanted to be.
When I was a little girl, I actually have a very big dream, like I can be, go to school and be somebody higher position, like lawyers and doctors.
But my mother set those dreams aside, got married at the age of 16, and began to make a family. By 1984, she had 2 kids and was planning to have more. But those plans were sidelined as her home country, Sudan, was in the midst of a civil war that would define the next few decades of her life. That same year, a boat she was on, traveling on the River Nile, headed to Bor, was targeted with bombs which she narrowly escaped. By late 1984, fearing the onset of further conflict, Mom packed her bags and walked with her children for 20 days to neighboring Ethiopia, where she would call the refugee camp in Gambela home for several years. Before she was 30 years old, my mom had experienced significant loss of home, loss of comfort, loss of her childhood dreams. But she says the loss of a child has been the source of her greatest heartache.
Cause was a baby, but it was very painful because I was in the village. When I have to carry a baby and crying, like it's gonna pass away. At that time was no one with me in the house, so I hear the crying of my baby and I crying too until she passed away. So that death was so painful to me because nobody was, beside me to help me. And I was still a child too. So after she passed, I, roll it out. And I have to call someone to come and help me to bury the baby.
But my mom says she had no choice but to keep going for the sake of the rest of us, her surviving children. My mom learned how to survive all over again when our family, which had grown to 9 people, moved to Dallas, Texas. America was a chance for her to finally provide for her family. But moving to the U.S. was a shock.
It was challenging, but it was a lot better because you have to go fill up an application and have the job. And the time we came to, it was a very good time. You can have, if you want to work 5 jobs, at that time it was so easy to get a job.
While she never worked 5 jobs at the same time, she regularly juggled 2, and at one point even 3 jobs at once. Working multiple jobs came at an emotional cost. She feared she wasn't spending enough time with her children.
The way we came this country, I was just focused about job. And I feel my kids, they don't feel the love of mom. Stay with mom and you hear a lot of things from your mom. I feel like I don't get anything from me. It just focus of job. Even my little one, she used to give me a kiss every morning. I see you tomorrow, Mom. That one is still, I feel bad about. Maybe they don't understand why I was doing that. Maybe they were thinking I'm just wanna, they are kids. They don't know the bill, how we have to have a lot of bill and the food.
But we kids did know. We knew of the sacrifices our mother had made throughout her lifetime and the way she selflessly set her own dreams aside to give her children a better life.
So this was probably the hardest interview that I've ever done. It was definitely the most emotional interview that I've ever done because I learned a lot about my mom, but I think the most shocking thing that I learned is when she said that when we were growing up, she felt like she was failing us because she wasn't always there, because she had 3 jobs. And I remember being shocked when she said that.
Because you just didn't see it that way.
I definitely didn't see it that way. I saw a woman who was working 3 jobs to make sure that we were fed. I saw a woman who didn't speak English when she moved to the United States and learned English just so she can get her driver's license, just so she can get us to school. Everything that she did was always for us. So I didn't see it that way. I saw a woman with a work ethic that I admire even to this day.
Wow, that's I think about all the things that our mothers have gone through, and your mother's story is so poignant because to me, I see parts of my own mother's struggles in life, and we often learn from our mothers. And I remember one thing. My mother was unemployed for such a long time in my childhood, and I understood from a young age that we just didn't have what other people
had. And I try to make it as easy as possible on her by just showing her that I understand that, you know, because I was trying to emulate her, and I learned so much about my mother through watching her survive so many things, those lessons. But she showed up for us. And I think a child will never hold against a parent the things that they weren't able to provide for them materially. But knowing that your parent is out there doing those things for you, that's what a child remembers. The child remembers not the parent who gave them everything that they could want in terms of money and finances, but the parent who showed up for them. And I don't mean literally just showing up, but showing up at work for them.
You know, I can definitely relate to both of you. My mom passed away 2 years ago, and it's always really, really hard to talk about her without getting emotional. But I'm really going to try. But what I hold on to is the legacy she left behind, and that's what keeps me going. I remember 4 things that she tells me over and over, and those things have stuck with me. Of course, marriage, which, you know, we all know not everyone has to get married, but for her, you have to get married, get an education, career, and you also have to be independent. And for her, when she talks about independence, it's not just about just being independent. She wants you to be in a happy home, but have a career. And, you know, don't try to compete with your husband, but have a career so that if tomorrow he's not there, you can still be able to, you know, be able to provide for yourself. For your children. Right. And I know you said something about your mom having 3 jobs. I totally relate to that. My mom she was a mother. She was going to school at the same time. She was running her business. That's not an easy task to do, but the sacrifice is what I hold on to. This woman sacrificed to come be with me, to spend time with me, to help me with my daughter. And that's something I can never, ever, you know.
As a mom, you understand.
I understand. You cannot replace that.
Yeah, and also going back, Hadiza, to talk about your mother. I remember, as you know, in the first episode, you did talk about your mother, and I knew this topic will come up. And I was actually looking at our messages that come in from our viewers, and one of them specifically talked about you. And I mean, I didn't tell you, but just to encourage and to show that you talking about your mother is encouraging someone in Pakistan. And this is what she said. A few days ago, I watched your show where Hadiza was talking about her mother. It was my first time watching the show, and I really liked it. So Hadiza, as hard as it may be, I think that you're cementing the point of how valuable mothers are. And you talking about your mother who has passed is helping someone in Pakistan to see how strong you are.
Absolutely.
And that we should honor our mothers that we have. And those who
you are
passed.
your mom's legacy. I mean, I'm sitting here right next to you, and I'm seeing this beautiful, intelligent, hardworking mother. I see your mother in you.
Right. That's right. I think that's why it's so important for us to talk about our mothers. You know, talk about and document their lives. That story you did about your mother, Ayan, I'm like going back and thinking, I'm a journalist. I spend so much time in my life telling other people's stories, but I haven't yet told my mother's story. And as I grow older, I want to know more about who my mother was.
And that's the thing, we never really tried to find out.
These women had lives. They were something before they became our mothers. And I think these days, with the technology that we have at our disposal, anyone can document the life of their mother, of their grandparents, because they're not going to be around forever.
That's so right. And you know, when I look at my mom's picture when she was younger, in my age, and when she was pregnant, and it really tells me a lot about her, how she carried herself, what she dressed like, what kind of person she was. So we really need to really look back to the mothers that we have.
So we're not the only ones who have these images now. Right. We have these images now. I had, my mother taught me 4 things. I was listening to what you said about the things your mother taught me. My mother taught me, and I love you, Mummy, and I probably don't say it to my mother a lot. So I'm sitting here today because of all your sacrifices, Mummy, and I love you so much. And I thank you for teaching me to be my own woman, to make my own money, preserve my reputation, and to not wait for opportunity to come to me, but to learn to recognize opportunity when it's there and to grab hold of it.
Hadi, that's beautiful, and we definitely would not be here without our mothers. Well, coming up, we're going to talk about the pressures and challenges that are unique to motherhood and the societal pressure put on many women to become mothers.
So what's your take on this conversation? You can let us know on WhatsApp. Our number is on your screen. Or you can find us on social media. Our handle is @VOA_Our_Voices. Use the hashtag #VOA_Our_Voices so we can find your comments. We'll be right back.
Like Voice of America on Facebook. Follow VOA on Twitter. Join VOA on our YouTube channel. Like, follow, join VOA.
You're with Our Voices. Welcome back. No one ever said motherhood was easy. It's a tough job. But any mother would tell you that it is also very rewarding. It's an opportunity to shape a life. Nowadays, to do it well, also while fulfilling modern societal demands. So for me, I'm currently shaping 3 lives. Here's a sneak peek in a day in my life as a full-time working mom in the diaspora. For me, it's everything times 3. Ready to face the world now. Still haven't arrived yet.
Good morning, good morning, good morning.
Good morning, what's up?
Not much.
How are you?
Good morning. Ooh. Let's get to work.
Oh, hi.
That's right, I am. No.
Hadiza.
That's right, Hadiza. We'll be right back. You know, there's no shortcuts. There's no cutting corners. We were built for this. One thing I can say is that as a working mom, I'm a busy and tired mom almost all the time. And this is universal feeling from all mothers around the world, whether it be in the village, whether it be in the suburbs, or whether it be in the city. I mean, we have to support mothers through legislation, I think, because, you know, that's the one way we can show tangibly that we are supporting them in fulfilling the things that they need to do to be both working moms and to be professionals and to do everything that they need to do in society that men don't have to go through.
Right. I just quickly want to say the 3 of you make it look so effortless. I mean,
I just quickly want to say, as a mother of 2 boys, you have got 3. I love you.
Bow down to you.
And also, the other thing I want to say, I want to also advise young women who are working right now or going to school. I would advise you not to try to do both at the same time. Don't try to do school if you can. Don't try to do school and motherhood at the same time. It'll wear you out physically, mentally, spiritually, emotionally. So it's just too much.
And that's just studies.
And you know, our mothers did that. You know,
it
but
can be
that's,
done. It
can be done. Our mothers actually did that.
It can be done.
But we're not them. You know, we don't have that stamina that they have.
I would say before you have kids, do everything you want to academic-wise and travel. That's true. 'Cause you ain't going anywhere
You ain't
for
going
a
nowhere.
long time.
Not with my 3 kids. They're like luggage.
Yeah. You have to be mentally and physically prepared.
I think that I'm the only single woman on this panel, and everything that you guys are saying is true. But at the same time, there's a lot of pressure for me to become a mom, and I constantly have to tell people why I'm not a mom. The fact of the matter is, there are practical reasons why I'm not yet a mom. There's economic reasons. You mentioned school. I want to go to school, and I want to get that out of the way before I have kids. And then, of course, there's the problem of finding a man, exactly, a good man who my mom will approve of. So there's a lot of reasons.
But you know, my mother always told me, marry someone who is your equal. Stop being involved with men who live in your shadow. Marry someone who is your intellectual equal, who is your financial equal, so that you guys can be partners. And I think she didn't have that. You know, and we saw the consequences. We lived the consequences of that. So I think those are wise words, and especially for someone like you, Ayen, who you're out there, you're still looking, browsing, and all of that. You know, it is harder.
I think that
I just want the public to know that just because I'm not married, and there's a lot of young women out there who are not married, there's nothing wrong with us.
Right. You know, there's so many challenges that people ignore. The challenges of single mothers. That's a lot of challenges. That's a burden on its own. There's a stigma attached to it.
Right.
You know, as a matter of fact, I know that in West Africa, if you're a single mother, people look down on you. You know, it's harder for you to get someone to get remarried. As opposed
and there's also
to
a double standard because single fathers don't have that same stigma.
They don't have
If you're a single father, you're wonderful.
I know.
Also, bless them. But
talking about the pressures also, Ayan, you talk about the pressures of becoming a mom. Once you become a mom on the continent, many countries on the continent, you have to, like in my region, you become a woman who is who get the pressure for becoming a mom of boys. Like I know some of the places in Burundi, Rwanda, and many places. If you can have 7 girls, they'll still be like, well, when are you going to have a boy?
Well,
As if,
so
that you can, the
Yeah.
lineage has to continue through a boy. So you have that pressure not only to become a mom, but when you become a mom of a boy,
But you know,
and when you
that's
become a
what-
boy, a good
I can
mom.
tell you that.
So the pressures are very.
But in
very,
West Africa, it's totally different. There's a pressure to just have kids, period. Nobody wants to know if it's a boy
that's
or
what
a
I'm
girl.
saying, like,
and
yeah.
even when you do have one, they expect you to have several others, probably a dozen.
That's what I'm saying. Like you have a pressure to have children, and then you find yourself having a lot of children, trying to satisfy
Nobody's thinking
that.
about the economics,
for us,
that
the
come
pressure
into
is
it.
about, can you cook? I can't cook.
Haiti, can you cook?
I cannot cook. I am
But
a
can your
terrible
husband
cook.
cook?
Yes, he can. And I have my mother cooking. But I'm just a terrible cook. So that's why I don't cook. I'm trying to save humanity from my cooking.
But you know
That's
what?
why-
You know, in Nigeria, they don't care if you can cook or, you can have your career, that's fine, but you have to know how to cook. You have to be a
this
wife.
Is why it's a good thing that I was not born in
And-
Nigeria. But I want to just say something about single motherhood. You know, that is something that I'm pretty sure in many places, but it's also on the rise. We need, as more women are educated and more women are deciding to start families later, and some women are just deciding to not get married and have kids. Some of this is choice.
And
some
I think
women
not
are
having kids is also a choice. You
Those
know?
are-
Because you can decide, I just want to be with my husband. But they might say it's a Western thing, it's a modern thing. But
I think some others
I
want to
think
just
that
adopt.
It should be also okay.
Yeah,
Right.
what if you want to
don't have
adopt?
to give birth to be a mother. There's many different
So
ways. that
many
you can
women
be a
who
mother.
have raised children.
I don't have any daughters, but you could be a mother in many
But
ways.
can I just say that the mindset of the men has to change, because just speaking of my own mother and my own household, like I said earlier, she had 3 jobs and she was still expected to cook and clean. And I don't think that's fair. I think that we should be open to realizing that the woman is very dynamic, and especially if she's working and going to school, if she chooses to, we need to allow her to do that at the same time.
In the northern Nigerian culture,
too.
it is frowned upon for a man to change diapers, to feed the kids. You're not allowed to do that. It's
But I
frowned.
think women's mindsets need to change as well. Older women, and I'm probably going to be slaughtered for saying this, but older women's mindsets need to change as well and stop giving men that free ride or the free ticket.
That's
and
very true.
that should be the expectation of them, and we should support our single mothers.
They're trying to
make them
fulfill a
feel
cultural
left
But
out
that's
or
not to say that we
stigmatized.
think less of the man.
That's right.
Absolutely not.
Yeah, and I
No,
think
absolutely
most
not.
of it is cultural pressures that I think each family individually can talk about. I think if they sit down, couples sit down and talk about it, and everybody is okay with the situation, I think it's good. I just also want to, include how my mother, for me, she really focused a lot on education and faith. I mean, she knew that with those two things, you will prevail in life. And so, you know, I hold on to them today, the education that I did. You know, she did everything to make sure that I get an education and I stay as a faithful woman so that I can keep my head on my shoulder. Wow. After the break, we'll introduce you to a mother in the DRC who is balancing work and home to provide for her family and doing it with a smile. You want to stick around for that.
Welcome back. All across Africa, mothers overcome daily challenges to provide for their children. Well, VOA's Anastasi Tudiesh spent time with one mother in the Democratic Republic of Congo to see how she is making motherhood work.
My name is Mahide Yalagi. I'm a chief of service with the National Social Security Department. I'm 43. I have 3 to 4 schedules in one day. My mom's schedule, my job schedule, my sports schedule. I work out 3 times a week. I also have my me time that starts when the kids are sleeping. It is completely separated from whatever happened during the day. What I make is not enough to pay for my lifestyle, so I have to have a second job. I sell men clothing through WhatsApp. My supplier sends me pictures of shirts and bands that I send them to my clients. I have 3 kids. I would say mornings are the most complicated. I have signed them up for after-school activities, swimming, dance. I would say they need me for guidance mostly, for orientation and good education. I once was married. I'm not anymore. I have been living alone with my kids for almost 5 years. He does not help me at all, except for when all of a sudden he remembers he has children. But what he gives is not significant, really. Some days you have to make miracles, like make sure the kids have food on the plates, but I always find a way. A romantic life, possible but not easy, because the kids still have the father in mind. They will not understand. I am passionate about all things politics. I plan to become a politician when the kids are grown. I will start from the bottom up.
Wow. I don't know if I could do all of that.
Yeah, I know I definitely couldn't do any of that.
She's a superwoman. That's a superwoman right there.
That's what you call a superhero.
Well, speaking of all these amazing superwomen, today in our Women to Watch segment, we are honoring every woman who is a mother to someone. We see your sacrifice and your selflessness, and we want to say thank you.
We now turn to our viewers on the continent and in the diaspora with Mother's Day wishes, including my mom.
I would like to wish every mother in Africa and around the world a happy Mother's Day. I also would like to encourage mothers in the diaspora to keep up the good and hard work of raising their children, despite the challenges of not having enough support. We know that in Africa, it takes a whole village to raise a child.
Wish my mother a happy Mother's Day.
I want to use this opportunity to wish my mother a very wonderful, happy Mother's Day. I love you, Mom. Thank you for always being there.
Unfortunately, my mom passed away in 2012. That's my birth mom. But I do have another mother, and I also have a few important women in my life that have basically mothered me. So I would like to wish them a happy Mother's Day, and I would also like to wish my mom, who's no longer with me physically, a happy Mother's Day also.
She was my sister, my friend, my best friend, and I remember her today because I miss her every day. But I am lucky and happy to have Hadiza, her daughter, who is my niece, at least to see her and talk to her.
I'd like to give a tribute to Mommy. It was just like yesterday when Almighty Allah perfected His plans for you. We miss you and we love you. You're a pillar of strength and a shining example of what love, humility, service to mankind and God ought to be.
That was my family, by the way. Aww. My mother touched so many lives, including mine. You know, there's no way I could ever repay her. She's not even here for me to do so. What difference has your mother made in your life? Use the hashtag VOA Our Voices and let us know.
Be sure to watch Our Voices on the VOA website, where you can find the world's top news stories and other episodes of Our Voices.
We leave you with a quote from the late Professor Yosef Ben Jochanan, who was born in Ethiopia and taught at Cornell University for over 15 years. The Afrocentric historian whose work focused mainly on Black presence in ancient Egypt and affectionately called Dr. Ben. He used his voice to say, "Without you, African mother, there would have been no us, African fathers, sons, and daughters. Do we need to say any more, African mothers, our own true goddesses? Let us praise you to the highest, telling the world about your righteousness. Let us tell the entire universe about your sacredness, African woman."
And on that very sacred note, that is our show for this week. From all of us here at Our Voices, we wish you, mothers of Africa, a very happy Mother's Day. Thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you next time. Goodbye.
Today we are celebrating a smart Nigerian woman, Teju Ajani. She is an alumnus of the University of Ilorin, Nigeria, and Golden Gate University, San Francisco, where she earned a BSc in Economics and MSc in Software Engineering, respectively. She started out her career as a software engineer at Volvida Networks in California. Teju is the former country manager Android partnership for Google in Nigeria. She is passionate about technology and its potential as an economic equalizer and ability to open up opportunities. Teju has led the women at Google Group in sub-Saharan Africa for the past couple of years. Recently, Teju Ajani was appointed as the managing director for Apple in Nigeria. Prior to the new role, Ajani was the principal product manager at Oracle and business development manager at Google for Nigeria. Teju is a seasoned global business leader with over 20 years of technology leadership. She has a record of representing global tech giants not only in Nigeria but also on the continent. She is a strong advocate for women in leadership and is passionate about technology and its potential as an economic equalizer to open up opportunities for women. Go Teju Ajani, we are very proud of you.
A group, a Joint National Congress worldwide, has called on the immediate past governor of Rivers State, Jason Wike, to make peace with the incumbent governor, Siminalayi Fubara, for the sake of peace and development of the state. The INC, which expressed displeasure about the political crisis in the state, particularly between Fubara and his predecessor, said it would always stand on the side of truth and good governance. Joining us live to discuss the political crisis in Rivers State is the national spokesperson, Ijaw Youth Council Worldwide, Comrade Bedford Berefa. Bedford, good having you on Plus Politics.
Thank you very much. I'm very grateful for this opportunity, to discuss on a very, very front burner issue in Rivers State and the Niger Delta.
Why are we making a fuss about Rivers State? when the two major characters in the so-called furore have said there is no problem. One, the governor says he wants peace in the state. The Federal Capital Territory Minister says, okay, the president has spoken with him. So why are we having this form of agitation by bodies such as yours?
All right, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak on these very key issues. You know, what is happening in Rivers State is more like everybody saying there's no war, but the bush is burning, but we don't know where the former press briefing, you know, as regards the Rivers politics, where it categorically said they cannot and you know, that's a very, very enormous statement to make this. And if you see that, you know, very, very glaring that the Rivers State House of Assembly is still on the divide. And if there is, of course, an Ijaw man, the illustrious Ijaw son and brother and father in the person of the current governor of Rivers State, he's a man of peace, and he said, no, there's no problem. I did not send anybody to say, but of course we are seeing the handwriting, and an organization like us, you know, like us, we always, you know, speak truth to power, you know, but it's not necessarily because of Sim Fubara is an Ijaw man, that's why we're making this operation. No, that's not the issue. The issue is that Rivers State does not belong to one person, and if somebody is now emphasizing and re-emphasizing about political structure, I beg to wonder. He was governor of Rivers State at the time, and he did tremendously well. We appreciate his courage and his strength, you know, to speak through to power and to stand for what he believes in. Of course, he has bowed out of office, and today he has, you know, played a role. Of course, we cannot avoid that fact that he played a role in the emergence of the current governor of Rivers State. But of course, we know the political undertone and that the unseen rule that we see, you know, that is playing out. And the service of press conferences that the former governor has granted, it shows it is glaringly very obvious to say that he has some emotions. He has something that is not telling us, and that that he's keeping to himself and himself alone. You know, for us, you know, that's why we have to state the fact that it is not an ethnic coloration. It is not Ijaw people that has spoken. It is the Rivers people that has expressed that displeasure. You know, if you say you are not part of the whole process, a sitting governor tear gas, a sitting governor poured water and even shot out, it cannot happen anywhere in the civilized places. Hello, where it's coming from.
Hello.
Thank you. Yeah.
We keep hearing that a sitting governor was shot at, but those who made those claims have forgotten that coincidentally, just about when the sitting governor got to the House of Assembly, a chamber of the House of Assembly also got burnt. Are we, on the one hand, remonstrating with those who did something that was untoward, allegedly shooting at the sitting governor, but we are conveniently forgetting that the property of everybody in Rivers State, because presumably somebody was afraid that his office was at risk, was burnt, literally burnt, to prevent him being either victimized through a legitimate constitutional process.
Now, my brothers, if you look at what happened there, you know, the governor is the chief security officer of the state. And if anything that is going wrong in the state, the chief security officer has a very foundational role to play to maintain peace. If he has heard that an arm of government, property is burnt, it is Rivers State property, and he is the manager of all the properties that belong to Rivers State. So if he has heard that something of such magnitude, of such nature, has taken place, of course, as the chief security officer, has responsibility to go and to see how investigations can be carried out. Of course, that brings also the point of saying that, if illegality is taking place, not because they're about to sit and impeach him. Of course, we all know impeachment process does not take place in one day and is concluded in a day. You have to go through the legitimate processes, and of course, that is just the beginning of that process. But that is not the case.
But why? Fantastic, and I like your reasoning. I like your reasoning, Ananda. But why are people like you not speaking to the fact that whoever machinated the burning of that property should be unraveled? Why are we just hearing about the governor was shot at when ordinarily there was a deliberate effort to frustrate the process of a legitimate arm of government by the burning of the chamber?
Now we don't know what happened that the place got burnt. Of course, it is not our responsibility as council to now look for people that has burnt who burnt what. It is the responsibility of security agency to carry out an independent investigation and see to it that the culprits of such actions are being brought to book. It is the exclusive responsibility of security agency to do so.
Hello?
Governor of a state, it is if he has heard that something of such matter to reform the police sector. Can you hear me, sir? So that is also a factor. The unraveling of who burnt down that place is not as a thing. You cannot categorically say that it was because they want to foil a process. Of course, this is politics, particularly politics in Nigeria. The person that is even trying to carry out that process can also be a party to burning the facility and allegedly putting it on the sitting governor to say, now I want to carry out the process and this person that. So it's a two-way thing, it's a two-way to the coin. And so it's not necessarily that that action was carried out to foil the process. It could also be that it was carried out by same parties to legitimize their claim or their postulations. So it's a two-way thing, and it is the exclusive rights of the one of the missing for police reform in the sense that
Hello. We may have to try audio alone because it's like your line is the bandwidth is getting a bit stressed. Maybe we just do audio alone. Can you hear me? You go on a short break.
Okay. I can hear you.
Okay then. Okay, go ahead and make your point.
And so it's a two-way thing. So we cannot say that the burning down of the structure was because seeing the sitting governor want to be impeached. We all know that impeachment process is not one day thing. So it's a two-way to the coin. That is why we are saying that an independent investigation should be carried out. We all know that the security agency is structured in a way that they collect, they receive the last command from the center. And of course, in a government facility where the number one citizen of that state is domiciled. So of course, the two-way thing. One cannot now say categorically that was allegedly done to foil a process. Of course, we all know that the reason why they wanted to even impeach him is a baseless issue of misappropriation. If you understand, you cannot put something on nothing and it stands. So action is and we are interested in unraveling whosoever in burning down, or as the case may be. That is my opinion.
So, but when he was cultivating, similarly Fubara, when he was cultivating him to succeed him, the Joy Youth Council worldwide was not saying that he wasn't doing the right thing then, because it was obvious that that was a process that emasculated, vibrant democracy. What we didn't get to hear the Joy Youth Council condemn that act then. Oh, because the beneficiary was going to be an Ijaw person.
No, my brother. Is a beneficiary of our benevolence as a people. We all know the history in Rivers State politics. He succeeded Amechi as governor. Amechi is an Ikwere man. He too is an Ikwere man. We are not giving any ethnic coloration to it. It is certain to say that we are giving ethnic coloration. So if you look at 85% or 95% of the candidates for various parties were all Ijaw people, because it was time for the power to shift to the riverine, long overdue. Ikwere people stayed in that power for 16 years, and he in 2015 was a beneficiary of our collective preparedness and readiness to stand against the power at the center to defend the cause of democracy. That was what Rivers people did. Even in 2019, Rivers people stood by him and said, no, we cannot allow illegality to stand. So this is not the Ijaw Youth Council or the Ijaw nation backing Sim Fubara because it's an Ijaw man. No, it is an issue of Rivers State, an issue of democracy. And we know that democracy is rotational. That is why when he also stood and said, no, we cannot have second northern president after Buhari instead. We cannot have another northern as a tail power. And we all supported that initiative and followed suit. So, giving us Sim Fubara, yes, he did his contribution, but Rivers people stood and defended the cause of democracy for him in 2015, in 2019. And we also did the same for, Rivers people also did the same for Sim. Of course, we know one individual cannot make a governor, but of course, it was his preferred choice, reasons best. All the other political parties feature the Ijaw people as their candidate, because we know that integrity and democracy must be rotational. Everybody has to taste that seat. After 8 years, by the grace of God, another ethnic nationality will come.
Comrade Berefa.
So,
Comrade Berefa,
I can hear you, sir.
The ostensible fact that could be gleaned from the scenario as it is now is that the Ijaw Youth Council worldwide seems to be crying more than the bereaved. The governor is suing for peace. The governor says there is no problem between him and his Oga. And the Ijaw Youth Council is basically trying to give the impression that they are the defenders of the governor. Are you not crying more than the bereaved?
No, sir, that is not the case. If you listen to the INC, the umbrella body of the Ijaw nation, we are always suing for peace and say that this is an issue of political father and a political son. And all we want is peace. Is peace. We are not saying that we are not crying more than the bereaved. All we are saying that we want peace. Of course, the former governor, in his last press brief, he said he cannot stand ingrates. We are not raising any dust about that, because we are not the government, the entire Ijaw nation. Sim Fubara is not a governor to Ijaw Nation. We want that peace. We don't want that political fracas, because Rivers State is very important in the Niger Delta politics. And we cannot at this time say that the Rivers State should have that chaotic divide. It will affect the course of democracy. It will affect development. It will affect, the peace and stability that Rivers State has enjoyed over the years. So the Ijaw Youth Council is saying that no, we are suing for peace. We are saying, let bygone be bygone. Whatever I want to impeach, or I don't want to impeach. It should not be the scenario. We are saying that let peace.
Comrade Berefa, if you are suing for peace,
during the former governors, yes, sir.
If you are suing for peace, are there no better mechanisms or ways or strategies to go about it than the seeming impression that this multitude of interviews that some of your chieftains are giving, some of the Ijaw movement chieftains are giving, seem to be portraying as though, you know what, if you want to draw the line on the sand, you know us too. We are a warrior nation. That's the impression that some of us are getting.
Well, of course, you know that in every action there's counter reactions. But for us as Ijaw Youth Council, who is the umbrella body of all other, youth organizations in the Ijaw Nation, what we are suing for is for peace. Because if battle line is drawn, everybody will be affected. It will not be selective. Those that we be disturbed will not be selective. All we are saying, we are pleading with the former. We are telling him that, see, we supported you in 8 years during your tenure. The interview that the former governor gave was just about 3 days ago, when he was saying about ingrates and said a whole lot of things that he has said. That is not all we are saying, that allow peace to reign in Rivers State and let the governor.
Comrade Bedford Berefa.
Yes.
That is a good place to leave it, especially where you have accentuated the importance of peace and the need for the parties, the two major characters, to work in the direction of peace. Thank you very much. We really enjoyed having you on our show. We'll go on a short break now, and when we're back, the second segment of the show takes off.
When you hear of drug abuse, what comes to your mind?
When we say drug abuse, it seems like something that is so distant, but it's happening every day in our homes.
1 in every 4 persons has mental illness.
Regardless of your notion of what drug abuse is, you are sure to get the right meaning here. Welcome to Regardless, an anti-drug abuse television show put together by Christ Against Drug Abuse Ministry.
Regardless, the anti-drug abuse show, airing on Plus TV Africa every Tuesday at 5:30 p.m.
The Deputy Governor of Edo State, Philip Shuaibu, has declared his readiness to contest for the state governorship election in 2024. Shuaibu made the declaration in a televised announcement on Monday morning. The Deputy Governor made a formal announcement to compete for the People's Democratic Party's ticket in the upcoming party primaries. Let's take a listen.
You did not just call me Mr. Constituency Project for nothing. In my time as a legislator, I delivered 49 constituency projects at the state level. and 13 solid constituency projects within the short stint I had at the federal level. I fought the good fight for you, my people. Along the way, suffered humiliation, enjoyed many moments of victory, but I am thankful in all things. Have been bruised, but not crushed. Persecuted, but not abandoned. After all, I be original Edo son. 100% own boy. This is why today I stand before you with great conviction and resolve, as I declare my intention to run for the office of the governor of Edo State under the platform of the People's Democratic Party in the upcoming 2024 election. And I am confident that with your support, we can take Edo State to even greater heights.
Joining us live is political analyst Biodun Showunmi. This is going to be more on audio due to some circumstances beyond our control. Mr. Biodun Showunmi, good to have you guest on Plus Politics. What is your summary of the deft political move? Hello? I said, what is your take? What is your opinion of the move made yesterday by the deputy governor of Edo State?
Oh, yes. The politics going on in Edo State currently centered on politics of perception. Both the governor of Apiki and Phyllis Shaibu were very close allies who fought, the former godfather, Oshomole, to the extent that they became governor and deputy governor. Now it's time for a new regime, and we are now realizing that politics is now coming into it. According to Obaseki, the issue is about Edo Central producing a candidate. As far as I'm concerned, Edo Central has not had a full slot. But according to Shaibu, every senatorial district have had a slot. They've been elected. The difference is that in the case of Edo Central, Professor Kiba was elected, but he barely voted up. So therefore, the argument of Obaseki that Edo Central has not had a full slot, or that Edo Central has not had a completed 4 years. Whereas Shaibu is saying that every senatorial district they've had their own share, and therefore they've been elected, and therefore is competent and he should be allowed to contest the elected. Now, what we have currently on our hand is the possibility of a primary taking place with the governor having his way, and then the deputy governor either going to another party or undermining his own party within the party, because Shaibu is a very strong politician in Edo North. And he's seen as although he's a young man, he's seen as a very strong political warlord in a way that he could either meet or mar the fortunes of PDP in Edo State. The most likely thing is that if they fail to impeach him, the most likely thing is that on a candidate emerge, which is of the governor's liking, they will have to start a new discussion with him. Otherwise, he may choose not to cooperate with the PDP or leave the party to the advantage of APC or Labour Party in that state. That is the state of things currently. And if you see how complicated it is, then there's something hidden from us all. He's absolutely very confident and sure of himself that either he's allowed to contest that election and that he will defeat our Obaseki candidate or help through that next. Is what we all don't know. But it's more likely that he will end up teaming up with his former political godfather, which is Adam Soshomole. If he does that, that would be bad news, for Obaseki and his suitable candidate?
The look of things now, I'm thinking that he may have just run himself into a cul-de-sac of a sort yesterday. And why am I saying that? It's going to be technically difficult for him now to move to another party. And the sitting governor of any state may not be able to anoint his successor, but he is adequately equipped as the governor of the state to frustrate the ambition of anybody who particularly wants to run from his party. So, in so much as the move that Shuaibu made yesterday was strategically important, it may also be the final opening of the cage that may be used to frustrate his political maneuverings. What do you think about that?
Yes, it seems very logical because PDP is already in trouble after presidential elections because the Labour Party moved many of their supporters from PDP rather than the APC, and then we saw the outcome that the governor was so furious, when the voting was going on, that he had to move around, and he was alleged to have obstructed some polling units in Benin in the city itself. Now, what it clearly says is that the PDP already is in trouble in the whole showing of Labour Party, and the APC seems to be in charge. Given the mention, due to the fact that they have the presidency in their city. Now, with Shuaibu's declaration yesterday, what it clearly shows is that the PDP is not only in a hole, they are now digging the hole further. Rather than coming out, they are digging further to get sunk in that hole. That's the obvious thing. And the only thing that can happen is that the APC will be the one to gain from it. Labour, the suspected members of PDP, more of them again will move either to Labour Party or to APC. And that could mean a death knell for the ambition of the proposed or possible PDP gubernatorial candidate. I don't think it is totally good at all for PDP. This wrangling is really bad for them. It's something they have to put their mouth in order, or else it could challenge.
Bedu, don't you think that you are a bit too analytically generous to the APC? And why am I saying that? That you seem to be a bit too analytically generous to the APC is because the Labour Party won the presidential ballot that was cast last in February of this year. The Labour Party now has a candidate that every time that guy has been underestimated, he has always shown the establishment people that they've priced him low. I remember when the front runner for the Labour Party now was trying to contest to be the president of the NBA. A number of senior advocates of Nigeria ran against him, and he was treated like he was just one vaultingly ambitious character who was going nowhere fast, and he ultimately defeated them. I'm looking at some of the traction he seems to be garnering now. The two major parties in Edo State may get the licking on this occasion if they underestimate the guy and the Labour Party. So I'm just thinking aloud. How would you respond to that?
I don't really think they will underestimate Labour Party. Labour had a good role in the presidential election in Edo State. Why? So they are likely going to take Labour more seriously than before. Don't forget that the bulk of the voters for Labour Party themselves came from within the PDP. It does not mean that some youths or some other supporters of APC, did not team up to Labour Party. But what has happened since the last election, particularly the presidential election, is you have three factors at work. The first one is the incidency factor of the governor, which is still an advantage for PDP, because he's still able to dispense larger seats. The second factor is the APC presidential factor, which is also very strong, because APC at the federal level is able to dispense larger seats to the advantage of APC in Edo State. And the third factor is the frustration experienced by many Labour supporters who felt that the inability of their candidates to be declared or to be the president, has a level or a measure of frustration that many of those youths who were eager to have Obi as their president are frustrated, and many of them may not necessarily participate in voting as they did in the presidential election. Obi was a factor. He was a pull factor for the Labour Party, not Apata. It was a pull factor. So because of that, we may experience a situation where there is a decrease in the number of Labour supporters voting in that election, and that would be to the advantage of APC to a large extent, and to a lesser extent, the advantage of PDP. And I see Labour Party coming down. I don't see Apata, winning that election, simply because the Obi factor is no longer there. You only need to go back to these last 3 states that we had the election. Go to Bayelsa, go to Kogi, and see what happens. Obi factor is no longer there.
As Obi left the Labour Party, Obi is still the titular head of Labour Party, and is still the iconic politico in Labour Party, and he will naturally go out there to go and campaign for the gubernatorial candidate of the Labour Party. I'm not even saying that it's automatic that that character may emerge as the candidate of the Labour Party, but Obi, Edo State, seems to be one of the states where the Obi factor properly matched with a good candidate can give traction to the gubernatorial aspiration, the gubernatorial hope of the Labour Party, as it did in Abia, where the Obi factor matched with the character of the person who eventually won, were two complementary political forces that railroaded everybody in the two main political parties to defeat. That's the point I'm trying to make here. I'm not saying that is gospel, but I'm just thinking that you may be a bit too generous in your analysis to the APC, more so when we don't even know who the APC is going to be producing as the governorship candidate. How would you respond to that as your closing remark?
Yes. Maybe if we don't know the candidate of whoever will emerge in APC currently, we know there are some big wigs, particularly Professor Okunbo, who was a former governor for 6 months. You have other people like Professor Sylvester Obiona-Akindele, who is an academic also in the race, but we don't know who will emerge or whether it will be zoned to Edo Central or not. But the fact of the matter thing remains that we need to look at the structure of Labour Party itself in order to comprehend my own position. The Labour Party has two sections constituting its membership. The first one is the core Labour Party made up of workers and other people who are interested in Labour Party originally. And then you have the second section, which is the obedient movement. The movement is talking about obeying and nothing else. and the movement orientation is to work national politics to grab power and see whether they can change the situation in line with their own vision of what Nigeria should be. Now, that obedient movement, which controls largely the youth, that kind of factor has been frustrated, and quite often, like what we have experienced in the 3 last elections, which we just had, global election, is that many of them failed to come out, in the number that they came out during the presidential election to vote. So if that pattern continues and repeats itself in Edo, then we're not going to have any reduced voters, for Labour Party, largely made up of the obedience movement, because it's a movement built around Obi, and Obi is not a factor in the room. Whether Obi comes to campaign or not, the motivation is about Obi and about presidency. So, maybe to some extent you may be right, maybe I've been a bit generous politically, but I don't see it that way. The way I see it is that APC is able to rebuild its own structure, given the dissatisfaction within the PDP and its ability to defend legacy at the federal level, to key, key political leaders in the state. So because of that, I tend to be more optimistic that there is a likelihood that APC will do better, than PDP. A divided PDP is not good for the election.
I was going to end with the last question, but I think it's imperative or important that I put this in. How would you respond to the fact that Shuaibu's campaign strategy at this juncture is more at accentuating or emphasizing the fact that he is the homeboy, that he is bona fide Edo man, and had never lived outside. I'd never lived outside Edo practically, and that nobody is bringing him in from the Edo diaspora, say in Lagos, to come and run roughshod over the local players. How would you respond to that strategy?
Yes, the strategy is very clear. We all know that Obama keeps thinking of someone from Lagos who he would prefer to be the candidate for PDP. Of course, he wants to be the new governor. He wants to lead the baby. Like many of the governors have been trying to do, wanting to continue their state after they've left office. Whether they work or not is another matter. But Shuaibu realized that there's a soft, underbelly there. That look, you need to kick that underbelly. Let people understand that.
Biodun, show me. Biodun, the Yorubas will say, Oruko Lampo Balade, may I have the honor of signing you off. Biodun Showumi, thank you very much for your contributions. We have to wrap it up at this point. Thank you.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you very much. Today's throwback. How going down the road led to the renaming of a stream, Ododandaru, in colonial Ibadan. History is replete with the corruption of words and phrases at the confluences of civilizations. I remember as a voraciously reading youngster in Odiolowo Mushin at the twilight of the 70s and the dawn of the 80s, how I learned through an economics magazine article how the title Caesar, which originated from Julius Caesar's name and fame, and now it was mangled over civilizations to Tsar in Russia, even colloquially elasticated and gendered to Tsarina, Shah in Persia, that is today's Iran, Tsar, and much more across the different regions of the world. Folklore has it that a white colonial officer once lived on the highest point or hill in Ibadan, popularly known as Bowers Tower or Laipo, because of the spiral staircase carved on the hill to get to his top or zenith. He reportedly had an aged Ijesha gateman who he often told whenever he would want to take a stroll down the hill that he was going down the road. On one occasion, the white man had a visitor while he was out strolling down the road or lounging by the Agodi Garden stream. The elderly gateman was reported to have told the visitor, "Ebo Sinle Olo Dandaru." The white man is not at home, he's gone down the road, meaning down the road. Ibadan is littered with such mispronounced words as names of precincts, Oke Shapati, Shepherd's Hill, and Kudeti. This place, quote unquote, according to a report of how Reverend Indira, who started St. David's Kudeti, was quoted to have said that the neighborhood given to him to start the church, quote unquote, is too dirty. Kudeti. That's the show for tonight. I am Bola Oba.
Many people are often in psychological conflict between individuality and societal expectations. Thus, due to not knowing any better, or sometimes out of the audacity of thinking that they do, many tout these norms and expectations as the one single version of the truth. Oftentimes, we are judged by them, driving many to sacrifice the happiness they can attain as unique individuals for the rule of society that do not really matter in the grand scheme of things, and that many do not even sincerely follow themselves. Well, here's what I say. Flout their tout. A wise person once said, "Don't base your decisions on the advice of those who don't have to deal with your issues." The fact that you have remained single for a long time, especially if you're a woman, is often viewed as some kind of stigma in many parts of the world, even in the so-called liberal parts of society. But I'm here to tell you that regardless of what your relationship status is, and in fact, and now I'm ad-libbing, irrespective of what your status, your age, your phase of life is, you are in an enviable position because you have the opportunity to write a new script for yourself, to create a beautiful, wonderful, and fulfilling life. So no, do not keep your head down. That is the last thing that you should do. Do not compare your life to others. You have no idea what their journey is all about, Woody Hayes said. My name is Adefunke Adeyemi, or Funke for short. I'm an advocate and I'm the regional director for the International Air Transport Association in Africa, looking after external affairs and sustainability. So I have to confess that this was not the first book that I thought I had in me. Many people who know me know that I can be quite academic, and the work that I've been doing over the years as a lawyer, I'm a lawyer, and also the work I've been doing over the years has lent itself to policy issues, economics, aviation, trends, and things like that. So I thought that I was going to write something academic. I'm also a Pan-African, so I'm really, really passionate about Africa and how we can seamlessly connect the continent and integrate it better. So I also have that in me. And yes, I will get there one day, but I didn't think that this was the first message that I was going to write in the form of a book. So it was a particular incident that sparked this off. And it was an issue it became something that I needed to deal with and cope with. And typically, when I have something and I'm dealing with that's ruminating in my mind, I write. I've always loved words, and I've been reading voraciously since the age of 5. I read everything in my father's library, including encyclopedias and things like that. So I've always loved words. I love the power of words. I love the way that they evoke emotion, the way that they can make you escape, the way they can transport you to different places. And so, you know, the natural home for me to cope with the emotions I was dealing with from that incident was to write something down. It also coincided with the time that I was traveling on a business trip. And so once I got on the plane, I just started dumping my thoughts, you know, just started putting stuff down on my laptop. So it started out as a dump, right? Just to cope with a particular incident. But then as I was on that business trip, I started to think about it more and more as a message that the world needed to hear. And so on that trip, you know, within 36 hours, I had banged out the first 3 chapters of the book. Now that was in 2016. So this has been a 5-year journey. I launched it, you know, I finished it in 2021 and launched, you know, the first few days in 2022. So it took 5 years. So I have to tell you, it's been overwhelming and very, very surprising. And I know the question you're asking, I'm going to answer that. But it's been overwhelming. A lot of people who have read the book, I mean, even the most unlikely people. I was just telling someone in the store before we started that a 79-year-old woman, my friend's mother, read the book and said, wow, I'm so excited by this book. And it's inspired me to pick up my life again at 79. So I was really blown away by that. So many different reviews. Someone said, oh, I've given it to my mentees and they're raving all about it. So many people say that they can relate to the message of the book. And now to your question, the simple message of the book is this, that no matter what age or phase or stage or relationship status you're in life, it's incumbent on you to, first of all, be unapologetically yourself. Secondly, to live the best life that we're called to do, because we're not called here for anything else, but first and foremost to be our best selves, and then to add on to that, be doing other things. And the other thing is that we're supposed to be using the totality of ourselves, and this is my own personal firm opinion, that we're to use the totality of ourselves, our gifts, our physical abilities, our talents, our passion, our interests, our experience, our exposure, you know, everything that we have the opportunity to experience to impact the world positively around us. And the catch is, why not do this when you're either, one, single from the lens of never being married, or that you have been down that road and you're not anymore, or from the lens of someone who is called singular, which is the title of the book. And what do I mean by singular? It's such a wide and broad category. Did you know that empty nesters are singulars? Their children have gone off to boarding school, or they've gone off to school or university, or they're starting out in life. And now you're home alone or home with your partner. And perhaps, you know, you focus so much of your time and attention on them, which is a laudable thing and it's wonderful. But now what? What do you do? So you have time on your hands. And so perhaps you've put off some of your dreams, your own personal objectives and goals for your own life in order to do that. So it's now time for you to get back to it. Did you also know that it is for people who have been bereaved? You've lost your spouse, that relationship has ended. So what next? What do you do? My mom is in this category, and I talked to her about it, and she gets it. She understands what this message is about, and there's so many in there. But it's not just about women, it's men too. Now to the literary world, I'm so impressed, honestly. Like, there's a boom of writers all around. I mean, before now, we know that some of the greats have come from Nigeria and Africa. We have, Chinua Achebe, Wole Soyinka, Buchi Emecheta, Ben Okri. There's so many of them that have been absolutely fantastic. One of my favorite books is So Long a Letter by Mariam Abba, a Senegalese writer, a forerunner of her time, a pace setter, a female writer talking about constraints of a Muslim religious society and how she survived that. So there's so many wonderful examples and legacy examples to choose from. But more recently, this too, if I feel like this is a passion for me or this is something that I'm interested in, then I can do it. So there's a lot of inspiration out there, but there can be a lot more. So I know that so many people have stories within them that they want to tell. A lot of people don't know how to go about it. And I guess the message there is, you just start with your thoughts. Don't worry about the words, don't worry about format. Just start with putting your thoughts down, and then you can start to create, the structure around it. But if you have a story to tell inside you, go for it.
Store phone switch to on, light on. Switching command to internal. Expectedly back, TW. Fuel tank pressure 6255. Your nav state with back and is perfect.
Imagine that you're going to live for 100 years. The way you treat your body right now, would your liver and your kidney take you that far? Now, you must understand that the body is a biologic organism or a biologic machine, just like your generator and your machines, your car. How do you treat them? You can replace the parts, you take them for regular servicing. There is an input talking about your fuel, and there is an output talking about your combustion, your gas. That same way, the body thrives on an input, maintenance, and output system. The body, like every other biological machine, takes in organic matter because that's its source, comes from the earth, and then uses it for the production of many chemicals, hormones, and synthesis of cells and tissues, and then excretes it organic manure, and it gets back to the soil. How does this happen to maintain your health? You must take in organic based meal. And that's why the closer your meal is to the earth, the better for you. The closer it is from the earth to you, the better such meals. When many foods stay a long distance before getting to you, it's not as good as when it just gets from ground to you. All right. Very importantly, that you reduce the intake of chemicals. You can't keep taking chemicals. The body doesn't understand it. It's not able to process it. And then for every time the body tries to process these chemicals, it experiences what we call breakdown, especially your excretory organs like your kidney and liver. This has been the cause of many liver damage and kidney damages. So when you take a lot of chemicals, one of them is pure chemicals, such as alcohol, such as spirits, such as tobacco, many of them cigarettes. When you're taking these things, the body tries its best to absorb the exogenous substance and excrete them. And of course, you have free radicals running through your system. If you're not able to break them down, your tissues die slowly. All right. Other things are things like even polyprocessed meals. For example, roasted meat, what you call suya. That suya is not very fantastic for your health, especially for your liver. It's not so good. When you take in a lot of carbonated drinks, you further cause damage to your system. And more importantly is that you may not notice them between the ages of 0 to 35, 40. The moment you begin to get off that peak period where your energy, where your body is supposed to start going uphill, you will notice that you cannot go longer than normal, and then you begin to break down. All right. Very important that you take fruits, lots of fruits. And it's important that you're particular about your source of fruits. Many of the fruits nowadays are being synthesized. Many of them are done in the laboratories. Many of them have been changed, mutated. And so when I was little, I know that pineapples that I take used to be very bitter when it's green. Nowadays, the greener it is, the sweeter it is. So these cannot be very useful for the body. So the body cannot use it. The long and short of what I'm trying to say is that your body must use what it needs, not what it doesn't need. When you're taking drugs, if you can prevent the recurrent intakes of drugs, you need to do. Many of you who think that antibiotics is vitamin C, it's not. They're not the same. Take drugs when necessary. And in fact, it must be prescribed. You just go off the counter and take what you like and how you like it, what quantity. You need to take prescribed drugs. Many of us who do herbal drinks and concussions and all kinds of things, you further disintegrate your body system. You make your body confused because the dosages are not clear. One very important source that's given to us by nature is water. A high level of alkalized water is very good for you. A high level of sunlight. Don't be afraid of sunlight. For many of you who go from air conditioners to air conditioners to air conditioners, you need the sunlight to help you provide vitamin D, which carries calcium, makes it absorbed in the bones, and prevents things like osteoporosis, low back pain, arthritis. These are natural ways of preventing illnesses. So you're managing your health that way. You're taking a lot of water, you prevent urinary tract infection, you prevent dehydration, you prevent constipation, you take a lot of fibers from fruits, you prevent constipation, you improve your microorganisms in your system, then you will not fall sick easily. And of course, you do a lot of fruits, including vegetables that contains a lot of carotenes, vitamins B, B12, B6, A vitamins. Your eyes are very, very protected. And of course, you want to care for your prostate. Lastly, there are age-related diseases. For every age, you want to find out what are the diseases in that age and you begin to treat them. For an example, a man who is clocking 45 years and above needs to check his prostate. Don't be surprised. Oh, he died of prostate cancer, and you're like, no, check your prostates once you hit 45. For a lady, you cross reproductive age, you want to start checking for cervical cancer. Pap smear recurrently, yearly, will not do you bad. Of course, your BP should not be, you should know your BP of your last 1 week. Your blood sugar, you should know the last 1 month blood sugar. Don't be in your new, especially when you clock the age of 40. By then, your health is beginning to take an uphill task. Manage your health so that you can live as much as 100.
And a warm good evening. I am Emmanuel Ulububukun. This is a news update. President Bola Tinubu has presented a budget estimate of 27.50 trillion naira for the 2024 fiscal year based on a crude oil benchmark price of $77.96 per barrel, daily oil production of 1.78 million barrels per day, and an exchange rate of 750 naira to the US dollar. Now, the budget deficit is projected at 9.18 trillion naira.
We have adopted a conservative oil price benchmark of $77.96 US per barrel and daily oil production estimate of 1.78 million barrels per day. We have also adopted a naira to US dollar exchange rate of 750 per US dollar for 2024. Accordingly, an aggregate expenditure of 27.5 trillion naira is proposed for the federal government in 2024, of which the non-debt recurrent expenditure is 9.92 trillion naira, while debt service is projected downward to be 8.25 trillion naira, and capital expenditure is 8.7 trillion naira. Nigeria remains committed to meeting its debt obligations. Projected debt service is 45% of the expected total revenue. The budget deficit is projected at 9.18 trillion naira in 2024, or 3.88% of GDP. This is lower than the 13.7 trillion naira deficit recorded in year 2023, which represents 6.11% of GDP. The deficit will be financed by new borrowings totaling 7.83 trillion naira. Strategically, 2298 billion naira from privatization proceeds and 1.05 trillion naira drawdown on multilateral and bilateral loans secured for specific projects.
The President, however, announced that the 2024 budget of renewed hope aims to tackle critical issues about the economy and resolve security concerns in the upcoming fiscal year.
The 2024 appropriation has been themed Budget of Renewed Hope. The proposed budget seeks to achieve job-rich economic growth, macroeconomic stability, a better investment environment, enhanced human capital development, as well as poverty reduction and greater access to social security. Defense and internal security are recorded top priority. The internal security architecture will be overhauled to enhance law enforcement capabilities and safeguard lives, property, and investment across the country. Human capital is the most critical resource of national development. Accordingly, the budget prioritizes human development with particular attention to children, the foundation of our nation. To improve the effectiveness of our budget performance, government will focus on ensuring value for money, greater transparency, and accountability. In this regard, we will work more closely with development partners and the private sector to address long-standing issues in education. A more sustainable model of funding tertiary education will be implemented, including the student loan scheme planned to become operational by January 2024.
The Senate President also praised President Tinubu's development plan, stating that Nigeria has never had such ambitious plans since its founding fathers.
We need to acknowledge the specific achievements of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's administration so far. Those who doubted him initially forgot his track record as the governor of Lagos State from 1999 to the year 2007. And Lagos, of course, is Nigeria's melting pot. Nigerians strongly believe that with the debt profile of the day today, that you are the man for the job to fix our economy. Already we have seen significant economic reforms, starting with the courageous removal of the petroleum subsidy, which has become an albatross to our nation. They have taken the right steps to unify the multiple foreign exchange markets.
In view of this and the related challenge of high level of public debt, the National Assembly will ensure that the 2024 budget includes concrete strategies for sustainable debt management, including measures to increase revenue and control expenditure. Specifically, the focus should be on raising more revenue through tax reform, fiscal reform, subsidy reform, foreign exchange convergence, and centralized revenue collection. In our recent engagement with MDAs on the MTEF, we emphasized the need for revenue-generating agencies to double their targets to meet the 18 trillion revenue projected in the budget. Mr. President, the effectiveness and legitimacy of fiscal policies depend to a very large extent on public support. As the People's House, and in line with our legislative agenda, the House of Representatives will convene the first National Citizens Budget Town Hall to harness public input and opinion on this budget. We are convinced that this will increase transparency and accountability, improve policy making, and increase trust in government. Public participation in the budgetary process has been shown to improve resource allocation and service delivery, as well as a more stable and robust economy.
Dino Melaye, the PDP governorship candidate in Kogi State, has withdrawn from the All Progressive Congress election due to a loss of confidence in the judiciary. Melaye accused the Court of Appeal and an APC department, not an autonomous institution. The Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, has announced APC candidate Usman Dodo as a winner. Now, the National Judicial Council may on Friday send the names of 11 successful candidates to President Bola Tinubu for appointment into the Supreme Court, as it is also gathered that 22 shortlisted justices were screened on Tuesday at the committee room of the NJC in Abuja from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. One of our correspondents learned that the screened justices were divided into priority and reserved candidates, as the apex court was reduced to 10 justices following the retirement of Mr. Jatito, as his retirement came just after Justice Amina Agei on September 22nd, 2023, and the death of Justice Chima Nweze on July 31st, 2023. The 10 justices on the Supreme Court fall short of the 21 stipulated by Section 230, subsection 2 of the 1999 Constitution. The House of Representatives Committee on Health has revealed that not less than 5 wards with about 150 beds have been closed down at the Lagos University Teaching Hospital in Diaraba due to a shortage of health workers. Now, the chairman of the committee, Dr. Amos Magaji, explained that the 5 wards had to be short because there were no health workers to operate them despite the large number of patients received at the institutions on a daily basis. Now, while I maintain that the institution was under the threat as a result of brain drain, the health committee chairman stated that many health workers in Louth, especially nurses and doctors, had left the teaching hospital in search of greener pastures. Speaking with newsmen shortly after an oversight visit to the teaching hospital, Magaji noted that the alarming rate of migration of health workers was becoming a national embarrassment to the country. The Minister of Interior, Lubumi Tunjuju, on Tuesday said that the automation of Nigerians' passport application is 99% completed. Just speaking in an interview, said the automated application will become operational in a week's time, noting that after completion, Nigerians will only go to immigration centers to do fingerprint biometrics for their passports. He further revealed that with the new system, Nigerians can upload their passport photographs and other supporting documents from the comfort of their homes. I'll move out straight to other parts of Africa. Save the Children has reported that children accounts for almost half of these 57 million people in food crisis in 12 countries in 2022 due to extreme weather events, including drought and floods. Ethiopia, and Somalia were home to almost half of the 27 million children facing food insecurity, as the charity is calling on COP28 to address climate change, recognizing children as key actors of change, and also addressing other causes of food insecurity, such as conflict prevention and strengthening health systems. The Save the Children estimates that 1 in 3 children worldwide lives in poverty. Now, winding gear at a giant South African platinum minefield, sending an elevator into a precipitous fall that killed 11 workers and injured 75, the operators said on Tuesday. Impala Platinum said 14 of the injured workers remained in critical condition after the disaster on Monday, as the elevator brought the miners up after the end of their shift. All operations at the Rustenburg mine, northwest of Johannesburg, have been suspended, while an investigation started, as company's chief executive Nico Müller said in a statement. Bola said the devastating accident at the mine was the darkest day in the history of the company, which is known as Implant. Now, there were 86 employees in a 3-level lift when it unexpectedly reversed direction and began descending back down through the shaft, Implant said in a statement. Now, South Africa has the world's deepest mines, and many have a lift that can carry more than 100 people at a time. Implant spokesman Johan Tarrant told the media that a wind-down mechanism at Rustenburg went into reverse and accelerated, causing the lift to plunge at speed. Now, straight out of South Africa, a U.S. military aircraft, a CV-22 Osprey, has crashed into the sea off the coast of southern Japan, killing 8 crew members. The aircraft disappeared from radar at 2:40 p.m. local time and was found with a deployed lifeboat. Now, the aircraft's left engine appeared to be on fire as it went down into the sea near Yakushima Airport. The U.S. forces in the region are still gathering information about the incident, as the hybrid aircraft, which can take off and land like an helicopter, but can also rotate its propellers and cruise like an aeroplane, has a troubled history with fatal crashes. And straight to business, the Federal Inland Revenue Service FIRS Chairman Zach Adediji has called for a synergy with Economic Financial Crimes Commission EFCC to help track and report local and trans-border financial transactions of companies, multinationals and high net worth individuals. Now the collaboration is necessary as socio-economic activities are transitioning to a digital and knowledge-driven economy. Olaolu Kayode has assured the existing relationship will be sustained. And on to entertainment news, rapper Young Thug's racketeering trial in Atlanta, Georgia is getting more serious as prosecutors are now using the artist's own lyrics against him. The 32-year-old Jeffrey Lamar Williams faces accusations of co-founding a criminal street gang, the Young Slim Life group, implicated in murder, assault, carjacking, drug dealing and theft. Now, Fulton County Deputy DA Adrian Love told the jury that Young Thug oversaw numerous crimes, creating a crater impacting youth and lives. Now, she noted that airing significance of his relics to the alleged gang crimes dating back to 2013 and cited extracts from the defendant's track. The rapper's arrest in May led to a lengthy jury selection with a dramatic pre-trial incident as the indictment lists 181 crimes from 2013 in an alleged Areke conspiracy. Now, if found guilty in an expected 6-month trial, Williams could face decades in prison. And that's the news updates. For more stories, you can follow us on Facebook, X, and Instagram, and do follow us on YouTube, or subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. Or you can view us on LiveMix.tv and Glow TV apps anywhere in the world. I am Emmanuel Olubobokun. Many thanks for watching.
For upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Nigeria is witnessing an increase in entrepreneurs, startup companies, and small and micro-scale businesses. Economists say one of the major reasons for this is a problem that has plagued the country: unemployment. Many Nigerians spend several years at home jobless before securing their first jobs or settling for other options. The National Bureau of Statistics puts the country's unemployment rate at 33.3%, the highest on record. Rather rather than sit at home and complain, more young people are becoming innovative and turning their hobbies into businesses. Olayanwaju sold clothes in his undergraduate days to make extra income. He now does the same thing, but this time around to make a living.
It came as a motivation for me since my university period, because I actually went into selling of NYSC kits, selling all these basic minor clothes. Then after a while, after going to service, it occurred to me that the kind of set of people I roll with, this is what is going on in town. This is the fashion store. This is the brand. And I've been known as Roger Wears. So why is Roger Wears still selling this? Why can't he just move up from this business into the main industry?
Samuel Joy learned to cut hair during her days of unemployment. It's now what she does for a living.
Actually, it hasn't really been easy though, but a lot of challenges ahead of it, and some I've faced though, and it's cool. But I love it being, I was once a tomboy. That's when I learned barbing. And ever since then, I think I've been able to convince people to believe my skills.
Unemployment and poverty also forced Willie to be a barber on the streets of highbrow Victoria Island in Lagos.
When I was growing up, my father actually wanted me to do something good. He wanted me to go to school, wanted me to have a good grades in school. Well, you know the system in the country. When after the school stage, you come back, you graduate from school, you still don't have good jobs out there.
On the flip side, unemployment has led to the stagnation of some individuals who find it tough to adapt because of their specializations. Wale Scott, a professional sports broadcaster, lost his job at the peak of his career. His unemployment journey lasted about 7 years. Moving on and getting another job was more difficult than he had imagined it would be.
A Wale Scott with all that talent doesn't have a job. But I realized that every office I went to, when I picked myself up, when I get there, the guys who are in my department there are like, I beg, I space no day, because they have job security problems. As in, if this guy comes, he's going to take our job. That was my major reason why I didn't get a job that early. Everybody felt like, it's good. If he comes, he's going to take our job and all that. So I didn't get a job for a long time.
All this doesn't mean there aren't people who still get white-collar jobs. But what factors make some people employable and others unemployable?
As a job seeker, you need to position yourself to get that fresh information. The longer a job opening is out there, the reduced or the more reduced your chances as a job seeker to get shortlisted. So that's the first thing first is the information and the network. Then the next step is actually your own preparedness, which is your documents, your marketing tool, your CV. Anything that will sell you best should come first on your CV or should be prominent on your CV. There are some schools that if you are a graduate of that school, just put it at the bottom of your CV. So if your CV is a 3-pager, let it be maybe like the second to the last item on your CV. There are some schools that you need to put proudly on the first page because those schools are considered to be thorough and rigorous in their processes. So how do you apply? If you're applying to an online portal, fine, you have to upload your CV still. Or you could apply to an email. Usually such vacancies, there's always an email for you to send your email. So when applying, ensure that you're applying properly. And the basic rules are the subject must be the job title you're applying for. So for instance, if it's an accounting role, the subject should be accountant or accounting opening, something like that.
Everybody's got talent, but are you actually the right talent for that particular role? Then again, what exactly are you prepared? When I mean the right talent, you have the right skills, you have the right qualification, experience. So all this, and also it has to do with your behavioral attributes for the role. So if you have all this, yes, maybe you could actually get qualified for the role. But when you don't have this, it becomes like a misfit for the role. What makes people unemployable is also a determinant of your readiness? Are you available? Are you actually what we want for that role?
At a point in my life, I actually did consider it, and I was back in school. I did consider going into Yahoo Yahoo.
All right, so what changed your mind?
It's something that when I tried to, I felt this adrenaline rush of being scared of being caught, being scared of sitting in jail. It's something that I did try for like a week, not even, it didn't take up to 2 weeks, just a week. And within that week, it's something I understood that no, this is no way for me. Because, for example, there are a lot of youths that are just like me in the same markets that were into this business. And I've seen a whole lot of them that have bought cars just from this business, that have gotten a house just from this business.
There is no lady that is willing to do something that is illegal. Yeah. It's just due to the, what is it called? The bad economy in our country. Because I see myself as somebody that has really been focused from my childhood. There are some ladies that doesn't have patience in doing some things they do. That's why you see some runs girls around.
Our Nigerian youths won't try because go easy. That's it, kind of primary, from primary to secondary. Secondary, most of them are university, not graduate. After graduation, on the serve, a year, to be serve. So one serve now, most of them want to send the federal, on serve the federal, and one can serve the states. Instead of can't remain one, sibe, on that one le. So I'm most of them want online business, non she. About no agency, our youth not in business dancing.
So I feel a lot of people actually have this mindset of they want to go into legal ways and make it out of legal ways. So one day they can always say, back then I never had it, but today I have it because I set my mind into this market business and not the other shady business, because no one knows tomorrow.
The problem is not the guys from the outside. It's actually from the inside. You don't get any more respect at home anymore. The wifey doesn't respect you anymore. Your mother, your parents don't respect you anymore. And if you are fortunate that you have siblings who actually have jobs during that period, the parents, people around you tend to actually give the respect to those people, and you lose your respect as the elderly one. So the time I felt I lost was the time that I got into drinking, because people at home expect you to come back and they want to talk to you, they want to insult you, and to forget it, to get a deaf ear to the insult. You get to get drunk, get high, just come home and sleep. Whatever they're saying, you can't hear them. And it's a terrible mental state when you can't bring money out to feed your family, you can't bring money out to take care of the house. The worst part is when you go out in the mornings, early in the mornings to go and look for a job and come back in the evening, your neighbors are wondering, where does he go every day, sir? As in, when it's time for them to pay for the woman that sweeps the floor, he can't pay. Time to pay for the rent, he can't pay. So where does he go every morning? But you can't stay at home as a man. But you still go out all day, come back at night, no luck. And then nobody at home is understanding that no luck, it happens. They're like, why would you have luck?
Most of my friends are already well made. And probably there are times when they will just call me, what's up? Knowing that I'm this kind of person that likes going to parties. I like going out. What's up, Proja? Come on, let's go out. Let's hang out. But due to the fact that I'm jobless and probably have no cash on me, I will just respectfully decline the offer.
Both the private sector and individual have roles to play as far as employment-related issues are concerned. Take the private sectors, for example. Private sectors, or private sector rather, not sectors. The private sector have, they have to help to drive the public sectors in every area where it is failing. I give you a very good example. In the ongoing pandemic, the government of Nigeria has not been able to take to life any vaccine. Not because there are no researchers, not because there are no research institutes, but there were other factors that go into that space to make it happen. One of it is funding of research. We have to start changing the orientation of people. There is the mentality of quick wealth all around, all over the whole place, which is why a whole lot of young people are involved in Yahoo, in code, and all other things. And when you speak with them, they tell you, oh, it's because there are no jobs. That's why I have to go that way. But in the real sense, there is a due paying process period when people are supposed to commit to a job or a role or a work or a vocation and learn the ropes, become experts.
Everybody has a skill. Yeah. But it's just sacrificing the time and creating the time in making that thing grow in you.
When we talk about vocational trainings, right, I've come just like you said, not like white collar jobs is not for everyone. I mean, we've come to realize that. At the moment at Jobberman, we are in partnership with the MasterCard Foundation. We are upskilling about 5 million. Well, the mandate is 5 million young Nigerians over 5 years, right? And place 3 million of them in work. And of the 3 million of them that we're upskilling, some of the things that have come up is the importance of gig work, the importance of internship. So it's not just having a full-time employment, but having dignified employment, right? And blue-collar jobs also fall under dignified employment. However, because of the country that we're in, a lot of blue-collar jobs are not regarded as dignified, right? So you go anywhere outside the country, so maybe the developed world, and you have like a plumber, you have like a carpenter, and they are regarded and they are respected, right? However, in Nigeria, you have carpenters, you have plumbers, and most times those professions, although not white collar, are not regarded, right? So what we really would love to do is to make these blue collar jobs dignified. And how do we make them dignified? By teaching these people, or teaching people who are going through vocational trainings, the necessary skills that will make them stand out. So yes, white collar jobs are not the only answer when it comes to employment. Blue collar jobs as well are our answer to unemployment.
After all said and done, changing the public perception that white-collar jobs are the only dignified form of labor may just be a start in the eradication of the stigma of unemployment. More people are building businesses from their talents, passions, and hobbies.
After a bruising fight over its leadership, a new Congress takes over Capitol Hill. How will divided government impact America's direction? From immigration to defending Ukraine, now the inside story, new Congress, new challenges.
Hi, I'm Katherine Gibson, VOA's congressional correspondent here on Capitol Hill, where the new 118th Congress is trying to make its mark. Democrats managed to hold on to control of the U.S. Senate in November's elections, while Republicans took control of the House of Representatives, giving President Joe Biden a divided Congress to work with for the next 2 years. And the lengthy battle among House Republicans to choose their leader suggests any agreements with the White House will be few and far between.
So help you God.
Republican leader Kevin McCarthy emerged from a rare 4-day battle to become Speaker of the House.
The House will be in order.
Touting Republicans' accomplishments in their first full week of work.
Government should be here to help you, not to go after you. Be able to protect the unborn. We just protected the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, where the president can no longer deplete it and sell our oil to China. And we opened the House back up for the public.
But analysts say the conservative caucus that objected to McCarthy as Speaker will continue to be a problem.
He is in a weakened position, but his biggest problem is that his margin is so small. So he has only, a 5-seat margin.
Many Republicans object to resetting the nation's debt ceiling, a stance that could have global consequences if America's credit rating suffers as a result.
The American people elected Republicans to get our fiscal house in order, and get our fiscal house in order we will.
With inflation still high in the United States, Democrats have warned against government spending cuts.
These spending cuts harm families, communities throughout the U.S. that are already struggling with inflation and the cost of living.
Republicans have also launched multiple investigative committees.
Today, we will counter the Chinese Communist Party with our Select Committee on China. We will vote to protect every American's constitutional rights with the new Select Subcommittee on the weaponization of the federal government.
And President Joe Biden and his family are expected to be a subject of Republican investigations, including concerning their financial transactions, despite Democrats' objections.
But instead of trying to find ways to work together, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle continue to lean into an extreme MAGA Republican agenda, which seems to be focused on trying to investigate the president's family, not make a difference in the lives of everyday Americans.
The Biden administration's immigration policy will also come under scrutiny.
If you look at the operational goals, securing the border, securing our cyber border,
as well as billions of dollars in U.S. aid to Ukraine.
The House Republicans are split also, but Speaker McCarthy has indicated he might side with the elements who want to push back on funding.
But any legislation passed in the House will have to be agreed to in the Democratic majority U.S. Senate.
One flashpoint that may emerge soon is the cost of supporting Ukraine in its defense against Russia's attacks. The U.S. has spent tens of billions of dollars in military, economic, and humanitarian assistance for Ukraine since Russia invaded in February 2022. But several Republicans in Congress are questioning the amount of money being spent. VOA politics and policy reporter Veronica Balderas Iglesias explains.
As Ukraine mourns the victims of the Russian missile strike in the city of Dnipro, U.S. President Joe Biden and Dutch Prime Minister Mark Rutte decried Moscow's aggressions during a bilateral meeting in Washington.
Russia is just continuing to act in ways that are almost unbelievable. The brutality with which they're acting.
Rutte announced more support for Kyiv.
We have decided to spend another $2.5 billion on helping the Ukraine war effort. We have the intention to join what you are doing with Germany on the Patriot project, so the air defense system. I think that is important.
Also on Tuesday, circulating on Russian social networks, what looked like images of a makeshift memorial in Moscow for the Dnipro victims. At the government level, however, more promises of military might by Russian Defense Minister Sergei Shoigu.
Strengthen the combat component of the Navy, the aerospace forces, and the strategic missile forces.
Kremlin spokesman Dmitry Peskov left the door open, however, for high-level talks between Russian officials and the director of the Central Intelligence Agency, William J. Burns.
It could be excluded, of course. This dialogue is useful. I don't know the exact dates.
Near Romania, meanwhile, NATO expanded the surveillance of Russia's military activities with the deployment of 3 new planes. And on the ground in Ukraine, the International Atomic Energy Agency set a permanent presence to help safeguard key nuclear facilities. Veronica Balderas Iglesias, VOA News, Washington.
We arrived back here in Ukraine yesterday, and we're now in Lviv, in the western part of the country. Lviv is far from the war, but it is still the frequent site of attacks on infrastructure and is a main destination for internally displaced people and war wounded. This hospital specifically treats soldiers and civilians who have lost limbs, mostly from bombings and landmines, and there are hundreds of people on their waiting list. We're reporting today from Dnipro in Ukraine, and right behind me is a makeshift memorial for the more than 40 people that died in the bombing of this building on Saturday. Today we met some people who survived the bombing. One man told us that he only heard silence when the blast hit, and then he realized he was bleeding. He could then hear the screams of women and children and realized he had to go outside. Once he got outside, the situation was even more horrifying. He could see cars and his building on fire. Then, about 20 minutes after the initial blast, his building collapsed. Now he and about 300 other people are homeless. Reporting from Dnipro in Ukraine, this is Heather Murdoch, VOA News.
Republicans in the House of Representatives also have their sights set on investigating President Biden's immigration policy. Controlling the flow of migrants crossing into the U.S. from Mexico has been a challenge for decades and topped the agenda for Biden's meeting with the leaders of neighbors Mexico and Canada. VOA White House correspondent Anita Powell was in Mexico City for the summit.
Amistad, bonhomie, friendship. In all three languages, the leaders of Mexico, Canada, and the U.S. made a show of unity as they met Tuesday in Mexico City.
We're true partners, the three of us, working together with mutual respect and a genuine like for one another to advance a safer and more prosperous future for all of our people.
But the issues on the table are not as easy. Irregular migration, illegal drugs, climate change, and trade disputes are front and center, as the Mexican president pointed out as he openly challenged Biden to expand economic cooperation.
This
is the moment for us to determine, to do away with this abandonment, this disdain, and this forgetfulness for Latin America and the Caribbean, which is opposed to the policy of the good neighborhood of the Titan of freedom and liberty, FDR, Franklin Delano Roosevelt, and starting with you.
Biden fired back.
The United States provides more foreign aid than every other country just about combined in the world, to not just the hemisphere, but around the world. Unfortunately, our responsibility just doesn't end in the Western Hemisphere. It's in Central Europe, it's in Asia, it's in the Middle East, it's in Africa, it's in Southwest Asia.
On Tuesday, the U.S. announced a range of outcomes, which included plans to collaborate on supply chain issues and semiconductor development, modest commitments to reduce methane emissions from the solid waste and wastewater sector, and more clean energy collaboration.
Put it simply, we are, and always will be, stronger together. The world today is facing a lot of uncertainty, with the rise in authoritarian leaders causing global instability and the high cost of living putting stress on families at home. It's important that we come together as leaders and as friends to look at ways to make our economies more resilient.
Irregular migration is also a thorny issue, especially after Biden launched his trip Sunday with his first presidential visit to the busiest port of entry in the U.S., in El Paso. The leaders also reiterated their commitment to safe, orderly, and humane migration through the expansion of legal migration pathways, a range of collaborative measures and better communication, both among one another and with the public. They also agreed that illegal trafficking in arms, drugs, and people is a shared threat, and committed to work together on the challenge. So, was this summit a success? Mexico watchers say that's a tough question.
Trilateral summits rarely yield major announcements or resolution of issues, and given that the issues that the three leaders talked about are complex and long-standing, I think it's not surprising that there was not some explosive announcement in their communique or in their press conference. But I think, having said that, the fact that they meet on a regular basis and that they identify priorities for their administrations to pursue for the coming year, I think that is important.
But as the leaders highlighted, this is a continent with great potential and great challenges. Will this summit move the needle? Time will tell. Anita Powell, VOA News, Mexico City.
More than 100 radio stations shut down last year in Venezuela under the weight of stiff government regulations and random threats of violence. Now, proposed laws to regulate social media adds to the pressure on journalists there. From Caracas, VOA's Alvaro Algarra has our press freedom spotlight.
Media censorship has risen to new heights in Venezuela, with a record number of radio stations closed, even as the Venezuelan Journalists Association, CNP, documented marginally fewer physical attacks in the past 12 months.
There is a policy of censorship, prosecution of the media. Although it is true that physical aggression against journalists decreased, we saw an increase in radio station closures from 4 in 2021 to 104 in 2022.
The state communications regulator cited licensing breaches for many of the closures, and lawmakers in 2022 denied the action was related to the broadcaster's content. But Carlos Correa, director of the free expression nonprofit Espacio Público, says the moves appear to be part of a policy to limit independent media.
This year, we have documented the highest number of closures since 2001. This situation indicates that the government seems to be trying to reconfigure the ownership structure of these stations.
Adding to worries for journalists are new efforts by President Nicolás Maduro's government to reform media laws. The National Assembly is discussing proposals on regulating social media, including requiring platforms to have an in-country office to handle complaints.
We're going to regulate and control because in recent years, Venezuela has been a victim of psychological warfare through messages on social networks.
But reporters working in an already restrictive environment are wary of the plans. And Carlos Julio Rojas, an independent journalist and member of the National Press Workers Union, says pro-government supporters sometimes use social networks to generate smear campaigns against those in media.
We've seen how the Nicolás Maduro regime's dominance over communications continues to get stronger. What's their end goal? To close that last space that exists for freedom of expression?
If passed, the bill could add to Venezuela's already poor ranking on the Global Press Freedom Index, which measures the ability of journalists to work freely. The watchdog Reporters Without Borders says media there work in a restrictive environment with policies that threaten the full exercise of independent journalism. For Alvaro Algarra in Caracas, Venezuela, Veronica Villafañe, VOA News.
Threats of violence and government intimidation has many journalists fleeing Nicaragua, finding safety in neighboring Costa Rica. From its capital, San Jose, our Donaldo Hernandez shows us how a media nonprofit organization is helping those exiled journalists.
In search of protection, this group of Nicaraguan journalists arrived in Costa Rica halfway through 2022. Like many of their colleagues back home, they risked arrest or harassment by Daniel Ortega's government as it cracks down on the media and opposition voices. In the past 2 years, authorities have seized the headquarters of the historic La Prensa newspaper, prompting the entire staff to flee. Officials have also revoked the licenses of several television and radio stations. Helping the exiled journalist adjust is the Institute of Press and Freedom of Expression, or IPLEX, a Costa Rican nonprofit organization dedicated to protecting Central American journalists. Marco Barquero is project manager at IPLEX.
Our goal is to help them in their legalization process and to promote a more orderly migration for Nicaraguan journalists.
More than 150 journalists have been forced to leave Nicaragua in the past 4 years, according to the Independent Journalists and Communicators of Nicaragua collective. Marco Barquero is in close contact with many of those who recently arrived in Costa Rica.
Through all IPLEX programs, we have helped 62 Nicaraguan journalists and 1 Salvadoran journalist.
The nonprofit offers aid and temporary protection as journalists integrate into Costa Rican society. Raúl Sileski Jiménez is president of IPLEX.
The Home Refuge program covers airfare, transportation, insurance, food, shelter, internet, per diem for food and basic necessities to sustain them for a while.
For journalist Alberto Miranda, the support made a big difference. Miranda says he has been assaulted by police and threatened with arrest. He also received death threats. In 2021, he decided to leave for Costa Rica, but for the first 6 months, he could not find work.
I can tell you that this program represents an important support for Nicaraguan journalists when we arrive in
threats. But even from exile, the country's journalists work to keep news flowing. For Donaldo Hernández in Costa Rica, Verónica Villafañe, VOA News.
For those who overcome the hurdles to enter the U.S. legally, settling into American life and finding a welcoming community can be a challenge unto itself. VOA's senior Washington correspondent Carolyn Persutti found one in an unlikely place, Colorado Springs, Colorado.
Karthik Raghunath Palanimalai is a software consultant. After he arrived in the U.S. on an L1 tech visa, he says he got no help from Colorado Springs to get settled. Instead, he relied on the city's Indian American community.
They helped me to get to the apartments and, to the work nearest to the place, and then the grocery shops or whatever things. So they really helped me for the first 3 months.
Jackie Jaramillo of Centro de la Familia says newcomers like Palanimalai are often invisible and isolated.
It's very difficult. There are a lot of institutional barriers, and there are cultural barriers. There's definitely racism. A lot of the immigrants that we serve are victims of crime.
That's why some found it surprising when the George W. Bush Institute ranked the city 21st out of the top 100 metro areas in the U.S., where immigrants are thriving. Colorado Springs is best known for the U.S. Air Force Academy and for Pikes Peak at 4,300 meters. The city government is largely conservative, and most Republicans are outspoken about stopping illegal border crossings.
I don't think we have a sign up that says, Colorado Springs, great place for migrants.
John Suthers is a staunch Republican and two-term mayor of Colorado Springs. In 2022, the Milken Institute ranked the city 9th in economic performance among large U.S. cities, an enticement for highly skilled authorized immigrants.
Military defense is about 40% of our economy. There's an awful lot of jobs in the related high-tech space, cybersecurity, and things like that. And those are areas where I think a lot of our people who are migrating legally have the expertise in, and so they're looking around, why wouldn't you come to Colorado Springs?
Cullum Clark wrote the George W. Bush Institute's report, Immigrants and Opportunity in America's Cities. He says several factors were considered in the rankings list.
Is it a good place to do business, to start a company? Is it a good place to kind of get ahead career-wise? Is it a good place to afford a home?
To that, Palanimalai says yes. His new wife, who also landed a tech job, joined him in Colorado Springs, where they're enjoying the Rocky Mountain life, along with a little bit of home, like playing on the local cricket team. Carolyn Persutti, VOA News, Colorado Springs, Colorado.
Since Russia's invasion of Ukraine, an outcry for the protection of human rights has echoed throughout the global community. In its annual report, Human Rights Watch highlights a crisis that extends beyond the war in Ukraine and exists in China, Afghanistan, and Africa. Details from our Henry Ridgewell in London.
The Human Rights Watch organization says that following Russia's invasion of Ukraine, the global community deserves credit for unleashing what it calls the full arsenal of the human rights system, including an investigation by the International Criminal Court.
We saw immediate responses from the international community to mobilize around key human rights supports, including establishing international justice mechanisms, evidence gathering for war crimes.
In towns like Bucha and Izium, there is widespread evidence that occupying Russian soldiers tortured, raped and executed civilians. The United Nations Human Rights Council has documented several hundred civilian killings, thought to be a fraction of the total.
In some cases, Russian soldiers executed civilians in makeshift places of detention. Others were summarily executed on the spot, following security checks in their houses, yards, and doorways.
Human Rights Watch's annual report also highlights ongoing abuses in China, including the mass detention, torture and forced labor of as many as 1 million Muslims in the Xinjiang region. Beijing denies the accusations. The report says the UN Human Rights Council's increased scrutiny of Beijing's actions is encouraging.
What we have seen for the first time in a very long time is cracks in the authoritarian armor.
In Iran, protests triggered by the death of Mahsa Amini after she was detained by
Governments all over the world are holding Iranian officials to account.
The report cites increasing human rights abuses in Myanmar, where the authors say the regime is launching assaults on communities across the country that oppose the military coup. In Ethiopia, Human Rights Watch says the recent African Union-led peace process has resulted in a fragile truce.
Ensuring that there is accountability for the egregious crimes that took place in the Tigray region, for example, is going to be critical for this ceasefire and this truce to actually hold.
The report says climate change is having an increasing impact on basic rights worldwide. It says governments have a legal and moral obligation to regulate industries such as fossil fuel extraction that are incompatible with protecting basic rights. Henry Ridgwell for VOA News, London.
That's all we have for now. Stay up to date at voanews.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook at VOA News. Follow me on Twitter at KGYP and catch up on past episodes at our free streaming service, VOA Plus. I'm Katherine Gypson. We'll see you next week for the Inside Story.
Lagos, the commercial capital of Nigeria with 351,861 hectares of land, is the authentic home of every tribe and tongue in Nigeria. The state, though small in landmass, is controversially the most populous state in the country. One of the neighborhoods in the state is Obalende, located in Etiosa local government area. The area is strategically a historic site because before the relocation of administrative capital from Lagos to Abuja, it was the seat of power of the military head of state, the Dodon Barrack. Historically, a Royal West African Frontier Force, predominantly Hausa men, were initially camped on the land where the famous King's College is situated. Then there was a need for the use of the land, and the Oba of Lagos was said to have pressured the governor of Lagos to resettle the Hausa men and sold the land in what is now Obalende to the British colonial masters. After resettlement in the purchased land, the Royal West Africa Frontier Force men named the place Ibiti Obalewade, which translates to the place where the king drove us to. Obalende, though crowded, is famous for its nightlife and for its suya sport, with a junction popularly called Suya Junction. For ease of administration, former governor of Lagos State, Asiwaju Bola Tinubu, created additional 37 local council development areas from the existing 20 local council areas. So the current Obalende is carved out under Ikoyi Obalende Local Council Development Area. Ikorodu town is another historic location in Lagos, located in the northeast area of the state along the Lagos Lagoon and shares a boundary with Ogun State. Currently, The town houses Ikorodu local government area and 5 local council development areas. Kabiru Shotobi is the king of Ikorodu, traditionally known as Ayogbunre of Ikorodu, who ascended the throne from October 24, 2015. The name Ikorodu came about from people whose ancestors descended from the Remo stock of Yoruba tribe who came to settle on a plateau and named it Ikorodu, a shortened word from Oko Odu, which literally means Odu, farm. The current metro area population of Ikorodu in 2021 is 989,000, a 5.44% increase from 2020. Trading, farming, and manufacturing are some of the things Ikorodu is known for. Ikeja is the capital of Lagos State, formerly called Akeja. It was named after a deity of the Awori people of Ota, who originally settled there. The area was invaded for slaves until the mid-19th century. Ikeja, an abbreviation meaning of Ikorodu and Ekpe joint administration, was coined by colonial administrators for ease of administration. It is the official seat of the governor of the state, where the state secretariat is also located. It is also where the domestic and international airports are located. Its population as of 2006 census is 330,196. Ikeja is home to one of West Africa's largest gadget markets, popularly known as Computer Village, and home to a shopping mall known as Ikeja City Mall, which is the biggest mall in Lagos mainland and also has a cinema. These are some interesting places that make Lagos a world-class destination.
I think polygamy is more of an African concept at satisfying the need for variety in a man and the need to reduce single men in the society. I think it's more of a cultural or traditional thing. I think everybody can practice it. Unfortunately, because it is African and it's more of religious, because it's allowed in Islam, and when you look at many of the Orthodox churches in the early days of colonialism, they changed into African churches because the people find it convenient not to live a world of pretense. There's a lot of pretense in those who marry under the marriage laws, and then you have one wife, you have 3 concubines outside. But under polygamy, you are allowed to be yourself. One wife, many concubines, that's just a bloody pretension. Why are you pretending? Those spouses are not recognized by the society. But in polygamy, everybody knows you have multiple partners in your marriage. So, and everybody is known and accepted, and you have done the needful things traditionally on them. There is no pretension. They may stay together under one roof, and they may stay separately, but everybody has equal status in the home. Every partner is a wife in the polygamy. But what you are talking about, that's one is pretension. You are telling the whole world that you are not man enough to have more than one wife. And polygamy does not give room to that because it acknowledges the presence of every woman and the products of such union with the owner of the house or the man of the house. So it's not possible for you to hide children had by your mistresses, like you will do with concubines outside. Everybody knows the other in a polygamous relationship. So the children must see themselves as siblings from the same man. There's no way you have to wait till you die when a woman will now bring a child from a relationship that was known to some members of the man's family, but not to the woman at all. But I think anybody that desires to practice it, well, like in Islam, it's allowed and for a maximum of 4. But there's always one rule that many people don't think about, and that is treating them equally. To me, that's a very big job to do. Even if you have 3 kids from a woman, you must have a favorite among them. And in polygamy, in Islamic polygamy, there is no favorite wife. Even if you know you have a favorite wife there, it must not be shown. But we're all human. One way or the other, you make a slip one day that will tell the whole world, this wife is more important than this other one.
What a wow. That's all I can say right now. You're most welcome back to the show. It's still No Cap. Miles is still very much here. Zibi is very much here. We have one more person in the building, but we'll get to her in just a bit. And after all said and done by Dr. Adagun, I think it's safe to say that's it. We don't. But the last person in the building, the person that just joined us now, will have something to say. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages, please meet Funmi is in the building. Hiya. What's good? So you've been hearing our banter now.
Yeah.
Introduce yourself first.
What else to introduce? So everything: TV presenter, TV producer, content creator, a mama, a lover, and looking for her billionaire blue people.
Okay, polygamy.
Yeah.
Let's get started.
Yeah, so I heard you when you were saying that men are polygamous in nature,
Right.
but I just want to also know that. I don't know whether in the generation of our mothers they were not. But in our own generation, we ladies are polygamous too. The only thing that we do is to allow it like how you guys, you understand? We chop and we clean out, quietly. So I want you guys, as you are bugaing around, that you can really, have as many as you can juggle. We have juggled, swallowed, done everything, but we keep it
on the low.
We respect your ego. We don't want you hurt, okay? So that is what I always say about this polygamous thing. And when guys say, they can have as many women as they want, fantastic, but be mature enough to respect that this other person, like you, has feelings too. So don't just come and throw it. So Dr. Adagun explain the cultural thing, because I even feel like we do our parents a disservice and disrespect when we shout so much about polygamy. How our parents don't like polygamy, but you're a side chick, you're a baby mama, you're all over the place. Even now, side chick, even have a country, will go to social media and threaten the wife. As in
social media, even go to their houses,
even go to their houses, I'm gonna be dragging. And for me, that is disrespected. That is where the man comes in. That's where the man is supposed to draw the line. Like, look, yes, my wife may now know that you are my side piece, side boo, mistress. Because like in France, for example, you have a wife and you're allowed to have a mistress. But they stay in like different places and nobody's coming to rub anything in anybody's face. In anybody's face. But at the same time, you have to have regard for this woman that you have put in your home. And if you now choose to marry this person eventually, please, let's do it properly and draw the lines. Tell this person that, look, I know that, you can be hot-tempered, you can be jealous, and then the truth is, Miles, we all get jealous. I was just talking about how friendship, I feel like you even came out in the first place, like this girl, the other lady is pregnant, the blogs were going to open it. You could have done your wife that respect, because for me, it wasn't that disrespect on social media. You could have called her in the house. You could have, said all of those things, because you see one of the reasons, even though...
What makes you think he didn't do that? What makes you think
body language. You see that incident that Zibi was talking about?
Yeah, that incident.
You see, when things have been sorted, it's just like how 3 of us are sitting on this set. If we don't align with each other, it will show in our body language. No matter how much we want to package, I want to act professional, it will show. So in that last scene on her birthday, if you see her body language was everything like, oh God, this guy, it's enough now and everything. So you have to sort it, because whether we like it or not, in as much as also we glamorize, because monogamy, look, it's not an easy something because God created
tell me about
fantastic
it.
human beings in this life. And I'm telling you, as a child of God, because I appreciate the creation of God. Man, when you see some men with white chests, if you look at my Instagram story today, there's one fine man, no Nigerian artist, white chest, looking luscious. I'm like, God created this one on a Sunday, and then after God finished creating that one on a Sunday, like 12 noon, God will not create another boy like 2. You will not be like, Lord, lead me not into temptation. Because it's not easy to be monogamous, do you understand? And then the thing is, we connect with people on different levels. I may connect with you on an intellectual level.
Yes.
I may connect with you on an emotional level.
True.
I may it may just be not even anything, like we say, just for knacks. We just met each other, like each other, shark, and everybody's going in their proper direction. Do you understand? So the truth is, as humans, they will never, and I always tell people, when you marry somebody, you will always see somebody that is better than that person. It's just
Definitely.
you know, just like the guys always give that, I wish I met you a few years ago. That
Yes.
because when you say it, you will still marry somebody, you see somebody else that is better than me. So that's the truth. I will always see somebody that is better than my billionaire, but hey, baby, don't be annoyed. So I was still someone that is even richer or wealthier, if you're in that kind of space, that is ready to take you away at any point. It's just like standing there saying, for me, say the word. There will always be people, and then when you knock, for example, I love lingerie. The only thing that I have not yet gathered my strength to know how to strip,
To rock them.
to strip, to do all of those things. I'm still shy, you know. As a Jesus child raised by well-to-do, yeah, for me, you did a good job. But your partner might have been saying that. But to now feel like when your partner now moves to, because we do that a lot to women especially,
Right.
this man has now met another chick. She's absolutely nothing like you. Doesn't mean anything is wrong with you. But he has connected with this person. It might just be
On
a
a very
humor.
different level.
Then you're not trying to now be like that girl. You can never be. Just be the best version of your own self. You can never be that girl. You can never be the other person. It's just like if I meet a man now with, white chest and a fat bank account, then you are my friend. Me and you, maybe my side cockerel, for example. You are an intellectual somebody, you are smart. But I cannot.
Which is also your thing.
Which is also my thing. You understand? I'm a nerd. I like to read. I like to connect with you intellectually.
Right.
But I cannot say to you now, baby, but we want to go to Seychelles now, and you. But that Seychelles thing, or maybe that money thing, he doesn't stress me with it. He's just saying, I'm just seeing money in your account. I'm asking you, what's the money for? And you're like, you just
trying to
just
give
a soft life.
Yeah. Soft life.
But even this my Ned now, I'm a kagidi body. When I say let's go and buy, I'm like struggle. You say we're angry. You're angry.
Okay.
So
fine.
anyway.
Okay. Right now, before we wrap up on this one now. On a final note, right? Why do you think the society is frowning towards polygamy right now? Because everyone seems to be frowning, but like, I know it's wrong. Even when the Oba, or no, if it was taking, like, why is he doing that again? Like, he's an Oba.
He's an Oba.
He can take as many as he
Right.
wants. So,
I think the economy definitely plays a huge role. Because a lot of people are struggling to take care of one wife and 2 children. So when you have a side chick, just know that whatever resources a wife is getting is cut in 2. And guess who is getting the bigger share?
the wife, innit?
Definitely not the wife.
It's the wife. The wife has
No,
kids.
the wife is not getting the...
I'm not saying having a side chick is okay, but if that's what you do, then you're really stupid. Sorry.
Wow.
Sorry.
That
No,
actually
seriously, come
comes
on.
from actually betraying someone who is in a committed relationship.
Okay, let me put a devil's advocate here. Let me just throw a spanner in the works.
Here we go.
Okay, so what if that side chick, is like a business partner? She brings in, or not business, she's able to bring you business and bring you, I'm like, when you're saying that, for me, we have to look at all the angles. So what if she you come to me now and say, oh, for me, I have this proposal, and all I just have to say that, oh, Miles, you have this proposal, fantastic idea. Let me call someone in Lagos State and tell them that there's only Miles that they can use. And I keep going on about this film that recently came out, like Anikulapo, how Awaru introduced Saro to everybody else, and even though it was she literally changed his life. So are you going to tell me that got you a 100 million contract, and if I come to you and I say, Miles, first of all, my cut, not even because you are my side boo or anything, my cut is 10%. Then our side boo now consign. You understand? You're gonna give me something for the something. But wifey will not tell you when you don't even know how whether I kiss the person that gave Miles the contract or something. So you see, those things it's never cut and dry. It's never A and B. They're always going to be black and white. It's always going to be gray areas. We have to realize that. Once we realize that, then we know that everybody, my own is that let the man just have sense. Be mature. Period.
All right. That being said, we are not advocates of side chickism or side cockerellism here. We're not saying go and have a side chick or go because you say they told us that on the Plus TV. They're the ones that told us we didn't say that. We're just putting out there the way it is, okay?
But we know you still do what you want to do.
Yeah, still do what
but
you want to do.
I wanted to answer your question, Miles,
Mm-hmm.
where you said that why do
the
people...
society.
What I don't think the society is condemning. So two things.
Right.
I think one, we are pretentious. So we want to come. We're doing something in secret, but want to come out and say, "No, I don't do. I don't. I'm holier than thou. I don't do. Oh, I've never. I'm a virgin." So like that kind of thing. Even after you have had 30 children, you're still a virgin, but it's okay. But then the second thing is that people who have experienced polygamy, and you see, polygamy is in different ways. There are polygamists that they live with all their wives in the compound.
True.
It was a gidigbo moment that they were fighting
Yep.
all the time. There was a lot of resentment. There was a lot of, because we're in Africa, there was a lot of witchcraft and jazz. Somebody took your name to Babalawo.
It's still there.
Once you have experienced that, you do not want to, because it is a traumatic experience of people who have gone through bad. I was talking about a family that I know that all the children are so close, but of course their mothers aren't as close. The father succeeded in making all the children close, but it's not going to work. So what works in polygamy family A will not work in polygamy family B.
Okay.
Going back to why the man should have sense. So it's two things. People are pretentious. People genuinely also don't like it because of the experiences they have seen personal or their families and their friend, and they see the resentment that it brings to. So that's why. So that's what I think, though. Yeah.
Okay, are you okay with
that? Very interesting perspective.
All right, now there's no how on earth we'll talk about polygamy and we'll talk about side chicks and we will not have this discussion. I think this is another discussion people frown at. A lot of people. For one, there was a time I met someone I was supposed to go out have a relationship with her, and along the line I found out that she had like 2 kids, and it was a problem for me. I'm like, okay, why didn't you? Why wasn't this the first thing you put on the table? Like, oh, I have 2 children. Why are you telling me now? Now we've gotten deep, like into 2-3 months, and you're now telling me now I'm deeper with you. So it was a problem. So we're talking about single mothers and baby mamas. Somebody said they're actually 2 different things, but I think I want to be schooled today. So single mothers and baby mamas. What's the difference, please? Let me just first.
Okay, I will answer that question. But answer my question to you.
What's the question?
When you were saying that you dated this single mother that had 2 children, why did it make you uncomfortable when she eventually told you that she had children?
Okay, it made me uncomfortable because we didn't have that conversation. If she had one child, I have a child, right? So when I'm meeting anyone for the first time, that's one of the first set of things I tell you, like, oh, I have a child. Are you okay with this, right? I think she should have just laid it down before me first. Like, guy, I have not even 1, 2. That's a lot. So we're gonna have, you and I are gonna have like, I'm not having more than 3 children in my life. Maximum of 3, minimum of 2. So added with your 2, my 1, that's 3. Then that 2 from
so you didn't like her enough to take her with her 2 children?
No, I did not.
Wow. And you ended the relationship?
Yes, we had to, real quick, not before we went further.
Interesting. I mean, there's something called first date conversation, second date conversation, first month really, or I have 2 children. So you judged her because she had 2 children, and it's fine because it wasn't going to align with what you wanted. Exactly, and that's fine. But because maybe perhaps there are a lot of people that share that idea, and people don't really listen to understand the backstory of why someone is a single parent or not. In our society, there's this perception that if a woman is a single mom, chances are she lived a wayward lifestyle. So people don't want to know whatever the backstory is. So because of things like that, that's why a lot of people are not going to be so comfortable just bringing it out to the table immediately and saying, oh, yes, here's my phone number. By the way, I have 2 children.
Boom. Just like, I think I'd rather prefer you just do that.
Because
just let me know. I don't really have a problem with it, but let me know if it aligns with what I want to do in my life. Because my mother is a single mother now. We had 2 boys. Do you understand? And she lost her husband at a very, very young, tender age. I was 13 when I lost my dad. So every man that came her way, and they just see both of us like these 2 boys, they just flee. Automatically.
Wow.
She's still single today.
I still feel like they didn't love her enough.
Like they just like 2 boys, Sha. Nami will carry 2 boys. Upon boom, they're gone. So she just after a while she just stopped dating and she just, you know what, I'm gonna just stay with my kids. And so date Mama just stay single, just enjoy her life. But she has a white boyfriend, Sha.
Wow, that's nice. I like her.
So it's your turn.
Okay, so finding single mothers and baby mamas. So this single mother thing, I feel like the baby mamas are intentional. In the sense that they see a guy, they want to have a child for the guy, like with Nigerian celebrities. You see a guy, or with celebrities across the world, you see a guy, you targeting, you're like, this is what I want to do. I want to have a baby by this, that song, have a baby, be a millionaire. So I want to have a baby by this man for money's sake, for his status sake and everything. Single mothers defining single mothers in my own Fumi's terms. Or single mothers are people that have been married, like I was married, or they were dating someone that they loved, or, well, I'm not saying that the baby mamas, before people come from that you don't love your celebrity boyfriend, but hey, they loved, or, you know, someone that they were in a relationship with, they were married to, and then things happens. Do you understand?
So what happens to those who are not being baby mamas for celebrities or rich people? Just, there are lots, go to Makoko, baby mamas plenty there, plenty, Makoko there, plenty baby mamas, plenty. So what happens to those? Why do you tag those ones?
That's what I'm saying, because even baby mama came from like an American entertainment term. You understand? So, but guess what? Because we always think that things are just exclusive to us. This thing have been happening like for a long time. I knew one of my friend's mom, for example, when we were younger. I think I was like even the first woman that I knew that had children for different men. Right. So the only thing was that her own father took my friend out of. I said, you know what, I will raise my daughter, go and raise. So some women are just like that. So those women, some of them were also, how do I put it, either careless, like, oh, they met this person, they thought the relationship, not careless, but they met this person, they thought the relationship is going to work. And how we always use children as what will seal and hold the relationship together, which is not true, because if you like 100 children, if a relationship or marriage that will fall apart will go to pieces, you get it. But that's the, that's the thing with, for me, with baby mamas and single mothers. So those ones were hoping that they could do that. Some may have been intentional, some may have not. And so
I have a few matured friends who are still single, like in their late 30s, mid 30s, and all they say to me these days is like, look, I just want to have a child. I don't even care about the guy. He doesn't have to take responsibility. Just get me pregnant and I will take care of my child. Do we still call those ones single mothers or baby mamas?
I think, to be honest, that term baby mamas, I find it a bit disrespectful. Okay. That's personally, I find it weird. I feel like it degrades women who consciously or unconsciously had a child without being married. So I always frown and cringe whenever I hear people being described as baby mamas. I mean, even some of the baby mamas so-called baby mamas who have children for celebrities, some of them are not just hoping to trap, they're actually hoping that maybe I would be the one that this person will end up with. And unfortunately, in some cases, it doesn't happen.
Okay, let's put the final notes out there for me, from your part, before we wrap this up.
I just feel like live your best life, be responsible, male and female. Let everybody have sex, so that the world will be a better place. Simple.
Okay.
I think self-control is very, very important. Yeah. If you're single, you're not wearing that shackle on your finger, that's fine. Live your life. Wow. Yeah, some people see it as a shackle. Some people see it as, something precious. Depends on which way you're looking at it from. But once you make a commitment to someone to be in a relationship, be with that person. If for some reason you choose to take a walk out, don't do the whole side chick, side cockerel thing. Be bold enough, tell your partner, we're done. And everyone moves on and everybody's happy.
All right. That being said, shackle wearing or not shackle wearing, and the major thing is you should have sense. In the words of me, you all should just have sense. Okay, cool. If you're gonna indulge in some things, let your partner know. Nobody's holding you. You're old enough now. You're above 18. Happy? No caps. We came, we saw, and we definitely conquered. We have to go. Right, we have to go. We're done. We'll be here next week, same station, same place. But if you have anything contrary to what we said, you want to argue with us, it's fine. We love argument here, right? Just go to all our social media handles and let us know what you feel about what we discussed today. And trust me, we will reply you. Or we'll even bring you back here next week and continue. So we gotta go. Adios. Drink a lot of water and mind your business. Ew.
I think polygamy is more of an African concept at satisfying the need for variety in a man and the need to reduce single men in the society. I think it's more of a cultural or traditional thing. I think everybody can practice it. Unfortunately, because it is African and it's more of religious, because it's allowed in Islam, and when you look at many of the Orthodox churches in the early days of colonialism, they changed into African churches because the people find it convenient not to live a world of pretense. There's a lot of pretense in those who marry under the marriage laws, and then you have one wife, you have 3 concubines outside. But under polygamy, you are allowed to be yourself. One wife, many concubines, that's just a bloody pretension. Why are you pretending? Those spouses are not recognized by the society. But in polygamy, everybody knows you have multiple partners in your marriage. So, and everybody is known and accepted, and you have done the needful things traditionally on them. There is no pretension. They may stay together under one roof, and they may stay separately, but everybody has equal status in the home. Every partner is a wife in the polygamy. But what you are talking about, that's one is pretension. You are telling the whole world that you are not man enough to have more than one wife. And polygamy does not give room to that because it acknowledges the presence of every woman and the products of such union with the owner of the house or the man of the house. So it's not possible for you to hide children had by your mistresses, like you will do with concubines outside. Everybody knows the other in a polygamous relationship. So the children must see themselves as siblings from the same man. There's no way you have to wait till you die when a woman will now bring a child from a relationship that was known to some members of the man's family, but not to the woman at all. But I think anybody that desires to practice it, well, like in Islam, it's allowed and for a maximum of 4. But there's always one rule that many people don't think about, and that is treating them equally. To me, that's a very big job to do. Even if you have 3 kids from a woman, you must have a favorite among them. And in polygamy, in Islamic polygamy, there is no favorite wife. Even if you know you have a favorite wife there, it must not be shown. But we're all human. One way or the other, you make a slip one day that will tell the whole world, this wife is more important than this other one.
What a wow. That's all I can say right now. You're most welcome back to the show. It's still No Cap. Miles is still very much here. Zibi is very much here. We have one more person in the building, but we'll get to her in just a bit. And after all said and done by Dr. Adagun, I think it's safe to say that's it. We don't. But the last person in the building, the person that just joined us now, will have something to say. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages, please meet Fumi is in the building. Hiya. What's good? So you've been hearing our banter now.
Yeah.
Introduce yourself first.
What else to introduce? So everything: TV presenter, TV producer, content creator, a mama, a lover, and looking for her billionaire blue people.
Okay, polygamy.
Yeah.
Let's get started.
Yeah, so I heard you when you were saying that men are polygamous in nature,
Right.
but I just want to also know that. I don't know whether in the generation of our mothers they were not. But in our own generation, we ladies are polygamous too. The only thing that we don't is to allow it like how you guys, you understand, we chop and we clean out,